Oh, talk love, don't test my tone, cause I'll fight that pain, I don't die alone.
Trying to get open, fires away. Bang! It's over! The Bulls win at the buzzer!
I'm invincible, I'm untouchable. 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 I'm invincible, I'm untouchable.
Straight from the bottom, I rose from the pain. Untouchable empire, we running the game. Blood in my hustle, fire in my chest. Test me, boy, I'll put you to rest.
I'm invincible, I'm untouchable. I'm invincible, I'm untouchable.
Cold nights, hard fights, never gon' fold. Drill in my veins, my spirit is bold. Legends are written, they carve up my name. The empire forever, we changing the game.
I'm invincible, I'm untouchable. I'm invincible,
I'm untouchable. I'm untouchable. Step heavy bass knock, move with the crew. Untouchables rise, and we coming for you. Chains break, fear gone, never the same. Untouchable empire, remember the name.
I'm invincible, I'm untouchable. I'm invincible,
I'm untouchable.
I'm invincible,
I'm untouchable. From the shadows to the throne, now the city is mine. Every scar that I carry is a part of the grind. Stand tall, no retreat, I was built to brawl. The untouchables, we conquer all!
I'm invincible, I'm untouchable. I'm invincible, I'm untouchable. I'm invincible, I'm untouchable. I'm invincible, I'm untouchable.
Untouchable empire, baby.
Friends, oh friends, oh friends, we are late because of me. I am a mess. Apologize. Still trying to figure shit out. But I appreciate y'all being here. Shout out to my boy Ilkan Ali. 5K subscribers. So shout out to the Untouchable Empire, baby. Especially Ilkan Ali for carrying the Untouchable Empire, baby. And to celebrate, we are going to make sure it gets $300 today on this Cash App. So play once again, friends. If you've seen the goal, keep sending some moolah. We'll make sure we're celebrating Ali today, and then we go from there. Tomorrow, I have a show at 5, but today is the super panel. So it's time to start the show.
What you're seeing right now with the men is a response to your radicalization. So to try to project that onto us is absolutely ridiculous. And the men are not behaving the way they're behaving right now because they can't keep up. They're behaving the way they're behaving because you broke the social contract.
You're having a conversation in bad faith. Did you say women are children? Did you say women are children? No.
Look at the construction industry. It's 99%, 98% men. But when you're talking about cooking, right, the reason, and by the way, it wasn't mostly women who did cooking, it was just mostly women who stayed at home who did cooking. That's why it's considered a traditional family role. It's part of the whole child rearing aspect.
So you know that you're here because of your father? Because men determine the sex of the baby? Did you know that?
Can we just say, if we're doing men versus women, like, women have infinitely more options. If you download a dating app, like, even grandmas get like thousands of matches.
Right.
And I understand that, like, sexual attention isn't the same as relationship attention, but out of 1,000, one will take her seriously.
You wasn't putting it down mentally. You don't know how to touch her without touching her. You wasn't putting it down sexually, and you wasn't putting it down financially. So yes.
But these women literally get to walk out the house looking like it's Halloween every day, but want to look down on you and tell you how you look. Bitch, I look like my 8th grade picture. You don't look like your 8th day old picture. You go on a lot of these women Instagram pages, it look like 30 different on there. Somebody tell me I'm lying.
It's not that she's so awesome and intelligent and everybody missed out and you just so happen to walk up on a flower. Yeah, she's lying to you.
Right. But these women saw you. When these women saw you, she already wanted you before you even open your mouth. Like Ali said, you didn't convince her to nothing. There's the male ego.
It's time to do.
Once again, friends, thank you very much for being here. As you guys see, once again, my shit is not working well, but I will fix it in the middle of the show. Friends, as an icebreaker, because we are going to be talking about love today. My question for y'all is very, very, very simple. And let me start with Ali. Once again, the 5,000 subscribers today. So we're going to make sure that he talks a lot today. My question to you, Ali, is this. If no one ever loved you, right, do you even know what real love feels like?
It's time to do.
If you never felt love, do you know what real love feels like? What do you think about this?
It's interesting. I woke up yesterday morning, was thinking about that concept of the things that you've never seen. And if you never encountered, you'd have no idea of how you would proceed to love or be loved. So I truly believe, even from the start of birth, when someone is conceived, if they didn't see love, they didn't see a man and one woman love each other properly, they didn't receive love, they wouldn't know how to give love or receive it as well too. So I think it's very difficult for someone to be able to demonstrate love or be able to receive love if they've never seen it or encountered it. Tom Fuller, we're gonna go around. What do you?
I think that I understand, like, the concept of lots of times we think of like a blind person, if they've never seen yellow, how can they actually conceptualize yellow? How can they think of what a color is if they've never experienced it? But I do think when it comes to human interactions, I think a lot of us know what it is that we want. And I think that when it comes to love, we know how it is that we want to be loved, how it is that we want to be treated, especially if we've been in relationships and we know how it is that we treat the other person. A lot of times we can, like, have expectations of that being reciprocated in a certain way, or even just that they will care about our feelings in a certain way, that they'll care about what it is we think, what it is we have to say. And I think that sometimes when people feel as though they have never been loved, a lot of times it probably just means that they weren't loved the way that they want to be loved, or that they haven't been loved in with the preference that they have. But it's probably true that other people can love them. They're just not expressing it as well as they possibly could.
I want to tackle what you just said, but I want to make sure everybody gets in before we do that. How about you, my brother? Ali.
You could go to the, I know it's funny saying your name over, right?
I know, right? Yeah, that's a great name you got there, brother.
That's right. You could go to the sisters. I'm still pondering.
Okay, go ahead, Athena.
I agree with you, Ellie. Honestly, I think that if someone hasn't experienced love, they don't really truly know what it is. I think we're also creatures of habit. So the love that they think that they know, whether it was actually love or if it was something that was unhealthy, is what they gravitate towards. That's what they feel comfortable with. So I think that if someone hasn't been loved right, that they wouldn't even understand what that should look like or even how to display it themselves. So yeah, I agree with you.
How about you, Miss Ariel? I said it right.
Yeah. I believe that love is a spectrum, and I also believe that love is a chemical reaction that humans experience. We use the word love to try to express that reaction that we get from things. So in that spectrum, y'all are right that if they've never seen healthy love, they will never know how to experience something that will not need to trigger an off balance of their chemicals within themselves, right? And then we call that trauma, right? They won't have to experience unhealthy or toxic situations. So I think, love is love. We're all going to feel love in this life, no matter what we do. But it ain't always right, the right kind of love.
Brother Ali.
So yeah, I actually agree with the panel. Everybody, like Sis said, it's a spectrum. But we're definitely taught that love is not just yes, it's a chemical that goes, because your mind is nothing but a chemical factory. So when you feel love, there's a certain chemical being produced in the mind, but it's really an action word. I don't care about somebody telling me you love me all day long. If you're not showing love, in other words, with your actions, then it doesn't matter. I don't believe you. That's first and foremost. And then second of all, I think that is, until you you can have an idea of what love is if you haven't been loved properly. But I think depending on where you at, if you're a religious person, the God shows you the most love. He's the beneficent. At the end of the day, when you need to eat, he's not giving you the plate right then and there, but rain falls from the sky, wheat grow, you can get out there, do some work for yourself and go produce your own, or produce your food. But someone is the ultimate love is that, he giving you the sustenance and everything, the tools that you need in order for you to take care of most of your desires on your own. So, when you have that kind of concept, then you're dealing with people every single day. When a man shows his love to his woman, he ain't just saying I love you. Them bills is goddamn paid. He take care of the things that he need to take care of as a man, or whatever the roles that they decide that they want to they agree upon in their own marriage. But I definitely do think you can grow and learn what true love really is, even if you didn't feel it as a child.
Brother Fatty, what do you think, my brother?
Yes, you can identify something that you've never been through, but you still understand what's going on. It happens all the time. Actually, people that lack Jesus Christ, people that lack or never experienced love, a lot of times know exactly what love is because they never got it. They see their parents, they never, that the African saying, a child that never felt the village warmth will burn it to feel whatever, right? It's just like a lot of times you are going to understand exactly what you're missing, not because you got it, but exactly because it's not there. So I believe that, especially if you look at love as actions, you will definitely understand when people are not showing you love. You will definitely understand when people are not leading up to the actions that will make you feel love, and you definitely will going to notice even though you don't feel it. So I think it's possible for you to never add it and still understand the concept of it. The feeling difficult, but the concept of love, absolutely.
But so I disagree. Like, what would you say love is? What, like, to the panel, like, the reason why I disagree, what do y'all believe love is? You know,
It's
like
an
people say they can love someone. We talk about an action word or words. Like, what is actually love?
Love is
I think
multiple
Ariel
things.
was correct. I mean, Ariel said that it was like chemical reactions, and that's kind of what it is. It's like we are social beings. We've evolved to like have these human connections and to actually care about one another and create bonds within our tribes. And that love is this like chemical reaction that makes us want to bond with somebody and mate with them and have generally longer term relationships with them. And that these are just things that are like we've evolved to develop so that we do have these connections for more long term. It is a stronger bond than what it is that you would have with somebody that you don't want to mate with. And so it's something that generally is going to include like sexuality and romance and like a lot more intimacy that you don't share with the general public or even like your other friends and people like that. It is something that is like that not really categorized easily though, because it is a feeling. It is like kind of an emotion. It's a state of being. It is it's not really, it has multiple aspects to it, to where how you interact with one another, how you feel, how you think, how you like it has, you know, whether or not these things are reciprocated, whether or not there's transactions, like there's so many different aspects to it that it's not really categorizable. But it is I would say overall just a chemical reaction that we feel, and once we feel it, we kind of know that we have that thing.
What is the one that you prefer, Tom? If you had to prioritize, because there's different versions of love. If you have to choose one that you want to actually have from other people to you, which one would you pick? The action, the feeling, which one would you pick?
I don't think that any of them are actually like important without the others. I think that generally the bond is created with all of the different aspects. Like if I have somebody who feels very strongly about me, but they're not actually willing to engage in any of the reciprocation or transactions, then it doesn't mean much to me if I can't see that from them. So they can Ali, is it Rashawn Ali? Is that what? So Rashawn Ali, if they tell me they love me, but I can't see it, it doesn't mean a whole lot. So I can't really pick one over the other. They kind of all have to be there in order for it to mean anything.
But will everybody have different answers when it comes to love, though? Like to me, like I really feel like it's your duty and your responsibility to fulfill your sustaining of what someone else already has as well too. So if I should already have peace within myself. I should already recognize how to give action towards somebody, have a responsibility towards someone. I believe my responsibility is to sustain what they already have in themselves as well too. But when it comes to a child, it's almost like you're teaching a child what their responsibility is, not just to themselves, but other people as well too, whether it's communicating, whether it's interactions, whether it's sharing. It's I think it's deeper when we talk about the concept of love, because if people know how to love, why do so many people demonstrate the ability to hurt each other, demonstrate the ability to manipulate each other, demonstrate the ability to leave each other, demonstrate the ability to use each other? And it seems like they like being with other broken people or hurt people, and it's not even necessarily love. It's like I hate using the word trauma bonding and going in the mental aspect of it, because it's always weaponized. But it seems like more people like to connect with people who have the same problem they have versus actually being in love with each other and sustaining each other's peace.
But I think that that's a misconception. I think that like a lot of people can plant a seed and see something germinate and start to grow, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be capable of taking care of it long term. I think that a lot of these things are about like responsibility long term. And I think that somebody can hurt somebody, they can cheat on somebody, they can do things to betray that person. It didn't mean that they didn't actually love them, but sometimes it just means that they do have some like stuntedness, or that they're not mature enough, that they need to grow some more, or they need to learn how to hold on to things. Once they lose somebody that they did love because they fucked up, they start to learn, oh, I need to be better in the future and make sure that I don't do this again in future relationships with somebody else that I love. And so I don't think that like that. I think a lot of times people do get overly simplistic by saying, if that person really loved you, they wouldn't have cheated on you. Well, sometimes people love each other for like 3 or 4 years, but even though they love the other person's not giving them what it is that they need for that relationship to be sustained, and they end up moving on anyways, even though they love that person, it doesn't, it just still wasn't enough for them. So it doesn't mean they don't love them. It just means that it wasn't, there's other parts to sustaining love and making it matter. That's important.
But that's what I mean. Just because you don't cheat on somebody doesn't mean you love them. You know, just because you cheat,
Right.
if someone doesn't cheat, doesn't mean they love somebody. Like it's very like, and like I say, I still believe that most people don't know what love is, and it's just a word that's being thrown on because a lot of people possibly didn't see someone love the rightful way. Like if someone saw their mother or father cheating, their mother and father neglecting their partner or neglecting each other, that's their concept of what they may see as a relationship versus what we say love is, because we keep throwing that word around, love, all the time. But if I truly don't, I believe that if someone never saw it, they don't know how to do it. And when they encounter it for the first time, they think it's something they're always supposed to perpetually receive versus what you're supposed to give when you love someone. Like I don't get my children, I get their reaction, their smiles, their playfulness, their reactions to do what I'm doing for them. But right now I'm in a place where I have to feed completely into my children and control myself, control my communication, control my body language, control everything that they see, control what they're watching, controlling what they're hearing, controlling where they're going around as well too. I think love is much deeper than the concept of what we keep saying, and we just throwing that word around. I don't believe most people know what love is.
I don't think you're right, because I don't need to be an alcoholic to understand what an alcoholic is. I don't need to see a junk. I don't need to be on crack to understand what a crackhead is. Like, words have meanings, and just because you didn't feel it doesn't mean that you don't understanding. I think you can understand a starving kid even though you never starve in your life. I think you can understand it. I think you can put yourself on other people's shoes and kind of understand exactly what you need to do for that person to start starving. I think people that never felt love know exactly what they actually have to feel to experience love. They just didn't add it.
But you conflated. If I see an alcoholic, I know I can see what an alcoholic is. If I've never seen someone love or seen them demonstrate love to each other, I cannot know what that is.
How can you never not feel love? No, Ali. If love is it, let's go with the emotion. You know what anger is. You know what happiness is. How can you not know what love is? If we are talking about emotions and you can describe that person is frustrated and you're not frustrated. Like even psychopaths can identify feelings on people. They never felt it, but they kind of mimic it. They kind of understands the smile means the person is happy, cry means the person is sad. Why can I not identify love even though I never felt it? I can clearly identify exactly what it is because we do it with emotions all the time, even though we might not go through them. So I don't understand why love is such a special feeling that I have to go through it to understand what anger is, what happens when people get angry. Like I don't get it.
Well,
but you've still seen it before. Everyone's seen it, whether it's in their household or elsewhere, so they can still identify it. But as far as receiving it, most people are creatures of habit. So if they've only experienced dysfunction and chaos, that's what they're going to receive. And the moment that they actually receive genuine love, they're going to run away. It's going to make them uncomfortable. They're not going to want to stay in that relationship. So I think, go ahead.
No, I don't want to. I agree.
And by the way, just 1 second. Is everybody hearing Rashawn like he's away?
Yeah, it sounds like you're on the wrong mic.
Sounds like you're on the wrong mic, Rashawn.
Yeah, he's a little low.
I'm low.
The microphone from the computer. But try it again.
I'm glad you guys moved him too, because his suit is the exact color as the background. And when he was sitting here, it looked like he had this massive overgrown hand sitting on top of the desk right there. It was so weird. It blended in perfectly.
Go ahead, Rashawn. Try now.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, now it's better.
All right. Listen. I don't want to make, I don't know where the confusion is at. Love, according to definition, is just nothing but a deep affection of something. So even if you never felt true love from someone else, you might love music. You might love, some people love getting high. Whatever the case may be. Like you had this deep affection for something before. So, and that's just by definition, that's what it is. I don't want to make anything up. I don't think that we should sit here and try to be so complex with something. We could just get straight to the point. Have you ever felt a deep affection for something? Now, if you didn't, that's one thing. And if you had, that is by definition. I'm not making anything up. I'm not in the business of hearing what someone's interpretation is. I'm not in the business of us trying to redefine something, because if that is the case, then we need to get your definition into a Webster dictionary or Oxford dictionary, and then we can go by that definition. Just by definition alone, it's nothing but a intense, deep affection for something. And if you have that, then you know what love is in that aspect. Now, yes, is there a spectrum? Yes, if it's action. Now, how do you show love to someone, right? Well, love is sacrifice is love. When you love something that you will make sacrifices for. Now, if you want to make a sacrifice for something, and you probably don't have a deep affection for something. But people, like, what's that saying? They say, people make time for what they want to make time for, whatever they care about, or whatever the case may be. You'll make some people go to work or make somebody they don't really like. Man, we just talking about like, we ain't even get to the love part yet. But someone that you may not like, and say, yo, listen, when you want to go out at 8 o'clock, you won't make that time. But somebody who you really like, you'll probably say, oh yeah, you'll move mountains to go out at 8 o'clock. Now, somebody who you have a deep, intense affection for, you will go even a little step further for that person. So let's not, we don't have to play with words or redefine anything. Just by definition, it's nothing but intense, deep affection for something. And I think that we all here on this panel, unless you're not human, had a deep affection for something.
So Roshan, I agree with you, but the thing is, a lot of us are pragmatic, right? And me and Ali talk about this all the time. Which type of version of love do you want to get? I am done with the feeling shit. I'm sorry. Like you can feel whatever. Like if I make you feel butterflies, then they shove it up your ass. It's fine. You got it. I want action. You know what I'm saying? But it's not.
I don't disagree, which is why I started off by saying the action. God damn it! Yes. Don't tell me that you love me. All right, you got to show that to me. I don't care about who's running around talking about, oh, I love you, I love you, I love you. I don't believe you. You got to show that. You know what I mean?
I think people that are still looking for emotions are extremely juvenile and infantile. I'm sorry. Like if you are above 30 and you still look at love as a feeling instead of an action, you are extremely blessed because you never noticed, or you are a person that you are Peter Pan. You're still a child, a forever child. Because like you are going to notice that a lot of times people that say they love you, they say that because you make them feel some type of way, but every time you look at their actions, nothing that they ever did shows that they actually have love for you. So a mature version of love, and I think a world would be a tremendous place if people loved based on actions, not loved on emotions. I think the friendships, relationships, like all the feelings, person can love you on the day of your wedding and hate you at the day of your divorce, right?
But that's why I'm saying I think we need to separate those two things. Like if we're talking about the way that somebody expresses love versus whether or not they actually feel the love, like these are different things. And the way that like whether or not, again, somebody can feel that love and just be really bad at expressing it, or be really bad at like taking care of it, be really bad at taking care of the other person. That means that the other person isn't going to feel loved, and that person needs to do better at like expressing it. They need to learn how to do this. But loving somebody and being in relationships, these are things that are learned. These are things that you have to understand. And this is why like growing up in a two-parent household is something that's really beneficial to people, because they do get a lot of that teaching from an early age to where they see these things and they start to understand it a little bit better and maybe know how to treat somebody else. But people who don't, they don't have that head start like a lot of other people do. And they may need to learn these habits over time.
But y'all confusing me. Somebody says you like both. In one hand, you'll say that you know something you haven't seen, and then another time you don't know, you got to learn it. So is love something you have to learn, or if you're deprived of love and you don't know it?
That's why I'm saying love is something that you like. Again, I would say the love is the feeling, but the the way that you treat that love and the way that you take care of it, whether or not you're able to hold on to it, those are different things. And that's why I'm saying, like, we ought to separate these two concepts because they are two very different things.
I agree with you. I believe that there's a step where you recognize love, and then there's a step where can you execute love in a way that is actually loving, not the kind of corrupted way of loving people. A lot of people know love, they just love it in a corrupted way. They don't express love in a way that you actually look at it and says, oh, damn. We use the Blueface and the Christian Rock thing, right? Those two probably love each other more than most people will ever love each other. They're probably willing to catch a body for each other. Is that a healthy way of love? No, it's a corrupted way of love. It's just a certain type of love where people are willing to do crazy things for each other, but they can't get along just from the fact that they are next to each other. So I would say that people have to learn not how to love, but how to love the correct way. Because most of people, love is about themselves. Love is never I'm going to do something for the other person and this makes me feel good. Love is, what can you do?
Well,
for
there
me?
Isn't a correct way, though. That's the thing, though, is that, like, there is a way to, like, please most people,
is.
but there's not a correct
Nah,
way.
there's definitely a correct way to love.
In one relationship,
Of
you might
course
have
it is.
somebody
Correct way to
who
love.
commonly, in one relationship, you might have somebody who does want to be with somebody, but they don't want to have to constantly interact. It might give them, like, nerves over time. It might give them anxiety over time. They might want to be able to have time with each other, but, like, also have their own space. A lot of times that person can't be with another person that's very needy. And a needy person is somebody that a lot of people will feel is showing them a lot of love. That person wants to be around them all the time. They want to talk to them all the time. They want to be, touching all the time. That person is somebody that a lot of people are going to feel like is showing love the right way. But the other person who wants to be left alone a lot of times, they're not going to want to be with that fucking needy person, even though they're showing love the right way, according to most people. That's not what other people are going to want. And so it is a very preferential thing from one to
You're
another.
describing someone. See, when Ariel said love is a spectrum, you're describing someone who's stuck at a part of the spectrum, right? A healthy form of love is able to maneuver within that spectrum when the time is right. When a person you love needs space, you should give them space. When a person you love want touch, you should touch them. You feel me? So
Yes.
I believe a healthy form of love is knowing how to love that person as well and giving them the space if needed.
Man,
Sure,
you
but that is, again, based on the match. Like,
But
that's based on
it's-
whether or not you and that person are even a good match in the first place. Because you could be with a person that you want to love a certain way, you want to express your love in a certain way, and they don't want to receive love in that sort of way. You're
And-
telling me that, like, there is a right way to love somebody, and there's just not. If you've been in enough relationships, there is no right way to love somebody. Some people just don't want to be loved a certain way, and you may want to express it that way, and that's just not a person for you to be
Right,
with.
but you're calling yourself.
No, but you just made a point. You said just because a person don't want to be loved that way, don't mean that the person who's showing the love isn't loving them correctly. Just
Well,
because it's not
what is correct if you're
because
if
no
it's
one
not to keep the person?
love is when if this method, if you become receptive of what someone is showing you, if you become receptive to that, then if you see it produces something good, that is showing love to someone. If what they say, if it's good for what the gainer is good for the gooses and something like that.
Yeah, but you're presupposing the good is what I'm saying. It's like what makes it good is whether or not it makes the relationship long lasting. And you're saying, well, it is good. Well, what makes it good? What does good mean in this scenario?
You made it. That's what I didn't mean to stare wrong. You made my point that I think Athena was talking about. Sometimes people they run from it because they've never been loved properly before, and then when they finally get somebody that does love properly, who do communicate, who does have patience, right, and who is trying to build something with this person that is off of healthy, having healthy conversations and stuff like that, or healthy things, they probably not ready at that moment because they are afraid, and now fears jumped in there. And then now they don't know how to handle, they don't want to mess up something. They start thinking in their own mind that they might, they're afraid to deal with you because all of the other either chicks that they was dealing with or niggas that they was dealing with, that, it was easy to gaslight and point the finger and be like, oh, this person was the problem. But now when you meet somebody who do know how to communicate properly to you, sometimes you run away and you're not ready at that point in time. So that doesn't mean that the person who was showing love is not loving properly, just because you ain't being receptive at that point.
But you also
the term again, just real quick, I just want to tie that off. There's again, the terms that you're using all have a lot of presuppositions in them, and so when you even say like communicate correctly or do this in the right way, like all of these things have this presupposition that there is a right way. And my question was like, how do you know it's the right way? What makes it right? What makes it good? And to me, what makes something the right way or good is whether or not it is like a beneficial to the relationship, whether or not it is something that makes this long lasting, or whether or not it's something that is conducive for you two to be together.
Right. But that's why it's problematic that this is feeling, it's not a responsibility. And you kind of cornered yourself in when you said this person went through numerous relationships or has to go through numerous relationships to know what love is for them and love is for someone else. So if we go off of what your statement, most people, you said the person was going through someone. So typically people are going
I said that we're going to separate love and how to actually engage with love, how to enact with love, how you need to learn how to enact with love, how to treat someone when you love them versus whether or not you love them is a very different thing as to whether or not you know how to treat them. And I was saying we need to separate those two concepts.
You did. That's the first thing you did. I concede to that. After that, you said a person would go through numerous relationships to figure out how love is or how they would receive love. You said they'd have to go through numerous relationships. That's why people
how to interact with love. Yeah.
Yes. But if they can't keep a relationship, and most people today can't keep a relationship, either they don't know how to love or love really doesn't exist. And it's something we've created up in our minds, because what to sustain love would have to be a responsibility. It can't just be a feeling. I feel like I love my children. I just say that versus the responsibility I have towards my children. Versus if I encounter somebody, I have a responsibility towards them. So if two individuals meet each other and they if you're conceived and you see your parents or the people around you continuously breaking and not staying together, is that what someone will see as love? Versus someone sees someone together and goes, okay, I may know how to stay together. They may not like each other some days. They might not be feeling each other some days. They might be on each other bad days. They might have good days, sunshine and roses and thunderstorms, but they are fulfilling a responsibility to each other, endure all the things that come from themselves. And I'm not saying something extremely detrimental to them, but love has to be a responsibility more so than a feeling. But I do, Rashawn, I do agree with you. If you look up the meaning and the concept of it, that's why we all have to agree to something. Can we say we're speaking on the fact of your sustaining a responsibility towards someone is love versus the actual meaning of the affection you have for somebody? All of us have felt affection and feeling for something, but the love and concept I think we're trying to speak about is if you've never seen someone actually love each other, have a responsibility to each other and endure lifelong, can you actually replicate that? Can you actually do it if you've never seen it? Because we can all show affection, like you said, to music, to movies, to animals, to violent and the toxic things that you have about your ways. People can have love addictions. Is the concept we want to focus on is your responsibility towards someone that you sustain. Can we all come to you get what I'm saying, Fatty, versus the feeling?
Yeah, absolutely. And after
So
Rashawn goes,
that again would be the separate concepts, though. That would again be like one is how you.
Yeah, I agree. That's why I'm trying to
fit
because we're all talking about different things when we come to love. But I would think that as we've matured and older, love should be the responsibility and accountability you have with another person to sustain a healthy relationship with them.
And after Rashawn goes, one second.
I just need to.
That's what we just did.
Like,
one second.
No, you didn't. You just said love is the thing that we're saying. No, that's the separate thing that we're trying to separate from love. Is we're saying love is the feeling, whereas like the responsibility is how you engage with the other person to try to sustain the relationship, sustain the love. That those are the separate things. You keep saying, well, love is the responsibility. Well, no, we're saying separate the love from the responsibility. That in order to keep the love, you have to have the responsibility. But that's just to keep the love. That's why they're separate.
I said that in different words, but I'll even take what you just said. We're separating the feeling versus the responsibility time. That's exactly what I said, what you said. And I'll even take the fact you might have worded it a bit.
Just wanted to.
But I'm saying the same thing you're saying, I promise.
Okay, cool.
Let me get Athene and then Leo show when she come back, and Ariel if she's there too.
Okay, so I think it really comes down to what you think the purpose of loving is. Because to me, it sounds like, Tom, you're essentially saying that the purpose of being in love is essentially for happiness. If that's what you think, then yeah, all of the things that you're saying make sense. It's about how you feel, the benefit of that relationship as it suits you in that moment, and it fluctuates versus when you love, when you have a sense of duty to something. Because you had mentioned, oh yeah, if you've dated around enough, you'll know XYZ. I can't remember exactly what it is that you said, but the issue is people are dating around too much. Because if what you were saying earlier was true, if we look at like all throughout history, people weren't dating like that, yet they were very successful. And they got us to the point where we are in society today. So clearly they had something that they were doing correct that we are doing wrong now. I think it's too self-focused, and it's not about the sacrifice. I think it's because it's about the feeling that we're having these issues, because love used to be sacrifice. You did what was best for your family to better your family. And now it's all about feelings and, oh, I want to be happy. This is exactly why these women are leaving. They're no longer happy in these marriages. They're not happy with their husbands. They're not happy with just their family and their kids. I think that's the biggest problem. That's all I want to say.
I would like, you're talking about the altruistic way of actually showing love. And this is why I'm telling, kind of everybody knows what love is. And the proof is, when they don't get it, they get upset. You know what I'm saying? Even when Jennifer Lopez said, oh my God, I love so many people and they never loved me back. And they gave me cars and they gave me, that was their version of love. They were giving her stuff. They thought that she was going to be happy about it. They were giving her sex. They were giving her cars, houses, trips. They were a lot of times the problem is people don't have a healthy way of looking at love. That's all. Is the interpretation of love. Like, for example, I talk about this all the time, right? I come from an African background. My dad never said, I love you. I love you. Like, never. But if you actually understand anything about African culture, for the most part, your mama going to say, I love you, but your dad is going to make sure nothing actually misses in your house. There's a food in the plate. The books are on the bag. Like, you're never going to have to go ahead and worry about where you're going to sleep and all that. That's the version. Like, both of them are showing love in different ways. There's a lot of times why we complain about they don't love me the way I want to be loved. And a lot of times is something that is very fair, because you are expressing people the way that you'd rather be loved and people are ignoring it. But a lot of times it's just you having a completely...
Fatty, most of the time, I hate when people say that, because they don't even know what they want, bro. The same things that you want today, you don't even want it 10 years from now. Things that you care about today, 20 years from now, and which is why them older people used to always say, just keep on living, just keep on living. Oh, that means so much to you today. It ain't gonna mean much tomorrow. Everybody that live older, they say the same thing, and we just think we know everything, and we like, nah, I know. We we grip tight to something that, you know, in that moment, because you strongly feel this way today. They don't really know what bro. As long as someone is showing you and treating you right and showing you love in that aspect, you know. But sometimes people are selfish, and guess what? No. You know, that's manipulative. They gaslight. No, yes, you show me love the way how you want to show me love, but I need you to show it to me this way. And normally it'd be some materialistic stuff. It don't even be, and sometimes, and every now and again they slide in, well, you know, you got to show it to me on an emotional level. Like, you got to be emotionally available for me. Like, so it's either emotionally available or some materialistic stuff, and they say, "Well, you don't buy me enough things." This is not, bro. We let's call it gaslighting directly what it is when they start using it most of the time. Now, you have exceptions to the rule. I hope that we understand and we all know that, you know, there's nothing black and white that, or what they say, absolute. You have exceptions to the rule when people know what they're talking about, but most cases they don't know what the hell they're talking about. Bro.
What's your opinion about that, Ariel?
I agree. Like, you do have to separate the responsibility of love from the feeling of love. And like Fatty said, everybody knows what love is. That's why you know why you don't receive it. As far as like J-Lo's perspective, as a woman, of course, I empathize. I felt that way before being in long-term relationships, but I also see the fault in that way of thinking. But I fall prey to certain statistics that say that I'm not really compatible to be in a relationship with, not long term. So I just have strayed away from showing love in a nuclear family way, if you want to put it that way.
Can you explain that a little bit? Like what made you come to that conclusion?
Well, I guess I went to this thing called wife school because I had an ideology of like 1950s marriage and that kind of nuclear family structure. That's something that I wanted. I got a taste of it when I seen my stepdad and my stepmom do it. So I was like, okay, this seems like it could work. It would be cool. But I fall prey of like being victim of like a single mother, and certain things like that happened to me in my childhood just make me incompatible for that lifestyle. Now I went to wife school to try to correct that, but wife school costs money. So like I was investing in it on my own. I got pregnant and life took me somewhere else. But I was a clear example of someone who could use some deprogramming from the society so that I could be good at the 1950s marriage, the nuclear family, what you all are talking about building here.
What
and why
what is
love
what
not
is
working.
missing? What is missing on like what is the skill set that you don't have that you think like if you added you would be okay with being there?
Well, maybe it's like my generation, but I just feel like love to me is materialistic things. Like, how do I know, like, you love me if you don't take care of me? Like, that's how I have it in my head. And you said, like, earlier, like, something
Hmm?
about, like, naivety. And I do believe, like, I am a naive. Like, as I'm getting older, I'm, like, learning more things. But I'm making it personal just to show the example of, like,
No,
how
it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
we could use things to like correct ourselves. So I like read a book called Man Leads because in a nuclear family structure, man leads. So I want to learn about that, right? So that was a great book that led me to wife school. And wife school was this really cool thing where they taught you how to be devoted and how to make the sacrifice. And they networked you with other husbands that were willing to be traditional type of husbands. So it was a really cool network. However, like I just feel like the way I grew up, I'm evolving into a different way of relating. I don't want to be married. I, I don't. If I find a long-term partner, great. But love is love to me. I am love. So anyone that I want to be intimate with, or anyone that I want to devote my friendship to, I'm going to do that how I please and
So what
not
if you got a rich man that is willing to give you materialistic things?
Okay, cool, but
Is
it
that
doesn't
what you
have to
need
last
to be
forever.
married?
Okay, cool, but it doesn't have to last forever.
No. Ariel, one second. You said love is materialistic things.
Yeah.
Now you find Rashawn very successful, going to shower you with houses, cars, gifts, and all that.
Uh-huh.
If that's what you want, how it doesn't work?
Because I want materialistic things from someone who I am compatible with. And compatibility is a momentary thing. Those things switch, right? So you could get into a situation with someone where, yeah, the sparks are flying, the love is in the air, and then all of a sudden it is not.
Is it fair to say that is you, Rashawn, you're muted. Is it fair to say that is you that don't know how to love? Especially somebody on the long term. Is that fair to say that you can love somebody on the long term?
I love my child's father, but I don't have to be with him forever.
No. One second. I ask you a very specific question, right? You are saying that you love in increments. I'm not judging you because I don't say that I like you. I'm like you sexually. I love you for 5 years without not wanting to do nothing with nobody. And then I love you, like I'm willing to die for you and all those things. But I'm going to get some Koji, right? It sounds like you, like what is there for you to get the attach of this person? Like you say you love the father of your kids, right? Is there anything you could do to keep you long term?
No.
And so what is that exactly? Is like what I will play this, right? Don't take it personally. I will play this real quick, okay? Please don't take it personally.
Belongs to the streets.
Okay, gotcha.
Like, is that the streets that are calling you? And you're like, oh, I need to go back to the streets. Like, what is the thing that you feel when you are like on a 4-term relationship? Everybody's okay. The man loves you. Like, what do you feel that makes you have to go just start all over again with, I don't know, Balone, another person? Like, what is that?
Or better question, what are you afraid of?
Okay. I feel like there's certain things that happen to me, like that I can love you, but if you betray me once and you betray me twice and you betray me 3 times, and we go through these things where like I have to continue to like recuperate and repatch my love for you, I don't want to do that. I would rather explore love by myself and be single. It's not like I'm jumping from relationship to relationship. It's just I need to not be loving someone who is toxic towards me, that I
have a
perceive
question.
toxic towards me.
I have a question. Would you consider yourself? Would you consider yourself?
One second, please. Somebody as a no, like I don't know what it is, but it looks like is it either like is it something kind of flailing. If you're hearing it, mute yourself and see if it's you or not. Go ahead, CEO.
Ariel, do you think you are a jaded person?
You know, I might be, because I am wearing jade crystals right now, so I might be
Right.
a little jaded.
Okay.
I
Let me.
But
Yeah, it's
that
you.
was
It's
why
you with
I
the
prefaced
clicking
what I
too.
was saying. That's why I prefaced what I was saying with my background and how statistically I am programmed not to be compatible for a nuclear marriage, because I did
Right.
not see that growing up.
All right. Let's say this comb is love in the full spectrum of love, right? On one end, we have the feelings and emotions. On the other end, we have the actions, right? So I think we make the mistake of cutting off one from the other, right? And that's why we are jaded from love. The problem we have as humans, we don't know how to exist in the full spectrum. You understand what I'm saying? Like, we got to exist in love, right? We can't say, I don't want to be loved like this no more. I prefer to be loved like this, because then it's not love. It's just that thing. You want to feel loved, or you want to be treated like you're loved. We have to exist in the full spectrum of love. And once you cut off one end from the other, it's not love. It's something else. It becomes just what you were saying. It becomes just other things.
You know, you made that's a good point. But I think what we're dealing with here is, and a lot of times, and it ain't just her. She just says something that's public, but I know there's a whole bunch of people that feels the same way in different degrees. We're dealing with fear. People are afraid to be vulnerable, because if I allow you in and I start feeling this way to you, they don't know what extremes they might go to, and they don't want to go so far that you hurt them or betray that vulnerability or that trust that they gave you. And now they, a lot of times, you know, some people go crazy, some people will be devastated. They will never love anyone else ever again. They won't give another person another chance to get that close to them ever again, because it's like a natural thing. You know, you don't want to feel that pain ever again. You know, and then sometimes, you know, I don't really know what it looks like, but it feels good. And he's making me, or she's making me, be so honest, open, and transparent and vulnerable with them. But this is scary, because guess what? You got to take risk. And you can't, when you taking risk, right? Now we only look at it as saying, man, I'm afraid to take risks, or I'm not about to go to that route. But you got to think about the risk of not taking risk. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, so you only get in one side of life, and you're not really living in that aspect. I think there's room for growth, Ariel, 100%. I don't know your background. I don't know what happened to you, but I think that's the reason why.
What's wrong with not wanting to be married? Like, what's wrong with not choosing that version of love?
Because I don't think that I think by nature, no one do not want, and it's not about marriage in general, but commitment. Someone showing you that they truly love you unconditionally, and that is your companion for the rest of your natural life. That it's not natural for someone to be alone. That is not natural. None of us are.
Excuse me, can I say something?
Go ahead, Leosha.
How you doing? I'm sorry to interrupt.
No,
So then it sounds like it's not a love problem. It's a what word did you just use?
What, fear? Companionship.
Mm-hmm. It's a problem of connecting and actually staying connected with that person. It's not a love thing. A person who loves someone, like Fetty says, they will show it. A person who really don't mess with you, they will show it. Right? So both of them are things that you have to work on. But like she said, she doesn't. Damn, why she leave?
I think something happened.
Yeah, no, it's because she has she probably left.
Oh, that was her. Okay.
Yeah, she'll come back.
So like she said, that listen, the world goes round. We all are not the same. She don't want to connect with somebody for a long time, and she's clear with that. And that's the love that she chooses to give and receive.
Do you believe? So you remember when we say that you can't sometimes trust what come out of women's mouth?
Yeah.
As soon as she connects with somebody and has emotions for somebody and has that strong affection, and they may possibly have interactions, possibly a baby might come, not come, she's gonna want to be married. They got another poll that says by the age 30 now, there's contradicting polls. There's women who don't care about marriage at 30. There's women who want to get married at 30. But at the end of it, every time I've tried, and brothers on this panel have tried before, to have so-called consensual, casual sex with women, and that soon as you connect with her and she gets emotions, hey, where are we going? What are we doing with this? Y'all, women don't never stick to the I don't want to get married.
And Ali is actually worse than that. Show that you are not interested in a relationship with a woman, and she will crave that shit from you immediately. If you are lovey-dovey, I want to relate. Like they're like, I don't know if I show a woman that she's dispensable. Show a woman that you want her, but not because you need her, but because you want her around. She will make sure that she get that committed for you, just to make sure that she got it. It's not even because she wanted, it's because it's a challenge. And I think what Rashawn said is right. A lot of times people don't know what love is at all. They will get into a situation left, like Ali said, and then in the middle want to go right, and then 1 year in they want to go up, and then they get up and they want to go down. Like, love for them is a roller coaster because they want to feel something. It's never about stability. It's never about like a very steady pace. It's about the feeling and the roller coaster of emotions. And I guarantee you, when I'm sorry, I think she left, but she will come back. I think this comes from, and I'll say this, is speculation. Don't take. If people add, other than Fetty, of course, if people add the person of their dreams in front of them, they will abandon all the rules to be with them. Like, especially a woman. When a woman says, I don't want to get married, let me put the prototype of the perfect prince that you always wanted with the mansion, and he looks like this, and da-da-da-da. This woman will change their mind immediately. And for her, I was going to ask, if she deems love as something materialistic, is she rich? Is she gifting men Timberland boots? And you see what I'm saying? Like, if you deem love as something that is materialistic, how much gifts are you willing to actually give to the person that you are with as a woman? And I don't think she said materialistic for us to give. I think she said materialistic, so I can get, because you know one thing that you're going to keep if somebody leaves you, that motherfucking bag that you have on your closet when he
And-
was very in love with you and all that.
And you know the thing, I think this is gonna be the first time I probably say this publicly.
Uh-oh.
I think that the problem is men want women to show love to them the way how men think, and women want men to show love to them the way how they think, when men or women are not the same. We love differently. Now, love is duty and you must show it, but it looks different. So there's certain things that we care about that women just genuinely don't care about. And there's some things that women care about, and fellas, you know, there's some things that aggravate you that your woman might say that you really don't really care about, but because you love them, you might get certain things done. Cool, right?
Can you add the last part?
Huh?
Men actually love women. Can you add that part?
No, 100%. Men do.
We actually love a woman.
No, 100%.
Every part about it, her ugly toe, her stretch marks, everything.
100.
We love all of that.
Insecurities. We, you know, the whole 9 yards. They focus on
mismatch.
That. Yeah, it doesn't matter, right? So now, but the love looks different, right? A man protects what he loves, right? He goes in to try to create a healthy environment for his woman to be able to live with, because he knows that while he's out there conquering, supposedly, if you're a man, conquering, doing whatever you need to do on your mission, you must have a mission in life. Your woman is teaching your children. So you need a safe space for her to be able to develop and be free in that aspect without worrying. Men don't like, sometimes women get mad at us. Why you don't tell me everything? Because I don't need you to worry. And then once I have you worrying, then now the home is all messed up. I don't need that. I don't want to come back to you. I want to come back to a peaceful home. I don't need you to be worrying. Let me handle that part, right? And like there's some things that goes on in the house with the children or certain things. Your woman don't tell you everything. If you think that she tells you everything, you're a fool, because she know that you've been out there conquering. You don't need to be dealing with the little stuff that she can handle. She can solve that issue. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, she's not trying to put the burdens on your mind. So there's certain things that, you know, men or women be wanting us to love them the same way how they homegirl loved them. No, it ain't gonna look that way. No, they don't. And women hear this all the time. You see these on Instagram and tweets. They quote unquote male friends that they go to get advice with. He don't allow you to vent too long. He want to get to solutions. All right, this happened. What's the solution? But when women, your girlfriends, it's a venting session for 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. You can repeat the same thing over and over again. And most of the time, you don't come up with no goddamn solutions in the end, really, in reality, besides leaving. You need to leave them, girl, whatever the case may be. But, you know, everything is different. It's not going to look the same.
But we living in 2025. If you give your woman a safe space today, she knows it's responsibility. She gonna go crazy. But if you give her chaos, she love it because she can do whatever she wants in chaos. So what you're speaking about is a divine, good woman, possibly a woman who was raised to be that way as well too. But today's women don't like security, man. They have to, if you give a woman something nice, something divine, something pure, something she can sustain, she don't want a responsibility. That's too much. She'd rather be able to pick a bad guy that's going to give her chaos. So when everything fails, she ain't got to have no responsibility. She ain't got no accountability. She can go, I told you man was no good. So when you do give her a good man, she has to be a good woman. But a lot of women don't want to be good today, my brother. But I do concede to you that a good woman will do all the things you say and will help you surpass even what you thought you could do. Because there are, you know what? Yesterday I was saying this, like my woman she dropped the little cabinet of where she put her shoes. And I said, I would never do this for no man at all. Like the all the difficulties that come with all the demands that women got, they mess up something. You always got to have a solution for it. Ain't no man about to do that for no man. And I say, y'all know we do this for y'all because y'all a woman. A woman can get you to do daggone about anything. Move mountains, build railroads. Sound like what women get men to do today, right? To make the world safer, to make the world move for them. Like we operate for women. So men are looking for love from women, but we don't typically. We see y'all want a donor or a sponsor, so we looking for y'all to love us, but it's difficult. But I do concede, my brother Ali. I love that name, brother. I don't know who gave you that name. God bless him. A good woman, man. God dang, boy, we could drink on that, boy. I don't know if there's anything better than a woman.
Rashawn made me think of a time when he said, we don't want to. No. Past that.
No, he made me funny like, do you remember the
time? When he said someone could be telling you the issue and you could come up with a solution. I had a woman tell me one time that my problem is that I always fix things. You feel me? Like I always found a solution to whatever problem she was having. And at the end of her conversation, she shared that sometimes I just want you to listen. And I said, yo, as a man, like we really don't want to hear that. If it's a problem, how we're wired, we want to get to the solution. You feel what I'm saying? But yeah, some women just want to vent, and sometimes we just really don't want to hear that shit.
100%, because the problem is, if you keep bringing up solutions like your nature is to do, that's going to make her feel more vulnerable. And you might not be, and be perfectly honest with you, bro, you might not be her person. See, that's another thing that in her mind, she probably would never marry you. Placement holders is a real thing. Like, now we definitely
broke up.
Women get the high, right? Women get the high because they not proposing, so they can be with you, knowing damn well they never going to marry you. They ain't worrying about getting on one knee to you, but you will never know she really will marry you until you propose to her. So they get the gaslight and say, oh no, he was the problem, but no damn well you're not the person. And same thing with men. Men, listen, every man dealt with a woman that they've been out with, only met for a short period of time. You went to the home, hey, I'll marry this one.
That's the truth, and vice versa.
This one right here, I would make. Now, you'd have been with this for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, 10 years.
Yep.
Never, you know what I mean? You only talk about marriage because she keep bringing it up, right? At the end of the day, like, but you met somebody couple months. You know what I mean? Hey, bro, I got it last night. Bro, let me tell you. And because you already know you can see yourself marrying her. It don't take men 2, 3, 4 years to know if they will marry a woman or not, which is the reason why, like, yes, it should be a time frame on that damn thing. All right.
But you got to slow down a little bit though, fam. Like, I don't think men are afraid of marriage. It's what comes with the marriage. I think men can meet women and go, whoo, I'll marry her right now. It's what they think can come from marrying the woman. I've been in different times. I agree with you 100%. A man know his wife instantly. Like, oh, that's my wife. But not in 2025. Like, men be scared. You know
guess what? Men be scared, but guess what? There's a woman he was willing to take risks for. The right one, he'd be like, hey, listen, I know I told y'all before I'd never get married with this one right here. I'll marry this one.
I'm not disagreeing. It has to be a certain way, but most times, man, today I think we got past that, fam.
Question to the ladies, and please be honest.
It's hard out here.
Please be honest about it. Question to the ladies. Let's go with Leoshan, then to the bottom row. Have you ever dated a man as a placeholder, meaning you knew that you were never going to marry him, you knew you're never going to go to this with him, but you dated him just because it was good for the
See, that's the mentality. Men don't
gaslight. Just was out there gaslighting them too.
What about you, Ariel? What about
Ali, watch yourself.
Every man that I have dealt with temporarily knew that we were dealing with each other temporarily.
And can I say this? The reason I just said yes is
Leosha, before you go and explain, let me get the Tina real quick to make sure that everybody.
Oh, Fatty, he about to ask y'all a question. He ain't just ask y'all that just for y'all to start talking.
Tina, go ahead. Tina, did you ever dated somebody knowing that he was just a placeholder? You were never going to go the decent with him?
No, I've always dated with marriage in mind. That's always been my goal. I always wanted to be married. Whatever. I always wanted to be. I feel like I was ready for marriage when I was 17. I was like ready.
You were raised Orthodox, right? You were raised Orthodox.
Wait.
Go ahead, Christian, and then Leosha and Atina and Reality can explain exactly what were you.
There was a point. You've been through how many relationships have you had? A lot.
I've had 8 relationships.
8 relationships. So that means
yeah.
Lord. You started off with intent. I'm not saying you started off with intentions that you wanted to be married, but how long into those relationships did you know that you really didn't want to be married? That I went, you know what? I'm not marrying him, and then you stayed in that relationship until it was over.
No, I think one time I felt that way, and I broke up with him because I was like, no, this is not going in a good direction.
That ain't the question, though.
That's not the question.
I thought Fatty was going to come.
Okay, so repeat your question. So as soon as I felt, so as soon as I felt that I did not want to continue the relationship, I said it.
That's not what I said. No, that's not what I'm saying.
So what was your question?
My question is, you've been in 8 relationships, right?
Mm-hmm.
In those relationships, there was a time that you knew that you wouldn't, not that you wanted to get out the relationship, that you said, you look and says, I would never marry him. When you, how long did it take for you to break up? When that realization of, I won't marry him, how long does it take for you to break up?
It was pretty immediate. I mean.
Okay. Well, you're the exceptions to the rule. There are always exceptions to the rule. But most women that I came across with, they normally admit, like, nah, I have dated men that I knew I would never marry, and they didn't immediately just get rid of them.
Were they receiving some sort of finances from them?
Sometimes there's finances. Sometimes
that's why women typically use men as placeholders, is because they're getting money.
But sometimes
or any type of benefit.
On their back out, or sometimes the sex might have been good. You know what I mean? At the end of the day, and that's her favorite. Or you know what? That's her favorite munch. And at the end of the day, she still don't get rid of him. But she knew she would never marry him. It's brilliant.
But my question is this, sisters: if I gave a woman money and resources and the best of myself, and I didn't require her to cook, but then I meet y'all and go, hey man, in order to get all that stuff, you got to cook for me. Who do I value more?
Say that again, Ali.
If I was with a woman that didn't have to cook for me, but I gave her the best of myself, I gave her resources, attention, everything she needed, but she didn't have to cook for me. But then I met y'all and I say, you know what, you got to cook for me in order to get those things. Who do I value more?
In that
situation, who?
You value the woman more.
The woman, who do I value? How about
the woman that you didn't require to cook? It's the same thing as women doing the same thing.
Hold on, I just need to answer. Leosha, who I valued more?
The woman.
Okay, so
wait, but why is that the case?
Hold on, tomfoolery. You can make your point in about 5 minutes. Okay, so if he got all those things from you, and you didn't even want marriage from him, and he got all that and he didn't have to marry you, why you expect a man to marry you?
Who was that question for?
Right. I'm like,
no,
who are you asking?
I think it's for
all 3 of y'all.
Nobody else.
No, y'all said y'all use men as fillers. If you use that guy as
no,
a filler,
no. We didn't say we used them as fillers. They were fillers. Okay, we didn't know they were going to be fillers. They were.
What? No.
If they were fillers, you use them for filler.
No. You said if you use them as a filler, they were a filler. You put them in the filler.
They were a filler.
So I'm asking y'all, if you use that guy as a filler and you didn't even value, see, we valued the woman if we making you cook and we didn't make her cook, but y'all are giving your best to somebody that y'all didn't even value. So if you gave that part of you to somebody you didn't value, why do you get this change of rules around? Just like sister said, why do I need to get married? She didn't have to get married to him. Why should someone come right back behind her and marry you?
They should. Next question.
But Ali, I agree with you with if it's that.
No, brother Ali, somebody got to answer that question. We ain't gonna move on that fast. Why should somebody marry you when you didn't make the last guy before you marry you, and you even gave him parts of you that you ain't even like them. Why should he marry you and you gave somebody you don't like those parts of you?
But Ali, I think it's
no, my bro. Don't know. Hey,
yeah, you know what? I'll let you rock out.
Because they did. We asked, they did, and that is what it is.
Right, but you didn't require marriage from him.
And that's okay.
We ain't talking about okay. Why should I come marry you if he got it without having
it?
Okay. And so Athena, she said I shouldn't. Athena, why should somebody marry you if you ain't make the last few guys marry you?
You shouldn't if you don't want
What do you mean make the last few guys marry? You can't make a guy marry you.
No, don't try to move. Don't move it. If he didn't,
I'm
have
not
to marry
moving
you,
a damn thing.
If he didn't have
I
to
can't
marry
force
you,
a guy to marry me.
If he didn't have to, what's up, family?
What's going on, brother?
If he didn't have to marry you, and he got all those things, why should we?
What do you mean? So you're saying it as if, well, okay, I understand Leosha said that, yeah, there were some guys who are fillers, but if you don't have guys who are fillers, right, and you're dating with the intention thinking, oh, I'm going to get married to this person, right? So what do you mean that you didn't require it of them? Women know that men are the ones who ask
let's take the words and everything
for marriage.
This is how men look at it.
So what am I supposed to do? Say, ask me to marry you, or
Ariel
gonna leave right now.
Athena, you gonna stop?
Eventually.
Ariel says she didn't need marriage. There's women who don't need marriage from a man, who don't need a baby from a man, who don't need all these things from a man. She gonna let him bust down or spend time with her. If that guy got away with doing all those things with you without having to marry you, why do you think that you should be able to turn right back around and expect marriage from a guy?
In those circumstances, no, I don't think men should.
Are most women like that though? I told you right now, the average woman getting married at 29. Now the women are looking for marriage at 30. It's going up. What was she doing before she got to that marriage to want to marry somebody? And why should that person marry?
No, I agree with you. They shouldn't.
You sure?
Yeah.
You gonna commit all the way to that?
Yeah. Because I think people who really want to get married, they get married younger.
So if they're not married, are they a problematic woman typically? At 30?
Yeah.
You gonna change your answer?
No, I think that because for the most part, yes, I will say yes. There might be some outliers. That's why I'm like, but
That's
for the
also,
most part, yeah. If they're not married.
You can jump in right after my brother. If a woman waited till 30 years old to do everything she wanted to do, then she meets this guy and she's requiring a marriage from him, but didn't require it from no one else, it's insanity. But go ahead, my brother Tom.
I was just gonna say, I mean, I think a lot of times people do learn what it is that they want in relationships later on. And so if a guy is in a relationship where he doesn't want the woman to cook, but he does provide a lot of resources, he may learn in that relationship that is something that he wants. And then in the next relationship, that is now something that he requires. And because the woman does that, that is something that now fits him. Lots of times, especially in cohabitation as well, we're not just loving each other, but we have to be able to get along. I need somebody that I can love and that can be a friend and a partner and like all of the above, because we have to be able to be around each other more than we're around anybody else ever. And so there's a billion other like roles that you have to fill outside of just being a loving partner or just being providing things, but you have to be somebody that like actually meshes well. There's people, we talked about this before, that like sometimes there might be a guy who travels a lot and he's out working all the time. For somebody who loves him, that just may not be good for them. That might not be a good match for them. And they may love him more than anything in the world. It's just not something that they're capable of dealing with. They're not able to deal with somebody who's gone half the year in traveling in the NBA or NFL or whatever like that. And that's just not, it just doesn't work because their schedules don't work together. And so there have to be other aspects of their life that actually like get along, and it may have absolutely nothing to do with your expectations of, or loving them.
So y'all missed my point, and my brother Alan, you can jump in. Majority of the men that do the most for women don't want to get married to. The majority of men who did do the least amount for women, that's who they want to get married to. So why should those brothers marry those women if they don't get married for them or valued from them when they value the men who do the least amount for them?
Yeah, I don't know where that comes from.
You don't know what comes from.
I don't know where that idea comes from that you think women don't want to marry the guys who
Hey
do the
Tom,
most
when a
work.
woman really
Where does
liked
that
you,
come from?
did you have to do anything for her when she liked you?
Yeah, of course.
No, you didn't. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And when
Okay,
if
yeah,
she,
just everything that I just said about the fact that you have to be able to get along and be friends and do all of these other things, that what you're saying just does not align with being adults and relationships. Like it just
so
just doesn't
there's
make
women,
sense.
there's women that you'll put that you'll have requirements for, like we just talk about, and there's women that men won't have no requirements for, and that's the same thing with women. There's a guy that doesn't have to do nothing for her, and she'll let him sleep with her. He ain't got to do nothing for her. Where there's men who got to put in work, got to put in time and energy. He may never even get to have sex with her. Ladies, am I true? Because Tom don't know what I'm talking about.
I
Leosha and
actually
Athena,
want
are there-
to interject.
Are there men?
No, I want to
Okay.
say I think you're right, because the women will marry these guys that they don't really like, but this is exactly why women are initiating 70% of the divorces,
Right.
because they don't actually like the guy. They married him so that they could get married, have kids, and then they're no longer interested in him. They wanted that thing, and then they turn around and leave. Because if they genuinely liked him, they would have stayed with him. It was just something to check off to do the next thing. But this is why they're leaving, is because they didn't actually even really like them. It was just the next step.
And then they're cheating with and having sex with the guy that they like. And when you're
Exactly.
when people are looking at when they're looking at married women, over 70% of women already have a plan B. And when women do cheat, they cheat with a married man typically. They don't cheat with unavailable men. Women love unavailable men. They don't like available men. Go ahead, my brother Alan, man. You see anything?
Been dating all wrong.
No, skip me for now. I'm still trying to get up to speed. I'm still trying to still trying to digest.
Yeah, correct me if I'm Leosha and Athena, correct me if I'm wrong. Are women's favorite men available? Hold on, Tom, I'm asking them, and you pick it right back behind them. Are women's favorite men available men or unavailable men?
I don't know.
I think the majority of women.
You sticking to the sisterhood. You sticking to the sisterhood. No, I didn't say all. I said most.
No,
I
I'm
said,
not.
so who are most women attracted? So who are most women
for myself? When you ask me a question, you want me to speak for all women. That'd be the thing. So when I say that? When I give you an answer, you then ask another question, because I never really answered the initial question.
So you wanted me to move on from you. I asked you. You wanted me to
move
on.
No. I wanted you to move on.
Come
from
back,
that.
answer it.
No,
so you didn't want to answer. So you didn't want to answer that question. You said you wanted me to move from. You just said, Leosha, you just said you wanted me to move on from that, which means you didn't want to answer that question.
That specific question.
That's what we were talking about. So how did I move? How did I skip you? You didn't want to answer the question. Thank you. Okay. Just say my bad, Ali.
Okay, hell no, fuck all that shit.
See? No accountability. That's why we in this. That's why we in where we at, man. There's no accountability. No accountability. That's okay. I thought you were my best friend. That's all right though. But
hell no, don't start that shit.
I'll ask Athena: are women's favorite men who are available, or the unavailable?
Okay, so I'm going to say that the majority of women don't want men who are available. They want the man who ignores them. And this is what I hear from guys, that they'll ignore a woman and then she becomes obsessed with him, right? I would say I am the outlier, but I can objectively see that that's a majority of what women are doing, if that makes sense.
Well, I think it is true that women, there's like a stereotype about the fact that women do like men who are in relationships, or women like men who are already taken. There's an idea of like a man who's in a relationship and keeps a relationship, that this is somebody that is attractive because they know, oh, he's actually like somebody, so he's treating somebody well enough to keep them. And so this is attractive to a woman. But to say that's women's favorite man, that's like very, very weird. Like that is one thing that's attractive. There's tons of things that are attractive to women. That is not the most important thing to women. That's not their favorite thing. That is just one thing that can be attractive to women, but it is not the most important thing. And I think that, again, like when we're talking about, would you have to give something to a woman if you actually love her? Yes. Like if I like generally, I like being in open relationships, but all of a sudden I'm with a woman who likes more traditional relationships. She wants monogamy. She wants just me and her to be together and nobody else. Yeah, I would likely have to change that in order to be with this woman. And if I don't want to do that, she likely won't want to be with me anymore. Even if we love each other, that is not something that works well. It doesn't mesh. And so sometimes, even if you love somebody, there are aspects of your life that just can't work out.
There's so much to unpack on that. And I'm just gonna
You are going to bow down?
no, I do want to say something earlier. You were talking about feelings and emotions and all of that. I did want to mention this. The time kind of passed, but I kind of want to revisit it. So there's two kinds of people. There are people who base their decisions on emotions and people who base their decisions based off of principles. I would say a majority of women base their decisions off of their emotions. And yes, there are some men who do that as well. But most women base their decisions on emotion versus men base it on principle. So I think it was whenever they were saying the difference between the types of love, how men and women love differently. I think it's that in modern society, women don't have principles. Yes, women a long time ago had emotions, but there was still a sense of duty that they had to being a spouse and contributing to society that we no longer have, that lack of accountability. So because women are still emotional, without that, they're basing everything on emotions. That's why they're making all of these bad decisions.
Well, earlier you were saying that, like, you know, back in the day, they were able to do something different where everything wasn't about love and it wasn't about happiness. Like they would just pair people together and they were able to, yes. And so, yeah, it is about, like, you're saying that, like, yes, relationships worked out a little bit better back then. True. Well, to an extent, but we prioritize things differently now. And the main thing that we're prioritizing is, like, the freedom that, like, a parent can't own their child and just marry them off to somebody else and as like a property or something like that. Like that is the thing that we're valuing above these things, to where now people are going to use emotions like love to decide who it is that they want to be with. And that is just like a priority that we're using today. That is an emotional thing that we're using today. But that doesn't, I think, devalue it anymore. Like I could say that, like, yeah, I think that I would be, I'm somebody who's very good at trying to make things work. That, like, if I love somebody, I want to make things work. There's other guys I know that, like, they've loved girls and they've had a job that was the priority to them. And even though they love this chick, they were fucking moving, like, across the world to another country and dropping that chick. And it was hard for them and it was heartbreaking and whatever, but their priority was their job and they were going to, like, make that work above anything. Whereas other people, like, I've definitely sacrificed jobs and I've sacrificed money a ton of times to make relationships work because that was the priority at the time. And so I think, like, it is about, like, how you're prioritizing things. But all of these things, I feel like a lot, just the conversation here keeps coming down to, like, very, like, small single things, like, this is the thing. And it's like, nothing is ever that simple.
Well, I think what you're referring to is Pavlov's pyramid, Pavlov's law, or whatever it is, like the hierarchy of needs. And so now we've gotten into this society of decadence, of richness, of wealth, where we're not struggling so much just to know where our next meal is. And I think that's why people are more focused on happiness rather than duty and responsibility like it used to be. And I would even argue that if you look at every society, that's when it begins to fall. Once you get to the point where you're so wealthy and you don't have that foundation of duty and you're more focused on happiness rather than what's right, I think that's when things start to degrade. And I think that's what we're seeing right now.
But what's right is based on the society, what is beneficial to the society. And I think over and over, you're right, a lot of societies have gotten to points where they value happiness above all. And over time, they start to decay. I think the thing that we have all been looking for is the type of society that can get to a point where we do value happiness above all so that people can be happy. We want people to have that ability. If we just keep saying, well, let's not even try to get to a place to where we can enjoy life, we can make it what we want it to be, we can make things as good as possible. That is like a very, utopian sort of idea, but that doesn't mean that we're trying to make this like communist, world where nobody ever works. No, we want to get as much happiness as possible. We want to move as close as possible to that. So we live in capitalism right now. Everybody still has to work. They still have to have a job. They have to be able to pay their bills. So you still got to do that. But there are other things that have come with this that have made our society better, to where we're more and more capable of having extended adolescence, to where because parents are doing better and better, they're able to take care of their kids longer. The kids are able to go to college and have more and more time at home before they have to have all of these responsibilities and give up their life and everything. Extended adolescence is something that is amazing, considering kids were working at like 12 years old only a couple hundred years ago. Like still in some countries, they're working at like 5 years old in sweatshops, right? So this is a really good thing that says our society is progressing. We're doing better and better. And if we're able to prioritize happiness sometimes and it doesn't decay society, we're doing better. That's a better outlook.
Oh, I gotta completely disagree with you on that. Maybe it's the Latin side, because we start working young and our parents put us to work. And I think it's important because it teaches discipline and duty. And I think that I do agree that happiness, it's kind of a balance. But if you want genuine happiness, it can't all be about happiness. You need discipline.
Sure, that's what I'm saying.
You need
that's why I'm saying we need a balance. That's why I'm saying capitalism has been beneficial, because we still have those priorities where you have to have a job, you have to pay your bills. It's not all about happiness, but we are getting closer to that with things like extended adolescence, with things
No,
like
I think that's
more internet
horrible.
time,
I think
leisure time.
that's literally why people idle hands are the work of the devil. And I know you're not religious, but I think because people have so much time on their hands, they're so focused on happiness that they're lost. They don't know what to do because they don't have that discipline and that sense of duty, because they were kids for way too long.
Sure,
People used to be.
But we are saying the same thing. Just to be clear, we are saying the same thing. We are talking about a balance. I am saying that, like,
Yes.
we want to have as much happiness as possible, but we still need, yes, we need to have respect. We need to have duty. We need to have morals. And that's why I started off by saying that the thing is that we want to have as much happiness without having a decaying society. And that I think that is what we're looking for, is that balance to get as much as possible.
Yeah, but I would say that with the extended adolescence, we can see that it is not benefiting society. And I would even say back in, I believe it was the 50s, when you graduated high school, you could already have a trade under your belt. You could do those trades in high school. And I think I'm very against the public education system, but I understand it's not going to disappear. I think if we bring back trades into high school so adults can start at 18 and actually have families, have a career earlier so that they can get married, have kids younger. I think part of the reason why we know the more sexual partners a person has, the more likely they will struggle with pair bonding or staying faithful long term. So these people aren't getting married until their 30s. How many sexual partners have they had? They essentially, I've said this before, but they build a Frankenstein person from all the different relationships. They pick and choose little pieces here and there that they like from each person and make someone up that doesn't exist. I think people need to get married young, have their babies, stay together, be disciplined, work young. I think that has proven to work. That was, I would say the 50s was probably some of the best years that the U.S. has seen.
I'm sorry,
when
but
it
you're
comes to the family
spending
structure,
like hours every week with me on fucking panels, just sitting around talking shit for hours at a time. Like, we both have a lot of leisure time. Okay, we both have a lot of time to just bullshit around and just throw it out the window for whatever the fuck. And this is like, yeah, this is good. This is beneficial, and these are things that are also healthy for humans. Like the back in the day when people did have to start working at very young ages, they died way earlier. The fact that like people had a lot more stresses and they had way less time to actually do things that they like, they died way earlier. These are people who were not happy, who did not live good lives. And for mental health, for humans, it is part of our psychology. It's part of our biology that we do need to have some leisure time so that we are psychologically healthy as well. And it is those balances that we need. While again, I think that it's good for people to learn basic work ethics and shit like that at an early age. That doesn't mean that I want my I'm not going to move my family to China so that my baby girl is working in a fucking sweatshop at 5 years old. I'm not doing that.
But it's the medical advances that made people's lives longer, because you can look, as soon as they came out with certain medical advances, the life expectancy increased substantially. So it's not because people are working less. I'd actually say we work more now than what we used to, especially you go back 100 years ago. I think people work more now than than even some people who were the poorest of the poor in kingdoms. I mean, we work literally 5 days a week, 40 hours a week, and then you have so much more on top of that that's expected of us. Like, you got to do your tax. They don't even teach that shit in school, how to do your taxes. I don't agree with you there. Sorry. The life expectancy changes you can see are from the medical advances. I learned that's
Part of the medical advances is that we know that leisure time and like psychological benefits are helpful to living longer. This is part of the medical
one of the biggest ones. One of the biggest ones was antibiotics. I can't remember the exact one because I learned this in my biochemistry class. So no, I don't agree with you. I learned about this particular subject. We know that it is because of medical advances that people's lives.
Just the medical advances. I'm saying I'm agreeing with you. This is part of the medical advances. We have learned psychological benefits is like, things like being happy, having leisure time, making sure that you're actually doing things that you enjoy, that these are part of the medical advances. This is part of the research. This is part
maybe a little bit, but we're talking about the majority.
No, not maybe a little bit. Like human rights laws and like humane
I'm about to look it up right now.
Workers' rights, like things with how many hours people have to work, and like making sure that
look
they
up Japan.
time for things
Japan
over 40 hours because
no, but how is she not right?
Look up Japan. Hold on, Ali. Look up Japan, because what he's saying is right. Getting leisure and being happy, that's a medical diagnostics, right? How many times did you go to the doctor and they said all you need is a little bit of rest and some more water, right? But if you're going to research Japan, it's okay to take a nap at the job because they think since you need a nap, you're working hard. You understand what I'm saying?
Okay, so if you look at antibiotics specifically, added more than 20 years of to the average lifespan. It used to be 47 and it jumped up to 80 years. Again, I said I learned this in my biochemistry class. That was the number one reason for increasing life expectancy. Yes, the other things, it does help. Absolutely. I'm not saying that it doesn't.
Okay, I didn't say it was the number one cause. I just said this is part of the medical advances, is that yes, like leisure time, having healthy work environments, having healthy mind frame, your psychology, all of these things are part of medical advances that do make people live longer.
Leisure time now.
That can't be part of medical advancement. But not only that, though, it's like.
Am I reading that right?
Isn't part of
that's a gifted 50.
Leisure, medical advancement has nothing to do with having leisure time. Those two
psychology.
That's still not a medical advancement. Tom Fuller, are you gonna
psychology is not. Hold on, wait. Just say these words. Psychology is not medical advance, or it's not medical.
Tell me how
psychology is not medical.
No. Tell me how psychology can play a part in medical advancement. How does that have to do with psychology, though? She's saying the antibiotics, the vaccines, all these things are sustaining people's life longer. Versus what you're saying is psychology may have part to do with creating those medical advances, but it's the medical advances.
Yes. So one of the things that we know about psychology is that people having less stress is one of the biggest factors to having them live longer. That there are certain types of chemicals that our brain produces when we have a lot of stress that does take away time from our life, that it takes away like a health from us, that like having a healthy mind is one of the biggest factors to living longer and having a healthy body. So that this is obviously psychology is like very clear on this with studies that we've been able to do over scientific advancements, like being able to have this scientific process to incorporate studies. So yes, these are These are all
Yes, but it's saying we're more stressed than ever too, aren't we today? Given
Mhm.
technology, given social media, given the phone, given the demand in work, like people can't just live off of one job anymore. People are working numerous jobs. Somebody's people have to work multiple jobs to sustain a living. Like we're like the most heavy we've been as well too. People are obese, so we have a lot of stress and health issues that are occurring to us because of the demand of life that we have outside of just the relationship you have with another person or your family. The demand outside of your house is much greater than the demand that's inside of your house.
Kind of. We were comparing to like 200 years ago, and where we're talking about like longer ago. Yes, there were lots of people who did have to work longer. And when we talk about on average, one of the problems is that there are more people working within each household. That kind of changes that average, because back in the day, lots of people weren't working, and so they were able to stay at home, and they had a job at home of like home, taking care of the home. And so there are like different differences to that. But yes, within our lifetime, yes, stress levels are starting to go up, especially for teenagers and people with social media, because they're starting to worry and get a lot of stress over whether or not somebody liked their picture online or something like that. There are a lot of those things that come with this as well, that people like you and I didn't have to deal with when we were younger. Yeah.
The demands
And
and
people are
expectations have to
addicted
be-
to. Yeah, they're addicted to social media and to entertainment in general. So I would say currently with those addictions, having more leisure time is not healthy, because if we had more leisure time and we were going out on hikes, going swimming, building a chicken coop so we can have a hobby farm or something like that, then yeah, absolutely, leisure time is great. But people are filling their time with meaningless things that are not benefiting their lives.
I'm sorry, I should have clarified when I said having better psychology with leisure time. I should have clarified that I didn't mean like tying your nipples to ropes and hanging from the ceiling with that for the weekend. Like I should have meant like, yes, actually doing healthy things that are actually healthy for your mind and less stressful. I should have clarified
Rest.
that is what I was talking about with that. Yes.
But
That's
aren't we
crazy.
struggling? Isn't the biggest part what we factor in is that people are struggling with families and relationships. That factors in the biggest amount of stress that people have. They don't have no foundation. They don't have no family. They don't have nothing to live for. And that's why a lot of teenagers are struggling, because they're not motivated. They don't have no purpose.
No discipline.
Again, there's a mixture of these things. So again, like it's some good things that are beneficial is extended adolescence, and there's some good things about the people who are in the upper echelons. There's lots of these people who really don't have to work for their entire lives. They don't ever have to gain a skill. They don't ever have to do much, and they have tons of money coming from their parents, grandparents, whatever, who were top 1%ers that are able to just keep passing this money down, right? Like obviously there is a full spectrum there. My point is just that, yes, there is a full spectrum when it comes to responsibility versus happiness as well. And that these things have to have a healthy mixture of both. And so if you want to be in a relationship, you do need to do things that makes the other person happy just as much as even if a king had a woman married off to him, right? He could just beat the fucking shit out of her and rape her every single night if he wants to, right? Who's going to do anything about it? But he's not going to have a fruitful relationship with that person that's actually going to be meaningful to him. It's not going to be a good bond between the two of them unless he actually tries to make her happy and makes it to where she is happy in the relationship and she's trying to make it where he's happy in the relationship. This is something that is beneficial for both of them.
But that's why it's not your job to make someone happy. And if we're gonna have a relationship based on happiness, it's impossible to make women happy. Weren't
you saying earlier love is responsibility?
No,
Didn't you
a
say
responsibility to sustain their peace? That's what I said. They should be at peace when they meet you.
That's what I'm talking about.
No, it's not. So making someone happy, tomfoolery, is different than adding to someone's happiness or their peace. You can't. No, if someone doesn't have peace within themselves or happiness within themselves, there's nothing you can do to make those people happy. If they don't already have it with themselves. If you meet someone that's already in misery and miserable, and their expectation for you is to make them happy, it's going to be very difficult to make them happy. And I think what we're conflating happiness, or instead of looking for peace, we're looking at happiness. Like peace should bring you happiness. So if you meet someone that's at peace and you're just adding to their happiness because they have peace, then that's a different thing. But to make someone happy is different than the fact that you're adding to their happiness or their peace. Would you disagree or agree?
That was the biggest word salad I've ever heard. You're saying that the goal is to add to their happiness by adding to their peace, but I'm wrong by saying you want to make them happy, but
You can't make no, that's not word salad. So we're saying two different things. You said you cannot make someone happy. You can't make nobody happy. They have to be happy. If you try to make them happy, no. You said no, because I'm working it down since it was word salad.
You're not.
You said that you have to make this person happy. I said you're supposed to add to the person's happiness. They need to be at peace already and have happiness. That's not word salad. I explained it. You've been explaining, and if I use that against you, I said you've been word salad in the whole panel. Tomfoolery. Why would you even say that? You have moments like this too, tomfoolery. Like when you talk,
I explained why you didn't engage with what I said.
Let me finish. No, you said
I will
did
let you
word
finish
salad.
not engaging. Go ahead.
You did word salad. I engaged it with exactly what you said. You said
What was the
someone makes you
reason
happy.
for the word salad? What is the reason I gave for why it was a word salad? Because you haven't even
You said it to be condescending. That's why you said it. I don't have to give
No, I
context to
literally
why you just
said
no. There was
if
no
you-
reason. So let me. I'm still finishing.
I did
right?
give a reason.
You've been talking and giving extended answers this whole time. I saw it as valuable. I went, oh man, I like his answer. Same thing anybody else answered. If you chose to talk 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, other people were talking. Why did you take it upon your time when you said you should make someone happy? And I said, no, you shouldn't make them happy. That when I gave context and added to it, that you said I'm doing a word salad. Isn't that bad? Bad faith argument? Isn't that disingenuous?
No. So as I said earlier,
explain
if
how I
you
did a word
say-
salad. No,
if-
explain how
okay,
I did a
so
word salad.
That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm
Okay.
doing. So as
Okay.
I said earlier, when I say the goal is to make them happy, and you're saying no, it's not to
Stop
make
right
them
there.
happy. You want
No,
to
stop
give
right
them
there. So
peace.
stop right there. Stop right there. Can you make someone happy?
Yes.
Then why aren't people staying together?
People are staying together.
Women are literally
There are
leaving.
people who are staying together. I
I'ma
know
say
my
why-
parents are
let me-
still
let me
together.
add
They've been
to it,
together
'cause
for
this
60
is
years.
going to look bad upon your argument. Women say they're looking for self-love and happiness. Men don't say that. So men do have happiness within themselves and they have peace within themselves. So if they have happiness already, how come they don't have happiness? If a man comes into their life, why are women still say they're looking for self-love and happiness? Why they don't have happiness when men come into their life? If you say that someone can make someone happy.
I think that men are also looking for happiness with
I
that
didn't ask
person,
you.
that the
I didn't
woman
ask
is
you about
also
men.
trying
I
to
didn't-
make them happy.
We're speaking specifically now about women. Women said they're looking for self-love and happiness. You said you can make someone happy. So if a man gets with a woman, why does she not then be happy?
She does again, there are tons of women who are happy with their husbands. I don't know what you're
No,
talking about.
we're seeing now most women are leaving their relationships, and they're saying it's because of lack of commitment is the first one. And there's irreconcilable differences is another one, right? They're not saying they're happy. They rather be by themselves. They rather do it by themselves. They rather be single. That's the lady alone says she don't want to be married. So if they're so happy, why when a man gets with them, they're not happy? If you can make someone happy, especially with
I
women,
just
if you
gave
get
a
with a
reason for
woman.
lack of commitment.
No, okay, so that's your answer. But you said you can make someone happy.
Well, I think that men do struggle with this, and I think that this is when I was talking about earlier is the fact that I do think that women have trouble accepting that men love in different ways, and that women want to be loved in the way that they love the man, but the man has to adjust to the way that she wants to love. But the women are very good at adjusting to the way that men love and kind of accepting that. And so I do think that lots of times they feel as though they're not getting commitment and they're not getting attention when the way that the man is expressing his love might just be different than the way that she expresses it.
So correct me if I'm wrong to make sure that's not a word salad. If you give a woman exactly everything she wants, is she typically happy or does it make her miserable today?
I don't know.
Then why
I don't
you
know
giving
any woman
then you're
who's
giving word
broken up
salad?
with
So
a
why are
guy.
you speaking? Since you want to do this, since you don't
Oh
know,
my goodness.
that means you're
Can I
doing
answer the
word
question
salad.
before you?
Well, you say you don't know.
it
You say you
doesn't.
don't know.
Yeah, can I answer the question before you start going off? I didn't. I don't think you know what a word salad is. But I'm
you did this.
going
We
to
were
finish
good.
my
We were fine.
answer. I
No,
did
you said
not.
you
I
didn't
did not.
know.
I was in the middle of it. I know. I was in the middle of
Did
giving
you say
an
you
answer
didn't know?
that. Yes, I said I don't know.
So how can you give me an answer if you don't know?
I don't know because I don't know a single woman who says she got everything that she wants in a relationship and left them anyways. I don't know a single woman who has ever said, I got everything I wanted and I left that relationship.
It happens all the time. One
Did
second,
you just make up a make-believe scenario?
One second, Tom. It happens all the time when women say, I had the perfect husband, but that's literally what they mean. It wasn't lacking in anything, but I wasn't feeling something about him. Like women say this all the time.
So there was, so they didn't get everything that they wanted. Thank you.
No.
They
still
keep
think-
changing what it is that they wanted.
One second, friends. When a person says my husband was perfect, means it was giving me everything I wanted, but was feeling some type of way. It's not about
No,
the
it means that
person.
there's
It's
nothing
not
wrong
about
with
the person
him.
not doing their job. It's about you perceiving what the person is doing as something that is not enough, and you can pinpoint exactly what it is.
It means that they are it means that there's not a problem with him. It means that there's a problem with what it is that they want and that this person isn't giving them. That is the
So
difference.
you
It
can't
means
make
he's
someone
fine,
happy that's
he's
not
great.
happy. You changing your answer. Then he can't make her happy. So tomfoolery. You're talking to both of us on here, right? Now
No.
you change your answer. You're saying you
I
can't
didn't
make the
say
person
anything about
happy
that.
because what's wrong with them? Hey, CEO, you're listening to the conversation, right? Has he changed his answer now? Now he said you can't make this person happy because what's wrong with them?
I didn't
Correct or
say that.
incorrect?
He said you can make someone happy, and then he just said you can't make someone happy.
Yeah,
Where
did you
I'm
hear wrong?
confused.
Say this.
Athena, did you
I
hear
didn't
wrong?
say that. That I didn't
Hey,
even
go-
say
give
the word
context,
happiness.
Theo. Go ahead. No. Fatty just asked you why you can't make that person happy. You said it's because something's wrong with them. That person can do. Fatty asked you why that person, you're doing all these things for those person. You said, hey, well, typically in a situation like that, something's wrong with that individual. That's what you just said.
So he said, if X, Y, and Z, he started with a presupposition. I corrected the presupposition. I did not answer his question. I said, you're asking the question off of a presupposition that I disagree with. I'm correcting the presupposition that she is saying. He is fine. He's good. He's a great guy. He's just not giving me what it is that I need. That is her still missing.
Okay, let me ask you this.
in the
Let me ask you
relationship.
this. Let me get a little personal with you. You've been in relationships before, right, tomfoolery?
Mm-hmm.
You seem like a genuine guy. You seem like somebody who would do what a woman would ask, right? How many of your relationships have failed?
All of them, obviously.
Were you happy? Were you a happy person?
Sometimes.
Did the relationship fail because you couldn't make the person happy?
Yes.
Checkmate, man. That's the time. Why do this? You
Hold on.
couldn't make.
Wait, when you
could
say
make them
because,
happy.
well, when you say that couldn't make them happy, are you saying
all of
this
your
wasn't-
relationships,
It
all
was
of your
literally
Tom,
impossible.
Tom, you know what? You know
is
why
that
this
what you're
is-
asking?
You know why this?
Oh, wait. Can you answer that
I'm
question?
telling you.
Answer the question. No.
I'm answering
You
it.
haven't
I'm about
answered the
to answer
question.
it.
Are
I'm
you
about to
saying
answer
it's
it.
literally impossible for me to
I
make the
didn't say
person
that.
happy, or are you saying
I gave you a
Okay.
compliment. I gave you a compliment first. I said you seem like a reasonable guy. You seem like someone that
Sure.
would support a woman and do the things that she asks, and I think you would add to a woman's happiness. You said all your relationships failed because you couldn't make them happy. You were happy. They weren't happy, and when they met you, they try to use you to make them happy. But since they weren't happy, you couldn't make them happy, and those relationships failed. You can't make someone happy.
So, okay. So what I would ask again, are you saying it was impossible for me to make them happy? Or are you saying that I just wasn't doing the things that would have made them happy?
So I haven't used the word impossible, and I gave you a compliment. I said, I bet you did everything they asked. So if you're having a good,
Okay, no, I did not do
let
everything
me finish.
that they asked.
So
did not.
so what did they ask for that you didn't do?
So lots of times, like, it's definitely attention, like more attention, or sometimes it was that like they wanted me to go and do other things that I was not willing to do. Sometimes
What?
it was
No,
that,
I'm asking you, what would you not do that they asked you to do? Can you be specific, brother? Don't just say you didn't do it. What would-
I guess some of it's personal, but I guess one of it was
You ain't gotta go
the
if it's-
one girl. Well, no, one girl wanted me to quit a job
Mm-hmm.
that I was fully invested in, that I wanted like a long-term career in. She wanted me to quit that because there was a much faster route with another company, and I didn't want to do it. And then years later, I finally did it. But for her, it was showing that there was a lack of like go-getter mentality, and that just wasn't really me. I wanted something that was like long-term. And
So you say you didn't do it, but then you
sustainable.
say you did. So did you not do it, or you did? You said you did it. You eventually did it.
I did it. I did it. As I said, I did it, but it was like years later to where to her that like it was too little, too late.
Okay,
That was one
so-
thing. One
so,
thing.
So in something that had to do with her, we can get to that one. What happened to do with her? Giving her meeting her emotions, giving her attention, giving her resources. What has a woman asked you for that you haven't done?
Well, that I said earlier. What I mean, you say
And without quitting the job, you're saying quitting the job. I'm saying your
But
relationship.
yeah, I said earlier. One of the things
Okay.
is that like I'm not
So
great
did
at
you
like
give her
giving women
attention?
attention in the way that
Did you
they-
give her
I
attention?
not really. Like I really value my own personal time and like being alone. And there are a lot of times where yes, I just did not want that that interaction at times that she
So you
did,
would've-
and over time it made her feel like we were growing apart.
So you were the problem in your relationship. That's what you're saying?
I am one. Yeah, of course.
So
As
you were
I
the
said, if I'm not
can you-
making her
can you-
happy, I am
can
the
you
problem.
speak about
yes.
the relationships that you weren't the problem in?
All of the ones where I broke up with her.
Right. So did you do what those
Yeah.
people asked?
To an extent, yeah, sure.
Yeah. And you couldn't make them happy.
Sure.
So why are you
Well,
arguing
again,
about your-
in
so
those,
why-
it wasn't
so why
about
we-
me
so
making
why
them
is it a
happy.
work?
It was
So
about
when I
them
when I
not
said
making me happy.
so when I said you can't make them happy, why did you go on public right here and say that I did a word salad when you're admitting that you couldn't make them happy?
Well, because as I said earlier, if you're asking about like whether or not it's possible, yes, it was possible for me to do these.
I didn't
things
ask. No,
and
I'm not
make
saying
these
possible.
people
I didn't
happy.
say that.
I
didn't-
understand. That's why
That's
I'm
not-
answering your question, though.
All right,
I'm
Tom,
saying
you
that
repackaging what
earlier.
I'm asking you.
I'm answering the question is that earlier I was saying that if you're asking about whether or not it's possible for me to make them happy, the question,
No one
the
said
answer
that.
is yes. It is
That's not what I-
possible for me to
that's
make
not-
them
no, that
happy.
wasn't-
But when you
you're-
say
you have to
you
act
couldn't make
tomfoolery.
them happy,
You
well,
realize
no,
you're
I'm
doing a
saying
red
yes, I
herring. You're doing
could.
a red herring, and you know
No,
you
you're
debate.
playing
You're debating.
semantics, and I'm
No, I
trying
didn't
to
play. I
clarify,
never said
and you
nothing
won't
about
allow me
impossible.
to because you want to
When did I
play
speak?
semantics.
I never
You
said
want
nothing
to
about.
stay in the semantics instead of having clarity.
And
You
you-
want to make sure there is no clarity here.
Hey, you know what, tomfoolery? I'm not going to over pursue, but everything that you're saying I'm doing, you're actually doing. All I did was cornering it with your words. You said you can make somebody happy, and you literally couldn't make the woman you were with happy, whether you did what they wanted to do or didn't do what they wanted to do. All your relationships failed. And I went as far to say, everybody, I believe that you probably did what the women asked, but you can't make a lot of these women happy when you do what they asked for. And you admit it too to everybody else. All your relationships failed. The ones that you did want to be with because you couldn't make them happy, not because you were a bad
I
guy.
straight up said that I did not make them happy.
I said the
did
ones
not
that
do
I
the
said
things
the
that they
ones where
wanted
you
me to
did.
do.
I said the ones where you did. You said there were
that
ones
I
that you
broke up
did.
with them.
Yes, you broke up
Yes,
with them.
I
You
said
did what
I
they
broke
wanted.
up with them. Yes,
Right, because you couldn't make them happy.
I broke up with them because I couldn't make them happy.
You broke up with
because
them
they
'cause-
couldn't make me happy.
or vice versa. Did you? No. Were they appreciative when you did what they asked?
Yeah, of course.
So why'd you break up with them?
Well, because I didn't want to be with them because they weren't making me happy. So if they still wanted to be with me, I'm making them happy. If I don't want to be with them, they're not making me happy. I'm not getting what I want from them. So I'm
You're still
breaking up
making my
with them.
point. So you were making them happy and they weren't making you happy. Excuse me. If you were making them happy, they would have made you happy. They didn't make you happy because they weren't happy. If she was really happy,
Okay.
she would make you happy. I mean, anybody on the panel, if someone's making you happy, typically, won't you reciprocate and make them happy as well too? If
Well,
they're
didn't
happy.
you just
If they're
say that
happy
people
person-
can't make each other happy?
Jesus.
I don't believe people can make each other happy.
You can make each other happy. When did that come from?
I heard
Tom
Ali
Foolery
say
said
that
that.
you can't make someone happy.
You said that, Ali?
Yeah, I said you can't make them happy. Tom Foolery said you can make them happy.
Damn, Ali.
But he's still fighting on how he couldn't make
I
somebody
can
happy.
defend you on
Or
that,
they
Ali.
couldn't make him happy. But it's funny how he went from not making someone happy to now they couldn't make him happy. Why did they make you happy?
Again, as I said earlier, the people who if they broke up with me, it means I did want to be with them, and I was still trying to do things correctly, and I just was failing at it. That is a thing that happens: is you can want to do things and fail at it. You're saying, well, no, if you didn't do it, you didn't want to do it. I just totally reject that philosophy.
Who said everybody's watching? Tom,
You
what are you
just
talking
said
about? No, I did
You
not.
just said.
Yo, this crazy, Tom. What you doing? Tom, you smart. You better than this. Tom, I didn't say none of these words you saying. Those are word salads because you're saying stuff that I didn't say.
I don't think you know what word salad means. Word salad means you're just
Nah, I
like,
don't know. Nah,
using
hey,
words in a
hey,
way
hey.
that doesn't make sense.
Hey,
That's what you did.
Atina, who is right and who is wrong? You're siding with who?
Oh shit! I don't think people can make.
You can be cursing like that.
Don't do word salad.
Oh,
don't do a word
my
salad.
bad.
Who do you think is
My
correct?
bad.
Who do you think-
So,
who you think
I
is
don't
correct? And
think-
real quick. Don't think too deep. No. Athena, don't do the same thing Tom Foolery just did. Who do you
Oh,
think
he's controlling your answer, Athena. Don't listen to you.
without being biased? Who do you think is
Fatty.
correct? correct without being biased? Just quick answer.
I was going to give a quick answer. I was going to say, I don't think that people can make each other happy.
No.
I think you can.
No, who's correct? Me or Tom?
Ali, you keep me letting
Eeny, meeny, miny, moe. Catch a tiger by its tail.
Come on,
Ali
dog.
Benjamin, Theo, you see Ali Benjamin, the
the very best one, and you are not it. Oh, well.
Okay, with that, Bill cut Ali. No, I didn't answer this question. Who is right and who is wrong?
Oh God. I think that if Ali was saying that people can't make each other happy, then that would be correct. Yes, because I did hear tomfoolery say that someone can make you happy. I don't believe that people make you happy. I think, like Ali said, they add to your peace.
CEO, who you think was correct or incorrect, my brother?
I didn't hear that last part of your question.
Who do you think was correct or incorrect about the assessments that were made just now with the word salads that the word salad means?
I don't. I believe
tomfoolery believes you can make someone happy. I said you
no.
Can't make
I don't believe you can make someone happy. Happiness
who do
is
you
something.
think was, so who do you think was correct? Me or Tom?
Well. Anybody who says you can't make someone happy was correct. I don't believe you can make someone happy. Happiness is a choice, right? So make it if we can make someone happy, we'll do it, right? It'll be done because as a human, you want to believe that people want to be happy, right? I don't believe you can make someone happy, bro, at all. Happiness is a choice, is an individual choice.
And Fatty,
have any of you guys ever been locked up before?
Hold on, Fatty got to answer.
Have you guys ever been
locked up? They don't.
Hold on. Wait. Let me
never.
Let me out.
Tom, what was your question? I didn't hear you, Tom.
I asked if you guys have ever been locked up before.
No.
Yeah, I've been locked up.
I made sure I wasn't.
Okay, so like I've been to prison before,
Tom.
and
No, I didn't.
and there's new rules and laws around the idea of the whole, right? Being in solitary confinement. They have a ton of new laws around this because it's considered inhumane. The reason it's considered inhumane is because you're not able to have interactions with other people, and that when you don't have interactions with other people, you are not capable of having a good psychology, and that over time it starts to have like a very detrimental effect to you. That like other people necessarily do make us happy. That like it is part of a healthy psyche, and that it is something that we have to do both. You have to work on your own happiness, and other people can also work to make you happy. But if you're in a prison where everybody's trying to fucking kill you the whole time, those people are not doing anything to make you fucking happy, and all you're doing is just like making everything worse. Or if you're just locked up by yourself the whole time, you cannot just decide to be happy, because we are social animals. We need those interactions to be happy. Others are kind of essential to our own happiness. We can't just make that decision.
I think people can definitely make you happy. I don't think that's something that they can do it long term. So it's something that they're going to do it here and there, but at some point it has to actually be like so let me do this, right? A lot of times we say happiness is internal. I believe there's a gigantic component of external stimuli that make you happy. If you are successful, if your videos are getting views, if you're getting money, if people are giving you attention, if people are saying you're looking good, you lost weight, like all these things from outside can make you and contribute for your overall happiness. I think at the end of the day, you have to have a good receptor on your brain that actually can get them and channel them and put them on the right places, because you can be Robin Williams and getting all of these stimuli from outside, and as soon as they get inside of your brain, you are punching them out because you're depressed or you are on your feelings or something is not acting right. So I think he's like the nurture or nature conversation. Is both. I would say it would be 80% external and then 20% internal, or how you actually channel that shit and you can not fulfill, but how can you then water it down in your own motherfucking mind and making sure that you're actually getting the stimuli that you need. What did I got wrong, Mr. Ali? And then we go to the super chats real quick, okay? And by the way, friends, sorry, I apologize. I'm not present. I'm just tired, okay? Sorry,
Yeah,
Ali.
we see you working. We see you working back
Ali,
there.
Yeah, the background looks fucking dope.
Oh,
over
and
there.
by the
Yeah.
way, Angry Man is on the chat, Ali. Hey, Angry Man, I'm coming for you, Angry Man. I told you, I'm coming for you. You better watch it. I'm trying to figure it out. So shout out to the Angry Man in the chat, and shout out to my brother Ali once again. He reached 5,000 subscribers. He's carrying the Untouchables heavy on the last 2 months. So please go ahead. We try to get him $300 today, $5 at a time. The cash app in the bottom. Make sure we support the brother Ali. He's doing the Lord's work while Fatty is just looking around and doing some stupid shit. Okay. So Ali, what did I got wrong? And then we go to super chats.
I think most of the peace and happiness for men is a choice that they pick will make them happy, whereas it's a condition for women. There's a quote I'm gonna make up. I'm gonna put on a shirt where I say that most men can find happiness and find peace with a woman's hell, but most women cannot find peace in heaven. Peace and happiness with a man's heaven that he gives her. So a man can do everything in his world to give a woman heaven, and she can't find peace with it. It still makes her miserable. And a man can deal with a woman's entirety of her hell and destruction, everything she gives him, and he can still find peace and happiness with having her as long as she's not dealing with somebody else. And you see it over and over again. So for men, it's a choice. For women, it's a condition that you never can meet. It's nearly impossible to make most women happy, because you can't make women happy and you can't make most people happy. But happiness is essentially a choice and what you dedicate your life to and what you say makes you happy. But for most part, men can be happy and find peace that they make choice to, where women is a perpetual condition that you can never meet.
Well, I'll meet you halfway. I want to say I agree with most everything that you're saying. I think that you're taking it to extremes, whereas I'm like a bit closer to the middle. But I will say that I think men are much more easily pleased. I think that men are like very simple creatures, that like we are much more easily pleased within a relationship. Women do have higher standards. They expect a lot more, and that there is a lot more that you need to do in order to meet that bar than it is for men. I think men have a much lower bar. Women have a much higher bar. Whether or not that's a problem with men, I don't know just yet, but maybe they need to raise their bar a little bit.
Let me just say this, Ali. So this is actually where I think there's the disconnect between both of y'all. A woman can definitely make a man happy. I don't think a man can make a woman happy. Like I said, like I think a woman being grateful, making the man feel valued, making the man feeling like all the men on the panel felt this way. There was a point of time where your life was shit, but just because that woman was happy, you were happy too. Every man felt that, like it's a state of mind where you might be tired, you might be working too much, you might be all these days, but as soon as you get home and that woman is smiling and he's thankful and he's looking at you like you're the last potato in the planet, that makes you happy. That's actually what makes a lot of men go in relationships. On the opposite side, I don't think a man can make a woman happy, because she has to decide if she's going to be happy with what you give her or not. And this is my opinion. We're going to do the segue after the super chat with J-Lo. J-Lo probably got everything and anything. She probably got very much love. She got touch. She got sex. From the other guy, she got money. From the other guy, she got clout. From the other guy, she got affection. And it never was enough because of who she is. It's about something internal in her. So I would say that the conversation is different between man and woman, just for the fact that I don't think women and men on this situation are actually equal. They definitely are not. Okay.
I give you one example that I see happen with couples, or you see people do. When you ask men about their success, she was my backbone. She's my everything. I couldn't do it without her. When you turn back around and ask the women, oh, we grew apart. He wasn't ambitious enough. You know, it's like the man was a problematic to her. Versus when you're praising the man, he gives the credit to the woman. When you give the praise to the woman, she takes all the credit. She won't say nothing about the man that did it for her. So and y'all see it. I'm sure you see it. You may not see it. Some of you say it's the word salad. You know, tomfoolery. I'm gonna give you a hard time a little bit for those, but tomfoolery. I really value you, man. I think you dope when you come to the show. Things like that, man. That really gets under my skin when people say stuff like that, especially when you can share your ideas and process them it seems condescending when you say something like that. And I usually would try to tear somebody's head off, but I'm gonna catch myself because I actually like you and value you. But I see it as disrespectful, man, when people say stuff like that. If you disagree with it, it's one thing. If you don't agree with it, that's fine. But when it seems condescending, you go.
Just to be clear, a word salad is just like like things that in a sentence that doesn't make sense. All I was saying is that there's semantics there to where I'm trying to get clarity on what those mean, and currently they just don't make any sense to me. And so that's why I kept trying to go back to like the statement, like you can't make them happy. Like you're saying it's impossible because I don't agree with this. And so yeah,
but you flip. You'll say someone can make someone happy, and then you'll turn right back around and say they can't make them happy. So
but you said that you weren't saying it was impossible. So you also think they can make them happy.
No, that's the argument you sticking on. That's why I'm saying you're doing that. I made my statement. If you hear me and you choose to make something else out of it, that's your choice. You're seeing a word salad.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm confused again. I thought I asked you, are you saying that they cannot, that it is impossible to make them
I didn't
happy?
say any of that.
I am not saying it. Exactly.
If I said,
well, just let me ask this again because we're getting confused.
No.
If
you're
not saying,
you're moving
I'm not.
too fast.
I'm not. I promise. This is the part that I'm confused on. I'm just trying to tell you. This is the part that I am confused on.
No, it's almost like you're trying to prove a next time. Tom, you can't ask me if I said something I didn't say. You can't say that.
I know. That's why I'm trying to ask you the question, so you'll let me tell you what I'm confused on, so you can clarify it. I'm saying, I thought that you said that men cannot make women happy. And I said, are you saying it's impossible? And you said, no, I'm not saying it's impossible. But then when I asked you later, like you're saying, I think it was Athena said, you're saying that they cannot make them happy, that like it's impossible. I don't think someone can make another person happy. You said, yes, I agree with that. So now I'm not.
I didn't. I said you can't. No, I never. No, I didn't agree. I said you can't make someone happy. Hey, Tom, how can you make a woman happy? Can you tell me so we can all?
Well, can you just tell me what you mean by that statement?
No, I don't have to take because I said you can't. I said you can't make a person or a woman happy. I said you can't make her happy. So I'm asking you.
So it sounds like you're saying it's impossible.
You can say it's impossible if you want me to say it's impossible, but you're saying what I didn't say. I didn't say it was impossible.
No, I'm asking you what you mean.
No, I'm asking you though. No, I already answered the question. That's the 5th time I answered it. How do you, since we we don't know, because you say we think it's impossible. Can you tell us on the panel?
I'm not saying you think that.
Buckle up, everyone. It's time for some super chats.
You on mute,
Fatty. You're muted.
I'll give you right back to y'all, friends. It's actually very interesting that you guys are going on. Angry Man and John, thank you very much. I never saw John before. Jan, but I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Let me just read these super chats real quick and then we go from there, okay? Thank you very much, Carl Anderson. Carl Anderson for the $25 plus $25, the $50 ball. Thank you very much, Carl, for supporting Ilkan Ali on these 5K, the 5K. So I appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much for showing.
I need 800 and to get the
yes, 800 to get to the goal. Thank you very much, friend. I appreciate you. Salute to you. Salute to you. Let me get
F your big screen, nigga.
Them. I have 3 of them. Shout out to Zyrex. She's in the building. Oh, damn. I'm covering this shit. That's crazy. Go ahead. Zyrex, thank you very much, Zyrex, for the membership. I appreciate you, Zyrex.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
We're going to Nino Nation next, okay? So stay put. Doris, I appreciate you for the $5. Congratulations on the $4. Man, me and Ali, we keep talking on the back. It's Kobe and Shaq. Ali is going to be on places that you are going to be very proud of him. I appreciate my brother for carrying the Untouchable Empire. Shout out to my boy Jeffrey in the building. Salute to you, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you very much for the $5. All I appreciate you. Red Lipstick, she became a member of the
Untouchable Empire, baby.
Appreciate you, Red. We're going to start to pull up Mr. DJ Fly High with $5 Australian. He says, love nowadays is all about monetary transactions. And to quote Whitney Houston, what have you done for me lately?
Is that Whitney Houston or Janet Jackson?
Hey,
Angry Man, that's Janet Jackson, right?
That's Janet.
Damn, homie.
That's how
That's
you make that up.
crazy. You don't know better.
The untouchable empire, baby.
Shout out to my boy Raven Knight, the Admiral, with the touchable
The
membership.
untouchable empire,
Thank
baby.
you. Thank you very much. Oh my God, we have my boy Lou, the legend, with 50 untouchable membership.
Brother.
The legend is going to be streaming very
That's fire.
soon. So let's celebrate Lou the legend. One of the untouchable founding fathers. I appreciate you, Lou. Thank you very
You're the
much
legend.
for the $50 ball. And finally, Mr. Dark Lake Revive with a $5. Thank you very much. I want to show appreciation to Mr. Patrick. He gifted $5 via Cash App. So friends, we need to get a Cash App going. I need $300 on Ilkan Ali Cash App right now. So please support the show. Make sure you support the show. We are going to go corporate. Let me actually give my flowers once again to the people on the panel. Shout out to my brother Ilkan Ali. I truly believe Ilkan Ali is going to be up there. So I appreciate him, all the love and all the shenanigans that he has to actually deal with me. So I appreciate you. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I think me and Tom are going to get a lot of money once I doing politics start on Monday. So I appreciate you, Tom, the lovely Tina. Of course, we're going to get a husband. Okay, shout out to my boy CEO in the building, always showing love. Shout out to Angry Man. Everything you see aesthetically pleasing on my shit, I stole it. I was watching Angry Man 2 years ago, 3 a.m. in the morning, looking at his equipment, trying to steal every motherfucking thing. So shout out to Angry Man if this shit looks good. A lot of it is shout out to Angry Man. And my boy Fantastic joined the panel. We are the worst generation. We have to make it, and I think Mr. Fantastic is going to come with us too. So I appreciate y'all. Let's go back to the show tomorrow. I'm going to do a little monetization / studio introduction and all that shit. I still don't know how this show is going to float, but I'm going to work on it, okay? So once again, thank you very much, Untouchables. I appreciate y'all. Let's go back to the show.
Psych! Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who's calling that shit? Who? Yeah. OVO Sound 2025.
Let's get Ilkan Ali and Tom to finish their back and forth, and then I want Angry Man and Fantastic to join in on the conversation because love is not as easy as it looks like. So let's see what they have right now, and then we go from there. Go ahead, Mr. Ilkan Ali and Tom.
It's time. I'm going to have trouble. I'm going to have trouble moving forward in the conversation until I have an answer on like just what it is that you mean when you say they can't make them happy.
I'm gonna give you. It's impossible to make somebody happy.
Okay,
It's
so you are
impossible.
saying that. Okay.
Okay, now what? Now what? Can you make someone happy?
Damn, he said now what?
Yes, I think that you can.
Nigga.
So tell me how you make an unhappy woman happy, so we can all know. So we can all do it.
So I think that one of the biggest things is whether or not you know what it is that you're looking for. So like lots of times I was in relationships where I thought I knew what it was that I liked. I thought I knew what it was that I was looking for, but I didn't. I was wrong. And when people would do those things, it either wouldn't make me happy or I hadn't met somebody who did other things that is what I was looking for and did make me happy. And that those are and even people may just have like wrong concepts of love. They may have grown up in families where they saw very toxic examples of love or relationships. And so, yes, they need to learn these things over time so that they know what it is that makes them happy. And then they communicate that with their partner so that their partner can try to fulfill those roles.
So that was a filibuster. I know you said word salad. That's a filibuster. I didn't ask you that. I asked you to help us. And how do we make a woman happy?
If she knows what it is that makes her happy, you ask her and you try to fulfill those rules.
No, you said try.
Damn.
Why'd you
Yes.
say try? Why didn't you tell me? So let me ask you this. If you do all those things that she asked, is it 100% guaranteed you'll make her happy?
No, because it's not 100% that she knows what it is that she's looking for.
Did you just checkmate yourself?
No, it's exactly what I just said.
How? If you did,
I just
100%
said
of
that
the
if
test, if
they
you
know
did
what it is that they're
100%,
looking for.
yes, that means you said if you try and if you do it, she should be happy, right?
Well, if you actually do it, yes,
She
but
should be
that
happy.
trying and doing it are two different things, and her knowing what it is that makes
No,
her
no,
happy
no.
is a different
I
thing.
asked you
But
if you did
let's say, well, yeah, let me. If she
Yes.
does know what it is she's looking for, and you do those things, yes, it
Yes.
should.
So then why have 100% of your relationships failed if you did what the women that you
I
asked
did
for
not
did for
do
you?
them, as I said earlier. I
No,
did
you
not
told
do
me
them.
there were a few women that you did. So all the women you didn't do what they asked.
No, the ones that broke up with me,
yes,
I was not doing it. Yes, in all of those.
No. So you never did exactly what a woman asked for you in a relationship to make her happy.
No.
Oh, so you're the problem then? Then they can't be the
I
problem.
don't think anybody can.
Whoa. What do you mean by he's the problem, Ilkan Ali?
He just said
Yes, I was
when
the
you're in a
problem. If
relationship,
they broke up with me, yes, I was the problem.
you
Obviously,
said the
That is
person's
generally how that works,
responsibilities.
yeah.
Is it? Hold on. Is it a person's responsibility to make someone happy if you're in a relationship with them? Are you supposed to try to make them happy?
If you want that relationship to work, yes.
So why didn't you try to make none of them happy?
I tried. I didn't.
No,
do
you
it.
said you
Those
didn't
are
do what
different things.
that you didn't do it. Trying is it. Hey,
Yes, I didn't do it.
everybody knows. Almost doesn't count.
Jamie singing.
Correct. Yes.
Woo-wee!
When you try, I say no. I tried. You say, do you do it? Yeah.
didn't-
No,
no,
I
you
did
didn't
not
try.
do it. Did you
You
try?
didn't do
Yes,
it.
I tried. Did you
My
do it?
back
No, I
mommy
didn't do it.
singing.
No, Tom, you didn't do it, and you couldn't make him happy, Tom.
Damn, that's
and
crazy.
you could say you could
That's
walk
what
it
I'm
back,
saying.
repackage it, word filibuster, word salad it, Tom. You can't make him happy, Tom. But it's okay. If she
But,
wanted you
yeah,
to
we
make her
weren't a good
happy,
match.
if she wanted you to make her happy, she would have been happy. But you couldn't make
And
her
he has a
happy.
glass on his end, Tom. That's crazy, Tom. You're not going to
just
let
doesn't
him.
make sense.
And he's
And there's
drinking
actually-
juice.
No,
And
no,
he's
actually,
drinking.
no, this
again,
no, this is
I would
alcohol.
say-
He's
I
drinking
would say that,
orange
like
juice,
this.
Tom.
So
Orange juice.
if a woman is saying like, hey, I want somebody who's rich and who's like making like a minimum like a couple $100,000 a year and blah blah blah, and I'm like, man, that's not really like my dream. That's not my motivation, but like I'll try to do that for you. Like if that's what you want, like I'm willing to give it a shot, but I don't ever get to that point within like a couple of years. And then she's like, yeah, he just doesn't have like the drive or motivation that I'm looking at. And then she moves on. Yes, that is me trying to do it, but not fulfilling it. And she's not happy. So she moves on and finds somewhere else. Like that is an example. It's a fucking shallow example, but that is just an example of somebody trying and failing at it.
Dang, Tom. You know what, Tom? I know why you couldn't make him happy. You know why? Because you never seen it before. That's why.
Well, I don't know why you don't like engage with the examples that I get. Like
I did,
if
Tom.
I'm
'cause
saying, yes,
Tom,
I try.
Tom, you're double talking, and then you're giving reasons to why you're saying you made someone happy, or excuse me, you didn't make them happy. You tried to make them happy, but you couldn't make them happy. It means you attempted to do what they asked, but you couldn't make them happy. So you tried to make them happy. You couldn't make them happy. You attempted.
There were people that I made happy.
No, you said you didn't make them happy.
No, I said the ones that broke up with me, I didn't make happy. The ones that I broke up with, I was making them
So
happy.
so all your relationships, one person was making the person happy, and the other person wasn't making them happy. That's what you're telling me.
That's
in all your
generally
relationships.
why people break up. Yes.
Damn, Tom.
It's a
That
matter
is
of
what
This is
breaking up
crazy.
generally means.
So
yeah.
you got with women that didn't want to see you happy.
They tried. They just failed.
You told them what you needed to be happy.
I saw yes.
So if they tried, did they do what you asked for?
No.
Then they didn't try.
No, they tried.
No. Hey, fatty. If
The
you
main
asked me
thing,
to shoot,
listen.
no,
Listen, the main thing is that let
if
me
you didn't
just
do
let me
it,
just
no,
I
Tom,
promise
no,
it'll be
no,
quick.
Tom, that don't make sense, Tom. If I didn't do the
keep
very,
fucking. Did I lag out?
if I did,
Yeah, I lagged
if-
out.
did I lag out or he lagged out? Did I do
It's the
something?
question, Ali. It's the question.
Yeah,
No,
I think we all lagged out. I was
If
just
you
gonna say,
didn't do-
listen,
if you didn't do-
I told her that I wanted her to deep throat, and she couldn't do it. It was too big. She tried. I promise. She tried a bunch of times.
That's what
but
that's what she
couldn't
said.
do
It was too big.
She couldn't take the
TMI.
whole
That's a
thing,
good way to
and
try to get out of
eventually
it,
we had
Tom.
to break up,
TMI.
bro. We had to break up. It wasn't possible. She tried though. I promise you. She did.
TMI.
She did her
Tom,
best.
you did exactly what they did. You found a reason to get out the relationship just like you did. You never truly committed to none of them women, just like they truly never committed to you. That was the problem. So what you gonna do is manipulate and make up reason why the relationship failed. And you say you tried, either you did it or you didn't. Either you did it,
Yeah, I'm not
like a
gonna
man
commit
would
to
say,
somebody that doesn't
son,
make
either
me
you
happy."
did it or you didn't do it. If you tried, you didn't do it.
This is not that complicated.
Come on,
not how
man.
anything works.
This is not that complicated.
And by the way,
CEO. And by the way, I made 5K subscribers, y'all. So I'd appreciate a fantastic donation or angry donation. or a foolish donation too. Nah, I'm joking.
Damn, that's crazy.
I'm messing with y'all.
Let me just say something real quick, right? CEO, is John the woman that was here? Was that your friend or this?
Yeah, that was my homie.
Okay, send her a message again, cause she left. I don't know what happened there. Oh, her phone died.
Yeah,
Okay, I got you.
her phone died. Yeah.
Yeah, I appreciate you, bro. Thank you very much, Mr.
No
Fantastic and Anchorman. And then CEO, if he actually has something to say. Do you guys have anything to say about anything that you heard here? Because we've been talking for a while. Like anything at all? Anything?
Y'all hear any tomfoolery?
It's not that complicated.
Uh-oh.
In fact, Fatty already gave you the answer. Women can make men happy. Men can't make women happy. And the reason why is because of the way men and women view the world. It's the way their perspective is, right? So when it comes to men, it's easier for us to be happy because we expect the world to be bullshit, right? We expect the world to be horrible. We expect the world not to be the way we want it because we're problem solvers. The world has to be problematic in order for us to solve problems. So for a man, happiness might be he got up that morning to go to work and there was no traffic. He's happy about that. That's all it took for him to be happy. Whereas with women, the way they view the world is not supposed to be problematic. The world is supposed to be laid out for them the way they want it. So if a woman gets up in the morning and that day there's no traffic, she's not happy about that. She's just going to look at it like, well, shit, why can't it be like this all the time? This is the way it's supposed to be. That's the mentality. So because women view things that way, when you do things as a man to make them happy, it's not like it's a grand thing because in their mind, you're supposed to do that shit. You feel me? It's kind of like the thing with Mother's Day and Father's Day. The reason why mama gets so many gifts and everybody gives her so much love is because everybody thinks mama does what she does for the children out of love. The reason why nobody gives a shit about dad on Father's Day and gives him tools and shit, responsible shit, is because we're not going to reward you for doing the shit you're supposed to do. It's a difference of mentality, right? So when a guy is in a relationship with a woman, anything that she does that's an act of kindness, anything she does for him is going to make him happy because he doesn't expect it. But when you're a man trying to make a woman happy, nothing that you do is going to make her happy if she's not already happy, because everything you do, you're supposed to do anyway.
Hey, Angerman, you used the word that I was missing. Expecting is the expectations. Expectations of men are so low that if we get anything, we're like, oh shit. But woman expectations are so high that you give her the heart and she says, I was thinking about Mars, but thank you, nigga. Appreciate it. But it's actually, that's the way, expectations. Like, and we talk about these on the back and all that shit. When we get the expectations for us are so low when we come to woman that the only thing we are asking is, please don't fuck up the shit that I have already going on. I don't even need you to add nothing. Just get out of the way. And that's the most depressing shit that you can. Like, you're not even asking her to add something. You're not asking her to make your life a little bit easier. You're just asking her, please don't take my shit. Please don't make my life harder than already is. And that says, in my opinion, a lot. But let me get Mr. Fantastic over here. And then we get CEO when we go to the main event. J-Lo, what does love feel like? Go ahead, Mr. Fantastic, if you have to add anything. And thank you very much, sir, for being here. I appreciate you.
Yeah. I need you to do me a favor first. I need you to say some shit in Portuguese real quick.
Olá, eu sou o Cláudio e neste momento são 3:30 da manhã. Estou a gravar para o YouTube, portanto, obrigado, senhor fantástico. Roubei a caneca do Angry Man. Esta caneca também foi roubada do Angry Man. Tem uma palhinha e eu posso beber. Thank you very much, Angry Man. I stole that from you too. I brought him from Timo, $7. Mr. Fantastic, was that enough? Did I prove that I talk Portuguese or not?
Hold on. Hello, I'm Claudio. It's 3:30 in the morning right now. I'm recording on YouTube, so thank you, Miss Fantastic. I stole
Hey, he
Angry
about
Man.
to.
Damn you, FBI!
You better watch out, Fatty. You better
Hey,
watch out.
make sure this shit work, bro. This shit work.
That's crazy,
I got the real time.
What you got?
Nigga.
You got him on TikTok?
Amazon.
This man go.
You better watch what you say.
Amazon, nigga. Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna be
I
listening.
see the commercials for those on TikTok every day, dude.
Hey, well, the shit's work, nigga. The ones on you.
This
on
man
Amazon,
going to
nigga.
Colombia
I don't know
tomorrow.
how to-
Shout out.
Hey, no, brother. I'm being Brazil. I'm being Brazil in 2 weeks.
That's
I was thinking about taking a trip to Australia soon, so I might need some of those.
So hey, so them hoes that be trying to set me up. Like, no, hey. No, man. Hey, shout out to everybody. But yeah, man, I gotta try and get somebody what fucking Angry Man left. He pretty much covered it all. I'll say this, right? And we'll just look at it. Even from the dynamic of sex. We had this conversation several times. What's your gift gonna be for any occasion? That pussy, right? A woman actually thinks she, you know what I mean? Sex is a reward. Sex is everything. You know what I'm saying? Every time there's something for you to get, you can spend $10,000, bro. And what's she gonna give you? Ooh, I bought this lingerie.
Lingerie.
It's pussy inside of it. Aren't you happy? But again, what do? We don't Uncle Phil ass up out of the room. What do? We accept the pussy, like you said, because as a man, you're not expecting much. And hey, I like her, I care about her. I'm just gonna take it, right? It's only but again, man, that and women's emotional style as to where I would say this. You guys remember the I think it was a Geico commercial with the pig, where it's wee, the pig is, a woman expects we all the time. A woman expects a never-ending fucking roller coaster of like the G's, not just the, she don't want the click. She don't want the up. She want the fast going motherfucking perpetual fun roller coaster at all times. Women aren't built for monotony. They aren't built for monotony. They aren't built for the lows that we are. Routine, same old, stress, all these different things. A woman really does feel like you guys said, that the expectation is I'm supposed to have fun. You know what I'm saying? Make me feel good, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Even without the, on some Halle Berry shit, right? And then, hey, entertain me. If figure out what's wrong with me. That's another thing I told you, especially in the black community, bro. I mean, you gotta be a semi-therapist to make these relationships work, bro. You gotta figure out what's wrong with her and not just figure it out, but then find a way to fix it, right? And then you gotta fix it in the way she wants you to fix it, not how it needs to be fixed, but how she wants you to do it
without judgment.
Without judgment, right? So this a lot of these things that y'all have on the super panels and the conversations are like the body count shit. It's like, okay, well, I don't know if you guys remember old girl that's on Hemp shit, right? She going viral right now, the child support lady, right? Dez. Dez came on Hemp shit and admitted that she married and fucking had babies with ain't shit nigga by her account. Not once, but twice. Now Dez say after the fact that I done picked the wrong nigga, had kids with him, multiple kids. The second kid after I knew he was an ain't shit nigga, according to her, this is her word now. Now the price of the pussy done went up. Now she's saying every nigga after she picking the ain't shit nigga that she married to and paying child support to now, the new nigga got to come in and be everything that the first nigga wasn't on some more shit. So that's what women expect, bro. Women are really moving out here like my vagina, accrues value the more it's used, which I don't know what the hell does that in life, bro. That's all I got.
Charizard's card.
What do you say? I was gonna say also, Fantastic. A lot of people don't realize, and women don't realize this. It is absolutely exhausting for a man in a relationship or a marriage when Valentine's Day comes or Mother's Day come and you're like, okay, last year I did XYZ. And the year before that I did XYZ. It's like every year is some sort of you gotta top what you did the last year. You know what I'm saying? Luckily for me, my wife is in a place where whatever I do, she appreciates it. But you know, I could go to the same restaurant or do the same thing. But most guys, you got to do something different. It's like you're a performing monkey or some shit. It's goofy as hell.
AM, that too, and I will I'll land after this. AM, that's what we say when we talk about the whole dating aspect of it. You know, once you marry, hey, you know, it's a process, but nowhere near. These women want motherfucking Cirque du Soleil and motherfucking Chef Ramsay on day one. Top that by 5 days, and no sex for those first 5 days. On top of making the 10th wonder of the world. Man, get the fuck out of my face, bro. Don't play with me.
What you think about that tomfoolery?
I mean, most of the stuff that I heard, like it was a lot of just like ways of trying to make the woman happy, of like, yes, buying things, being her therapist, like all these things. I agree. These are all things that you have to do in a relationship. These are all things that like you have to kind of go a little bit above and beyond. Men and women have different expectations of one another. They have different cares. They have different brains. They have, you know, different things that they expect from one another. And the fact that you're trying to be her therapist is that you're trying to make her happy somehow, but she's got to do different things to make you happy. We have different expectations. Women really like gifts, and it means a lot to her. Guys, they tell their families pretty clearly, yeah, for Father's Day, I just don't want a lot. I would like something that gives me utility, like tools, like socks, like a sweater. Like they're pretty clear about the things that they want, and those are the things that they get because that's they want different things.
Dudes never ask for that stuff. We never ask for tools. We never ask, because here with us, when we need tools, we'll go buy our own damn tools.
Exactly, because they don't know what the fuck to get. The woman don't know what to get, and the kids don't know what to get.
Angry man, if you didn't get nothing for Christmas or your birthday, would you leave your relationship?
Probably. But I'm a petty ass nigga. Like I'm the guy. Look, here's the thing with me.
Hold on,
the guy. Early on, I raised so much hell. Like, bro, in every relationship I've been in, I talk so much shit about how dudes get treated on Father's Day and birthdays that any woman I've ever been with, they know I better get this dude something nice because he gonna be out, because I talk so much shit about it.
But do you think most men would leave their relationship if they didn't get nothing for Christmas or
No.
their birthday or Valentine's? They're not leaving. They're not even thinking about it. They just like,
No.
oh, I got some, I got some socks. Oh man, thank you so much for these socks. Like they don't expect it at all. It wouldn't change anything.
But see,
But
that
if you
goes
forget
back.
Valentine's, if you forget
but see
Christmas, if you forget their birthday, oh man.
Yeah, but see, Ali, that goes back to what I said. The average man has an Al Bundy mentality. He doesn't expect much, and he never gets disappointed. That's the average mentality of most dudes, especially married guys that's been married for a while. They don't expect shit, bro.
That would demonstrate true happiness and peace, though, right? You content. You don't need something else to make you happy or make you at peace. Where women constantly need that weed at fantastic. They constantly resources. They constantly attention. They constantly need not just your attention, everybody else's attention. Like they constantly need
more than that, though. More than that, it's loyalty and dedication. So a man, even when he's not happy, is like, hey, this is, you know, and another big thing. You guys might have mentioned it. I wasn't here, but listen, men understand for the most part, don't nothing last forever, good or bad, right? So that's why what AM said, appreciating the good moments, appreciating that shit. Motherfuckers will take, a lot of dudes are in I'll say a 60-40, you know, unhappy or what's the name relationship, and they, because of duty, because of love, they're willing to put up with, like you said, even being unhappy the majority of the time for the most part. Eventually, a nigga hits like, nah, I'm out. But like you said, and I think one of the things that we're doing with these conversations is teaching men a better way of, and look, bro, the whole approach of what how we identify masculinity is fucked up, dog. And we're coming into the real time understanding of that, to where first and foremost, before you're a man or woman, you're human, right? And there are a lot of things that human beings have to experience to enjoy life. This motherfucker ain't that long, bro. It don't last forever. Ain't no motherfucking nigga landers out here. Ain't no immortals. One of these days you're gonna leave this motherfucker. You feel me? So I think we're having these conversations. Men are starting to demand more of humanity.
Yeah,
it's just simple. Men are just starting to demand more of humanity. Like, look, I ain't gotta be, happy all the time, or even most of the time. But damn, shot, at least half the time, 50%. That's that. What's more than that? What's you know what I'm saying? And I think, like you said, a return on the investment of simply being, hey, you ain't got to spend a whole lot of money on me, but don't make my life difficult. Don't make me fucking miserable, and don't have me looking stupid, right?
But see, that's
a man's very, very low. Requirements extremely low. Go ahead.
But see, that's like a conversation I had with my wife when we was just dating early on, right? We got into this conversation about men and women and the differences between us. And I said, like, I went on a rant. I was like, yo, y'all women, you get to grow up and try to live your childhood fantasies. You get to grow up, and when you were a kid, you dreamed about getting married, you dreamed about having babies of your own. That's why you got the little toy doll babies and all of the things that you wanted when you were a child. You get to live out those fantasies and those dreams to a certain degree. I said, what about us? I wanted to be Batman. I never get to be Batman. I never get to be Superman. I never get to be any of the things that I may have fantasized about as a child. And then as soon as freaking some company comes out with a car that looks like the Batmobile, and I can actually afford to buy it because I done worked my whole life, and I go buy it, the chick's gonna say, oh, that's a midlife crisis. Ain't this a bitch? You done got to live out your fantasies, and I can't even get one modicum of a fantasy. You feel me? So you're 100% right. Men nowadays are demanding to be humanized instead of being treated like utilities that can just be used and then tossed away when we're no longer necessary. You feel me? So I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. Fantastic.
I just like all studies and data that I read, like all data and studies that I read, like I just completely disagree with all of this. Like the majority of households and women in households do by far the majority of work, and on average they work about the same amount as their husbands and make about the same amount as their husbands, yet they do the majority of the laundry, the majority of the dishes, the majority of the child rearing, the majority of making sure that they remember people's birthdays, or that they're writing thank you cards, that they're remembering to take a fucking a pie to the neighbors when they move in or when they have a baby. Like, they're doing all of the other work, and men get more leisure time on average to play video games, to hang out with their friends, to go to the bar, to go to play pool, things like this. It says that women are doing the same amount of work, making about the same amount of money, and then doing almost all of the fucking housework as well. And the idea is that we have very low expectations of them, and they have very high expectations of us. That the reality is the exact opposite.
That is not reality. That is some propaganda bullshit.
Studies are propaganda bullshit. Science is propaganda bullshit.
No. That is some leftist propaganda.
Well, show me the right-wing studies that say the opposite. Show me the right-wing studies that say the opposite.
I don't have to show you a study.
Nah, you don't.
Do you know why? Do you know why I don't have to show you a study?
Because you know I'm right.
No, I don't have to show you a study because I have common sense and logic. Number one, you're talking about
source.
Tom,
I made it up.
Tom, do you mind letting me say?
Yeah, let him. Tom, you're rebutting him. Tom, remember you rebuttaling him. Just let him land. You're
rebuttaling. Let me say what I gotta say. Then you can say what you need to say afterwards. So number one, I don't have to pull a study to extrapolate from my experience and the experience of the countless men who watch my show and chime in on the topics that I'm talking about. When you're talking about women work just as much as men, that is so intellectually dishonest. And I'm gonna tell you why. Most women have jobs as professional chair sitters. They go to an office, they sit at a desk in an air-conditioned building, And most of the time they're on TikTok on their phone playing around. Most of a lot of the jobs they do are paper pushing jobs. Meanwhile, the husband that she's in a relationship with is actually doing work where he's outside, where he's actually sweating, where he's actually doing manual labor. And then in addition to that, you have women trying to make this narrative that, oh, I went to work all day and then I came home and I had to do the laundry and I had to cook and I had to do this. Really? You're not doing laundry the way my grandmother did laundry. You're not washing clothes on a scrub board. You're throwing them in a machine that's washing them for you. Then you're throwing them in a dryer that's drying them for you. A freaking set that costs $6,000 that your hardworking husband that does construction actually paid for. Meanwhile, you're not making food from scratch. Most of the stuff we have is in cans. Most of the stuff is already prepared. You just got to put it in the oven or whatever. Men have went out of their way. This is how much men love women. Men have went out of their way to invent things that make it so much easier for women to do housework. Women are doing the housework that women are doing is nowhere near what they had to do back in the day. So this idea that they get up in the morning and they go to an office where they don't even break a sweat while they're working. They may get some stress mentally because they don't want to deal with people, but they go to this office, they don't break a sweat, they come home, and most of the housework they're doing is not even strenuous labor. Meanwhile, you want to ignore the fact that the guy goes to work in a job that he can probably get maimed or lose his life. You feel me? Then he comes home, and when he's at home, it's like he's not doing nothing. And most guys aren't somewhere shooting pool. He still has a house he has to maintain. He still has yard he has to cut. He still has to do a ton of other things as a man. But you know what he doesn't do? He doesn't say to his wife, you know what? It's really messed up that I got to go to work all week. And on Saturday, I got to cut the grass in the hot sun. We don't do that. But here we got to listen to women talk about how, oh, I went to work and then I had to come home and do the housework. Well, guess what? You fought to go to work. You fought to go to work. You wanted to work. Most of us were content with you being homemakers, but no, you wanted to go to work.
So can I add one more thing too? Because since Tom wanted data, and I'll do it for you, that even AM won't do it to you because he don't even want to take time to do it to you because he know it what you're saying ain't true as well too. The Bureau of Labor Statistics, 74 million men have full-time jobs versus 58 million women. Men work 3 more hours longer a week than women do. Women in a household, women work 2.74 hours per day. Men work 36 hours per day. So they work a little bit over an hour. Is that fair if a man works 3 hours more at work and full time and she's working?
Also, Ali,
she's only doing an hour. Can I land? Hold on, let me land real quick, y'all. I'm asking you, if he works 3 more hours at work and she does only an hour more labor at home, is that fair?
No.
No, again, that has nothing to do with what I said.
Why did you sit here and perpetuate something that's untrue, though? Why did you perpetuate?
I didn't. That's not what I said.
No, you said women work more.
I said. Also, Ali, you got to add this into it too. They actually showed this. I can't find the study. I've been looking for the study, but they showed it on CNN. They were talking about men and women. And what they found that nouadays, because of how much women have complained about that, you actually have more men doing housework than ever before, to the degree that they looked and they said, wow, men are actually doing more housework than the women.
Yes, but if we're single too, then we're cooking and cleaning for ourselves. Who we got cooking and cleaning for? It's propaganda, again, to make it seem like man ain't cooking, man ain't cleaning, man ain't taking care of their kids, when men are more involved than ever with their children as well too. All of this stuff is what women are pushing, Tom. And I hope you type it in and coming up with something else to rebuttal what women are pushing, or I hate to say it, liberal ideals is pushing as well too. But where are you getting this where women are outperforming men in the work field as well too?
Well, he shot himself in the foot when he brought Rourke.
Yeah, I got 7 points here. So women don't work as hard as men.
But that's what that's the first point you made. So admit you were wrong.
So it's not. I didn't say so. So the men in men and women in relationships work about the same amount of hours and make about the same amount of money. So men and women marry people who are in the same class as them. They normally go to college together. They normally are working together. And so they normally marry, or they live next to each other, meaning they have about the same income. So they're marrying people by far the majority of time in like their late 20s and 30s. They're not marrying people most of the time in high school when they don't know what their professions are going to be. Most people are getting married later, and they're marrying people in the same class as one another. So they're marrying people who make about the same amount of money. So I'm not talking about the fact that they make the that these are people who are all men and women. I'm talking about men and women in relationships. They work about the same amount of hours, and they work about the make about the same amount of money. Then the study showing polling is from men and women, both saying that the women do more work. So this is not just what women are saying. This is not just women saying this. They're not just polling, feminist women. They're polling people. It's literally every single one since like 2000. All of them.
Men are always going to say, "Look, here's the thing about men," and this.
Well, I do want to go over. I let you guys go. Wait, I let you guys go.
No, but you just lied again. But you no. So married men work more than single men. You just make it seem like the married men out there working just as much.
That has nothing to do.
You said they work. You're saying men and women in relationships. Typically, you're saying that this still says that men outwork the women still in relationships. What are you using? Can you share? Where are you getting that from?
Yeah,
men still outwork women in relationships.
Hold on. Yes, let me. I will come back to that. So the
come back to that. You got it right in front of you.
No, I don't. I have notes in front of me from all of the 7 arguments that I said I wanted to address real quick. So the women fought to work kind of, but again, in today's society, like in our current circumstances, men and women, most men and women don't have an option on whether or not there are 2 incomes within the household. Most men don't make enough money to support a wife and a family, and so they do normally need at least 2 incomes most of the time. So it's not just that they fought for this, but it's also that like it's kind of a necessity today. And then men.
Wait. Let me address that. Let me address that. First of all, that now you're being disingenuous again, because number one came before the other. Them fighting to be in the workforce came long before we got to a place where the families needed a 2-income household.
Correct. Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with that. I'm not saying that they didn't fight for this. I'm saying that doesn't have anything to do with the circumstances of today, that is the case, that women do work a lot and then also do the majority of the
housework. It absolutely has to do with the circumstances of today, because part of the reason that men do not make enough money to hold down a household by themselves is because of all of the women in the workforce.
Yeah.
Where did you get that from? How did they bring down the labor rates of the workforce? The difference is that the middle class, the lower class and the upper class split more to where they're making different amounts of money more and more to where the middle class has disappeared.
It's simple economics.
Drastic differences between one
it's simple economics and structure, tomfoolery. It's simple economics and structure. So if you double the workforce, you can cut the pay. So when you only had the men working, that's why you had men that were able to fund single income households, because the workforce was cut in half. Once you double the workforce, you cut the pay by a lot. Okay.
And in addition to that, when you're talking about manual labor, right? Because in my youth, I've worked at factories, I've worked at warehouses. And what you typically see in factories and warehouses is whenever they allocate the jobs, whenever a woman gets hired, they give them the lesser strenuous jobs. So like one place I worked, the factory.
Yes, again, I want to be clear. I didn't say that women work as hard as men at their jobs. I'm saying that they do work at about as many hours and then work more at home. And even when it comes to homework, I agree with you that women doing dishes is much easier because they have a dish machine, they have a washing machine, they have like a bunch of things that make those things easier for them, just as men have lawnmowers and riding lawnmowers and like a lot of things that have made stuff easier for us as well. There are like advantages to this, and we do the harder work, like climbing up on a ladder, cleaning out the fucking gutters. Like these things are a lot more dangerous and are going to be harder. And so we do, yes, less of that, but it is more dangerous. There is a trade-off there. I totally agree with you.
But even with that, there's subtle nuance, right? Even though there are lawnmowers that you can sit on and you can ride on, there is an economic component to that, because there are still guys that have push mowers because they can't afford those. You don't see women with scrub boards because they can't afford a washer and dryer. So there's a difference there. In the whole thing, I get what you're saying about working the same amount of hours. That's not even true, because on average, women work less than men throughout the year. Women work way less than men.
Yes,
that is for the same jobs.
No.
Jobs, yes.
No, but the thing is, men and women that are married don't have the same jobs. Men are the one taking the extra hours. Men are the one working on extra shifts, third shift on the weekend, taking nights out. The woman usually 4 p.m. I have to go home to go get my kid from school or all that. So for the most part, even if women are trying to get to the same path of men, you know for a fact that men get way more hours work than women, just for the simple fact that we
fantastic. No, real quick to his point. So the data shows that married men and women in America and overseas, it goes to 7 hours men work when they have children in the family. They work 7 hours more than a man that's in the relationship as well too. So it goes from 3 hours to 7 hours, that when a man has kids with a woman, he's working 7 more hours than she's working
per week.
Exactly.
So that's what I'm saying. So and again, man, I don't know. I'm not gonna say he was having a disingenuous argument. I'm just gonna say that we know for a fact that women and feminists use the whole fucking pay gap, gender pay gap, and it gets explained ad nauseum that the reason there is no gender pay gap is just that men work more. Men work more. Men work the jobs that's going to pay more, that seem to be more dangerous.
That's included the gender pay gap studies, just so you know. The hours worked, it's the hour, they're doing it based on hours. They're not doing it based on how much you make over the entire year. They're saying per hour, same job.
No, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true.
It is 100% true. I can show you the studies. That is
I've
what they're
literally
talking
seen
about.
the studies to disprove it, brother. I've literally seen the studies to debunk and discount the bullshit you talk about.
Hold on, just to be clear, you just said, hold on, just to be clear, you just said that it's different because they work more hours. And I'm telling you, the studies are talking about per hour. So it can't be that they work more hours, it's per hour.
But
okay, and I'm telling you,
but the thing is, study doesn't.
Right. So again, for one, if that was to happen, you'd be able to have a class action lawsuit and sue for discrimination. The studies you're doing, they fucking purposely manipulate the bullshit, and what they do is they take the hours and then change the salary according to the hours and lack thereof. So no, it's not fucking.
Just to be clear, the
brother.
problem with it, I just want to. I feel like I'm being straw man. The problem is that there are problems with the pay gap arguments. There's tons of radical feminists out there who say that women overall aren't able to get the same jobs that they're discriminated against in all of these ways. And there is a reason for why they make less, and it is that men are more likely to take overtime. They're less likely to take off for birthdays. They're less likely to take off for holidays. They're less likely to take off for Valentine's Day. So that's what I'm saying. I'm saying the reason that you're doing is incorrect. But the outcome you are correct on is that there is a reason for why there is a pay gap. It's not debunked. They are correct. There is a pay gap. It's just there's reasons.
So hold on. So Tom Fruity, again, this is why it's fundamentally a disingenuous statement, argument, or fucking fact. Is the reason the pay gap exists is because you don't work the same amount of time. The pay is equal. Okay, pay gap what means like, hey,
I'm telling you,
hold on. Pay gap means a woman is making, let's say, 25% less than what the man is making for the same exact job. It is a purposeful, like you said, propaganda that women put out here to make it seem like men are being paid more. No, men and women are getting paid the same amount for the same amount of jobs. It's just that women don't want the jobs. They're too dangerous. They're too strenuous. And then they don't work the amount of time that the men work. Ali just gave you the stats. Men work more overtime. Men work more dangerous jobs. And that
doesn't disagree with what I said. So I have Pew Research right in front of me. The gender pay gap is high. Pay has slightly narrowed in the United States over the past 20 years or so. But in 2024, women earned an average of 85% of what men earned, according to a Pew Research Center analysis of median hourly earnings of both full and part-time workers.
Fantastic just said. That doesn't debunk what he just said.
It's literally what we just disagreed on. What he said, it was not done on per hour. I said, yes, it was done on per hour. This just said per hour. So
You said
it does
median
debunk
hourly
it
earnings. You have
directly.
to,
Can we be honest about something else too?
What jobs are these women earning less per hour
Hold on.
than men?
Anybody that's been in a relationship, let's take the data out of this real quick. Let's put the emotions in real life. How many of your women didn't like the way you folded clothes? How many of the way your women didn't like the way you vacuumed the house, you cleaned the dishes? They would take control of it. Most women don't even want the men to do it. They can't stand. So why women want to go to work? Women want to be in control of the household. Women want to be in control of all these things, is what you're saying. But they complain about what they want to do. They want to work. They complain about it.
I don't want my wife mowing the fucking lawn either.
Let me finish, Tom. They want to be at home, a homemaker housewife. They hate being a homemaker housewife. They end up being a mama. They stress about, I hate being a mama. They go to work. Oh, I don't want to go to work. All they do is complain about everything they wanted to do. And in reality, isn't that the least you can do? If you don't want to go to work, or you have someone working for you, or if you want to go to work, since you don't want to give up, if that was their responsibility throughout the history, throughout the course of time, do Athena, I'm gonna ask a woman because Tom Foley, I think you might be disingenuous. How many women come on here and say they want a man to pay 100% of the bills?
I don't know about going on there, but most women, I think, want a man to pay. But
I asked you for a reason. How many women come on here and tell women they should do 100% of anything, 100% of the housework, 100% of the laundry, 100% of anything? How many women go, hey, sis, you know what? If I can get that man to pay 100% of the bills, I need to be doing 100% of the housework. How many women you hear come on here say I need to do 100% of everything in the house?
Not many of them.
Never. Have you heard any? Have any of y'all ever come on a panel? Angry Man, fantastic. They go, I'd rather go 100 by myself than 50-50 with an Igga. But they'll want 100% from a man, but still expect them to help in the household as well too.
But I've said that. So
you said what?
I that's why I said most women.
Did you just
that come on here
before the show started, Athena? I know you didn't. Just do
there's other women. You said women who'd come on here. I'm sure there's other women who have said very similar things to what I have.
So you would say if a man paid 100% of the bills, Athena, in modern day history, you're the woman that's going to sit there and do everything in the house and be happy and comfortable, give this man sex, get cook and clean and make him happy, and you doing everything in the household. You would be content.
Yeah, that's basic.
I'll tell you what, from what most of us see, I think that'd be very hard to believe, but I'll take your word for it. But for the most men, when women pick a career, when women pick a responsibility, when women pick their children, they complain about everything. If they get babies, oh, look what the baby did to my body. If they're in a marriage, I never wanted to be in marriage. I'm unhappy. I'm doing majority of everything. They complain about any commitment they've made when they wanted to be a wife, when they wanted to be a mother, and when they want to have kids. They complain about everything.
And here's the thing. You got the equal employment type shit, right? But if we're being totally honest, it's not right, because there are certain jobs. Yes, a woman can apply for that job. She can get that job. But if you really want to be honest, it's not right that a woman actually gets paid the same amount for that job. And I'm going to tell you the reason why. If a woman gets hired as a police officer, right? Oftentimes, that's a job where you might have one male police officer that can do that job fine in certain situations by himself. But when you have women, a lot of times they get overpowered by the criminal. They have to call for backup in order to get men to help them. So now you have somebody doing a job that they're going to need another person. So you have to add more manpower, which is more money, in order to get a certain job done. It's the same thing with firemen. If you have a fireman, would you rather be carried out of the fire or drug out of the fire? So when we try to make things equal, even though men and women aren't equal, it is literally impossible for women to do certain types of jobs that men do, because scientifically, women do not regulate their body temperature the same way we do. This is the reason why men are able to do certain strenuous jobs outside in the heat, different things of that nature. So when the entire argument behind the pay gap was already disingenuous from the start, because you cannot give everybody the same amount of money for the same type of job in certain circumstances, because one is performing more than the other. It's not economically sound.
I'm sorry.
So
just,
here's
you
my
guys
thing
keep
with
saying-
that.
I just want to be clear, just real quick. You guys keep saying the argument is disingenuous, but you go on to argue exactly what it is that I'm saying. Just each and every single time. I just want to be clear. You're not arguing with what it is that I'm saying. You are arguing what it is that I'm saying. I agree there are reasons for why these differences exist. I agree that men have reasons for why they are going to make more in a lot of instances. But I am saying that men also generally, on average, have more leisure time than women, and they also, on average, will do less housework while working the same amount of hours. But I also agree men's jobs require more strenuous types of work, to where that can make sense that they're going to have more leisure time. So I agree that there are reasons for this.
Hold on.
It's just true what it is.
Hold on, just real quick answer for question from you. You're telling me that more men go to work to free up time for themselves than to free up time for their women. So let me just put it this way: do men go to work typically to free time to have their women to have free time, or do women go to work so their men have free time? What are you saying?
I have no idea what I have. No
You said
idea.
leisure time. You said men have more leisure time. Do men go to
Yeah,
work?
but
for
you're
their
giving
women?
it an intent for why
No,
they
I'm
do it. I
asking
have
you.
no idea
Typically,
why
do you
they
see
do it.
men? Do men go to work typically? They have get their woman more free time so she can do the things she wants, or do more women go to work so their man has free time to do what he wants?Ho typically does the work?
I have no idea. I literally have.
You have all this idea about everything else with your time.
Talk about studies.
So
I have you have a study to show me. I'm
men
quoting study. If you have a study to show me for why,
so
they do it,
men do not have more leisure time than women. That is a feminist lie. And the fact that y'all love to repeat that, the fact that you're loving to repeat that is absolutely ridiculous. Men do not have.
I think
more
going off
leisure
your
time.
feelings and your own personal experiences is a feminine thing to do, and I think that going off studies and being scientific and logical is a masculine thing to do. You keep doing this feminine thing.
Let me ask him one question, Angry.
Wait a minute, Tom. Check this out, bro. Check this out. I know it's the typical white guy thing to do, to dive into the data, but there was data that said that I was a criminal simply because I'm a black man. There was data that said a lot of things. And here's the thing: the fact that you're trying to deflect by trying to say that this is my feelings, brother. I am a YouTuber with a channel of damn near 1 million subs. The predominant people that watch me are men. We talk about these topics all the time, and I genuinely do not believe that men are going to come to my channel in mass to lie about their experiences. So
to get confirmation bias, really? You think women would do it though? You think women would watch somebody?
Let me ask you a question, Tom. Let me ask you a question.
But you don't think men would do it?
Hold on, Tom. Let me ask you a question. Where does a study come from?
Study comes from different organizations doing
that do what
normally.
That do what? What does the organization do in order to get their data?
They collect donations normally.
No.
Let me ask a question, Angry Man, real quick.
Hold on. I got you, bro. You can have it right after this. Whenever someone does a study, what they do is they get a sample size of a group of people, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And they ask that group of people questions, right?
Mm-hmm.
And from that, they get data. What would you say is a good sample size to get data about what men go through? What would you say would be a good sample size?
It depends on how the study is done and how they're collecting the sample sizes. It's not like a one size fits all for anything.
I would say 1 million.
But just to be clear, the most important thing is that like most different organizations are doing the same studies and the same polling. And once you look at all the different groups doing all of this, if there's outliers where one group has just a drastically different response than all of the others, then yeah, that one's probably wrong. But if everybody is doing a sample size of 1,000 to 2,000 people and they're all coming to the same conclusions across the board, it seems as though that
I had this same argument with you guys, with you and Powder Dusty a little while ago. It's the most ridiculous thing on the internet. Anybody can go find a study or an article that is going to solidify their point. And by that same logic, someone else can go find a study or an article that is going to debunk that point.
That's why I just said that it's about the consensus. I just said it's about the consensus that if there's outliers, those are the ones that you would ignore. But if there's a consensus where all of them are coming to the same conclusion.
So you're telling me the consensus in America is that men have more leisure time than women.
Yes.
You have
Across
lost
the
your
board.
rabbit ass mind. I see why your name is tomfoolery.
Show me,
You lost your
show me
mind.
that. Show me the consensus
You
again.
lost
Show
your
me
mind,
where I'm
bro.
wrong. No,
You
you
lost
want me
your
to
mind.
go on your feelings. No,
Well,
say
well, hold
okay.
on.
Tell
Well,
me
hold
it's
on
not
one
your
second.
feelings
Well,
then.
hold on
Tell
one
me it's
second.
not your
Well, hold
feelings
on
then,
one
because
second.
it's your
Hold
feelings.
on one
It's your
second.
feelings.
Well, hold on. Well, first of all, bro, I'm not in my feelings. I'm having a discussion with you. Just because you don't agree
About
with
your
me,
feelings.
just because you don't agree with me, see, you don't even have enough self-control to let me talk. You're just waiting to
I've let you
respond.
interrupt me every time I've been talking.
You're just waiting to
I've allowed
respond.
you to.
And now you're playing tit for tat. Like, I'm not surprised that your position about women working more than men is what it is, because you act like a woman. You argue like a woman. You throw shots like a woman. You throw shade like a woman. We are having a discussion as two men. And every time I say something that you don't agree with, the first thing that comes out of your mouth is, oh, you're in your feelings.
Yeah, I said that once or twice. I don't. Did I lag out? Oh no. Okay. I said that once or twice, but is because I am talking about data. I'm talking about science. You are talking about how you feel based on your own personal experience.
I'm
What
not
it is
talking
that
about
you
how I
gathered
feel.
anecdotally.
I'm not
And,
talking
okay,
about. I'm not
unless
talking
you
about how I
wrote
He's
down
feel.
talking
every
about what
single
the men
time
are
other
saying that
people
come on
said
his
these
I'm not
things.
channel.
talking
See,
about.
this is what I'm
I'm
talking
not.
about. You guys do interrupt
I'm
me
not
every
talking
single time
about
I
what I
talk, and I
feel.
allow you guys to. I don't whine
Well,
and
you're
cry about it, but
hurling
it does
accusation.
happen literally every time.
You're
Yes, so are
hurling.
you,
You're
and
hurling
yes, so are you.
accusations.
And then you
It
get
actually
upset
went
when I
both ways. It
interrupt you.
actually went
But
both ways. But hold on, hold on, Tom.
yeah,
Hold on. Hey, angry man, can you please let him make his point so you can rebuttal him, please?
He's just going to repeat what he already
I
said.
know.
Go
I
ahead.
know.
Go ahead.
that unless you are writing down every single anecdotal experience that you have and you have data on this, outside of that, it is just your experience and what it is that you think you're gathering from this. It could be that you're wrong and that you're just like out of hundreds of thousands of people that you run into, you are getting a different experience. But especially if I look at my chat, right? So I'm a liberal streamer. And if I look at my chat and I ask them, hey guys, do you think that people should, have equal pay beyond the genders or something like that? I know that in my chat, they are likely all going to say the same thing. But I know if I go to Andrew Wilson's chat and ask them, they're going to have a very different answer. If I just go and look at like very small sample sizes that are where I know what the bias already is there, it's not a good example. And when you're talking about what it is that you get from your chat and your channel, I do think that yes, men are very emotional. I think that they want to be victims. I think that they want to find ways to feel bad for themselves. And I think that they go to people who give them the excuse to feel bad for themselves instead of somebody holding them accountable and saying, this is what you ought to do to better yourself and make your life better and make the people around you better.
So what's funny about this is you literally just described what women do and you projected it onto men. Because number one, I am in total agreement with you. If you go to your liberal channel, everybody's going to agree with you. Because on the left and the liberal side, you act like a fucking cold. But when it comes
just because
to
30% of my community
when it comes to the right, or what you would consider the right, or what you would consider conservative, everybody doesn't align with each other on every single little thing. I just did a show the other day where numerous people in my chat were disagreeing with me. So they're not going to just say, oh, well, Angry Man's right about that because I agree with it. That's not the case. And I like how you tried to put it all on just my anecdotal experience. Like you didn't hear me say, I've been having these discussions for 10 years. You want to know the reason why I'm not pulling data? Because I've already read the data. I've already used the data numerous times, because you, my friend, are not the first person to come with this argument to try to diminish men on a large scale. This is a conversation that has been had in red pill spaces and the manosphere since forever, and it has been debunked numerous times. So I don't have to pull the data to show your newbie ass the truth. You're pulling data from propaganda and twisting it to try to make it seem like every man in America is just a bunch of lazy dudes that don't work, that spend most of their time fishing and shooting pool. That is not the truth, bro. I don't care what data you call yourself pulling. Anybody knows that ain't the damn truth.
Yeah, you said
One
earlier that
second,
you
Tom. Let
were
me get.
going what just I need to clarify this. You said I am saying this on my channel and I'm getting a lot of views because I'm saying something that resonates with a lot of men. I was responding to that, and then now you're saying, these guys just want confirmation bias. You're literally saying they want that they are coming to you because you're saying what it is that they believe. So that is confirmation bias. That is the definition of confirmation bias. I didn't make this up.
Let me get CEO real quick and Atina because they were waiting for a while, and then
yeah. I just got a simple question for you. Can you list 3 jobs that men and women both work where the men get paid more?
Like for the specific jobs?
Yes, 3 specific jobs. Because you said the data says women get paid 85% less, right? Can you name 3 jobs where men get paid more and the women are doing the same exact job?
Yeah, doctors, pretty much everything in STEM, all of those, like in tech, was it education, finance, teachers. That's about 7 right there.
You said hold on, Angry Man. You said doctors, STEM research, and
STEM field. So STEM field is about 5 different or is 4 different fields. It's science, technology, engineering, mathematics.
Now they're doing the same exact job and making the same breakthroughs and getting paid less in those jobs.
Yeah, there's like very wide research on STEM specifically that women tend to make less within STEM. Yeah.
I never worked a job where the women get paid less than us. Like I'm gonna use sanitation. That's a hard job where we're out in the elements and it requires 12-hour, 16-hour days, right? I used to ride on the back of the truck just to let the women sit in the truck to shield themselves from the elements. They get paid the same amount. You know what I'm saying? So when you say STEM, can you name like a regular job that's not like a career driven? Can you give me a hourly?
Can I ask you, because I did say earlier that women do take more time off. They're more likely to take off for like vacations, for birthdays, for Valentine's Day, for holidays, for all of these different things, right? And then they're also more likely to get pregnant and have to take off 9 months. Do you not think that those people are more likely to get paid less?
Because they work in less time. They're working less time, so you should receive.
You agree that they
pay.
do make less? Okay, so we're on the same page now. So they do make less.
All I'm saying, they get paid less because they take more free time.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
I don't know what we're arguing then. That's what I said.
No, I'm not arguing. I'm just asking a question. I'm not arguing.
Well, you said that you never worked a job where that was the case. And I'm saying if you work jobs with women, you'd probably know they do take more time off. They are more likely to get paid less for these things. Like this is
you're saying they're taking more time off. More time off mean less pay, correct?
Yes, but we're talking about per hour. So we're saying that like I ran a bunch of businesses and I had guys who were more likely to stay late and come in early. Those guys, I ended up paying them a lot more, right? Women, they were more likely to be like single mothers. They weren't able to come in early and stay late. They had to get off to get their babysitter off or something like that, right? Or they were more likely to take off for their sisters, aunties' birthdays, something like a cousin's birthday. And it was always like no, it's not. I never made the other argument.
One second, Tom.
You're arguing against something that I never said. I said that on average they make less money. There's reasons for why they make less money. I've said that the whole time.
So CEO is not saying that he's not the wage gap feminist talking point. They're being paid 80 cents for every dollar a man gets on like working the same thing overall, without accounting the hours, the extra hours, all those things. Men are getting more money than women. That's all.
So this is where I'm confused. If men have more time, have more leisure time, how are we still making more?
Because he's saying that is work plus household chores when they get home. meaning
so-
they will work 7 hours.
So I said
the men might
earlier,
work- the men might-
that the work that men do is harder labor, like mowing the lawn or like cleaning out the gutters or like chopping down the trees. This is harder labor, but we do it less, right? We mow the lawn like once or twice, once a week or once every other week, whereas women do dishes and do laundry almost every day or every other day, and so they end up putting more time into it for easier tasks, whereas we put less time into it for harder tasks.
Let
So
me ask a
this
question.
is
Let me
the-
ask
this
a question real quick. Let me ask a question real quick. Tom, do you live in an apartment or do you have a house?
Yes, I have a house.
You have a house. You
Yeah.
do yard work, right?
Yes.
Okay. How nice does your yard look?
It's all right.
It's all right, right?
Not great right now.
Okay, so
Yeah.
here's my thing. I'm a guy that does yard work because I want my lawn to look better than anybody else's. That is not a once a week thing, my guy. That is a
I used to do
strenuous-
landscaping. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a strenuous job, and most people don't realize this, but there are people, if you really want your yard to look really nice, you have to cut it more than once a week. Sometimes you have to cut it 3 times a week to get it to adapt so it'll actually look nice. There's
So it
some
stays
people,
short, yeah.
yeah. So it even stuff like that is nuanced. That's why I said the idea that we're just taking the thing and saying, okay, well, a guy only cuts grass once a week is not necessarily true.
No, that's why I'm saying on average, because what you're talking about is totally true. And when I grew up for a period of time in like a really high income area, and in that area, you had to keep your lawn top notch. Like it was even going to be an HOA that like you had one area that wasn't perfect, they were going to come fine you for it. And so in like higher income areas, they probably do spend a lot more time on their lawns, and the guys spend a lot more time trimming the hedges and edging and all this other crap, right? But with like lower income people who do stay in apartments, who do stay in trailers, who do stay in like lower income housing, they don't spend as much time on their yards. Most of their yards do look like shit, and they do mow it like once a month sometimes. And so it is on average, most guys are not mowing their lawns 2-3 times a week. There are some guys who do, but that is going to be in the upper echelon, and they are going to be the minority of probably most guys, unfortunately.
But okay, but by saying that on average, you could also say on average in this day and age, women are not doing housework the way we think about housework. On average, women are not doing their look. I hate to be anecdotal, but let's be real about this. Women don't do housework the way they used to do housework. Let's just be real.
Sure.
And there's a lot of reasons for that. One reason for that is because of the advancement of technology. It's microwave society. You just throw it in there and you walk away from it. So the idea that, I think women try to live off of the reputation of women from the past. Because if you go back to the 50s, if a woman had a job and she was a homemaker, then hell yeah, she did a lot of work. But that's not the case today.
So this is where Tom Fuller, I'm not even gonna make an assertion that you're making statements that are disingenuous and bad faith. It's like me saying men are violent, and then you address it and say, yeah, that's because men are protectors, men are in the military, men are law enforcement. I go, oh, I'm just saying men are violent. You made you addressed the fact that there's a pay gap, and then we responded to it because the way you said it, oh, that's the reason for pay gap. But you realize when we're basing the leisure thing, we're realizing leisure means that they're not doing as much as cooking and cleaning as the woman. That it's unpaid. So now that I'm looking at it, the leisure means they're doing less unpaid labor in the household. Tom, if men are working 8 more hours, oh, that's what it.
Just to be clear. No, just to be clear, both things. The very first time the pay gap was mentioned, I said there is a reason for the pay gap. He kept saying it doesn't exist.
Why
It's
did you
been
make this
debunked. I
statement?
said no, it's not been debunked.
Why did you? So why the way you? Okay, this is what I'm saying. No.
He made the statement, and I want to address the other thing too. But he made the statement.
But I didn't even finish. I asked him to let you land. I actually let you land. Right? You can fix it.
What was the second thing that you said that I was
going to? The second part is that you said that men have more leisure. You just make the statement.
Oh,
men
yes, I am saying that they more leisure time, and I'm not including mowing the lawn. I'm not including cleaning the gutters. I'm not including any of those things. I'm saying that is not leisure
What
time.
I'm asking you is this. now that you look at the data, because you have all of us looking at data, men work 8 hours. What happened? Men work 8 hours more than women a week. Men just have 3 more leisure time, not doing I hate the fact that that's women verbiage too. Unpaid labor. That's crazy that we even saying unpaid labor in a household when it's your responsibility to clean your damn house. But they have 3 more hours of leisure time. Men have 3 more hours of leisure time than women do, but men, they work 8 hours more when they have children. Is that fair?
Yeah, again, I'm talking about within relationships. I'm not saying
I'm asking you because what it should be.
I know I'm trying to clarify what we're talking about.
I know, I'm just asking you. You can do that. I didn't ask you context yet.
I don't know what you're. I don't
you
know
don't
what
want
you're
nobody to
asking
do
if
that
you
to you,
don't
but do you
clarify
do? No, I just asked. No, men work 8 more hours than women do a week. Women have
in relation.
men,
I need to clarify what you're talking about.
So
In
that data,
relationship
so
or
the
outside
data they address,
relationship?
Tom, when they're addressing that leisure, it's addressing the men and women with children specifically. When
Yes.
you go to leisure, time,
Yes.
they're
Okay.
addressing men and children. The men
Okay.
that are married with children work 8 more hours than work 8 more hours than the women. The men that don't have children when they work 3 more hours than their women. What I'm asking you is that fair if he only gets 3 more hours leisure time in the household and he working 8 more hours than her in the labor force? Is that fair?
I said earlier that it can be fair. I've been very clear on all this from the very beginning, like very clear. We can rewind.
How is that fair? No. If I work,
I was very clear.
No. If I work 8 more hours than you, and I only get 3 more hours of free time, even if we concede to you that's unpaid labor, isn't that still an injustice to the man if he's working 8 more hours than her, but only getting three more hours of leisure time? He's still working and he's still cleaning, he's still cooking, he's still with the kids. He just had 3 more hours leisure time that he's not there, but he's working. So wouldn't it add up the fact that he's working less in the household is because he's working more?
Yes, again, I said that makes sense that
But when you
might
say
have
it, it's
more
like in
leisure
bad
time,
faith to make it seem like men.
it's not. It's not. I've been. Oh, hold on. Just be clear. I have no. So. I have clarified 20 fucking times. You guys are just too much in your feelings to where you get offended too easily, and you're arguing against things that I never said. And every time I get a chance
not
to talk,
offended.
I say again. I say again. I am not saying the thing that you're arguing against, and then you come back and say, "Oh yeah, well what about this?" I'm not saying that. Oh yeah, well what about this? I'm not saying that. Well, you're being disingenuous because you're saying this. No, I'm not saying that. And then in the end, now that we're here 30 minutes later, you're still arguing against that. How am I not supposed to think that this is people in their feelings?
So
Please tell me. Somebody tell me.
Tell them, Tom. I'm
like
gonna concede to you for the 100th time when you repackage it. So if that's the case, that means when that data is used, it's used being disingenuous to make men look a certain type of way.
Right.
But in reality, men are working more and they're not as much as at home and not having this so-called leisure time because they're not at home. They're working more.
I agree that if people do not contextualize data, you can use it disingenuously. I am not using it that way. I have clarified the entire time. I have put it in context the entire time, but I have said the entire time, yes, people can use it disingenuously. I'm not. If you guys want to argue with those people, they might be on another panel somewhere. Go find them. That would be nice to watch that debate.
Wait a minute, Tom. I literally said that to you about the data when you demanded some data from me. I didn't want to go into the data thing because I already knew the data that you were using, the way you were using it, you were skewing it. The way you were using it was not,
and that's why we're right here. And you keep repackaging your argument, Tom Foolery.
Okay, hold on. We need to take it back to the beginning. And
the whole reason,
that's not what I said. Wait. Let me take it back to the beginning. We started arguing about this because you guys were saying that women aren't doing as much and men are doing way more. And I started saying, no, they actually do a lot more and men end up with more leisure time. And I was very clear to that saying that there can be reasons for why that's the case, but to say that just women are not trying as much and men are trying way more often.
Nobody said that.
You keep saying stuff nobody said, Tom.
Nobody
said that.
The guy, okay, I don't know where he went. The guy who I was responding to, who said it, was gone now. So I don't know what the fuck. But you guys have been arguing against me, arguing against him, and now he's fucking gone. But we can rewind and say, he did say this shit. He did say it.
Here's the thing. Hold on. Here's the thing. Look. Here's the thing.
You're good, Tom. You're good.
We're saying, what we're
MJ, white MJ, let's go.
The entire reason the entire reason, and you're never going to own up to this, the entire reason that you said anything about the gender pay gap, right, was because you were presenting, and hold on, if I'm wrong, you tell me I'm wrong. Ali, you tell me if you felt this way too. You were presenting this to say that women were getting paid less just because they're women. And then in your conversation, you then adjusted and you said, well, the reason why, because you gave the story about when you hired somebody. And it's like, oh, well, this guy got paid more because he was more reliable and he did more work and da 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 da. So then you went into the whole thing about, oh, there's reasons for it. But before, it was just strictly about they're getting paid less because they're women.
Right. That's where I was confused.
Okay, so just to be clear, I did not bring up the gender pay gap. The other guy brought up the gender pay gap, and he started off saying that the gender pay gap has already been debunked. And I said it has not been debunked. That he said, yes, it has. They don't make less on hourly.
You debunked it yourself.
No, they do make less on hour. They don't. That there's a reason for why. And I immediately said, we can roll back the tape.
No, it was debunked. It was trying to say, no.
Don't the reason debunk it?
Hold on, you're being disingenuous because the reason why that was being used was saying, hey,
I want to finish what I'm saying because you're going to argue. I want to finish what I'm saying because you're about to say what I said. You're about to say what I said.
No,
I said there are radical feminists who use this disingenuously to say that women are being oppressed and that they're just not getting the same pay for the exact same work. But it's not the same exact work.
That's the entire
There are reasons for why. That is what I said from the beginning. That's why I keep having to correct you guys every time you argue against the straw man.
No, this wasn't just radical feminists. This was brought up in Congress and it was debunked with Congress. They went, hey, this is because women don't have as much experience. This is because women.
There's no radical feminists in Congress. Is that your argument? Right now? I can name like 10 radical feminists.
You see what he's doing?
I actually agree with Tom.
Wait. Don't say you see what he's doing. No. Don't say you see what he's doing. You just said you mean radical feminists. It's been brought up in Congress. I said there are radical feminists in Congress.
Quiet. 1 second. I've been quiet. I'm just saying these, right? I actually think that Tommy's right because as soon as you heard gap, you thought it was the same bullshit as man and woman work the same job, the same hours and everything, and the woman is paying 80 cents on the dollar. Tom didn't say that. Tom said women are working more hours because when they get home, they're doing the household chores. You can, you 1 second, please. You can explain exactly, like y'all explaining, why those numbers are skewed because first men work harder jobs and they work extra hours and they work the third shift and they work on weekends and all that. But technically, there's no incorrect statement that he said because it's kind of correct.
Fatty, you don't have to save Lois Lane. I didn't realize he was a damsel in distress.
Damn, go ahead.
Here's the thing. He didn't have to say that because the entire purpose of the gender gap argument was and has always been that women are making less money strictly because they're women. That argument is not the argument of radical feminists. That has been the argument of feminists and women across the board. Every time you've been on a panel and you bring up the gender pay gap, women always say, we make less than y'all because we're women. That has always been the argument. And the entire reason that Mr. Fantastic said it was debunked is because we know women do not make less strictly because they're women. There are circumstances which Tom laid out.
Yes, but we agree. But that's one second.
Wait. Just
come on, man. No, I have to wait.
I know.
No, that he right.
1 second.
Tom, I've been quiet for a while. I got you. It's fine.
Let him talk, Tom.
But I'm just saying.
But he's saying what I said.
You know what?
The last word in the relationship, didn't you, Tom? You had to get the last
all
word.
I was going to say is that I agree that radical feminists say this, but I know that like Destiny's far left, Vosh is far left. These people I have all said the entire time That is not the argument. That we don't care. We don't think that women are making less because they're women. That the reason that this is an interesting conversation is to talk about the differences in roles that men and women play within relationships. That gender roles are different. Yes, if you're talking about far left people and liberals and what it is that they do, and this is what they all do, I think Destiny and Bosch are two people that everybody considers far left. Oh, okay.
It's time for some super chats.
I gotta learn to do that.
The clock was up.
He thought I was a woman, is what he's saying.
The talk was up. Sophisticated jerk, $10 says, Tom is not that hard to put dishes in the sink and closing the washing machine. Teenagers do these tasks. They are called chores.
Oh Lord. Oh, that's the other part too. A lot of these women got their kids helping them do the shit.
Oh man.
Thank you
man.
very much. Shout out to Lou, the Brazilian legend, with 100 rings. Lou put in more, like we already got 50 membership from Lou, and now 100. Ria says, my mom keeps cleaning the same area multiple times per day. She also washes the same load twice every time and broke the machine. In other words, she creates her own imaginary stress, and it's fairly useless around the house. I hired a maid. Yeah, Lou is not playing with y'all. Thank you very much, Lou. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. We have Bezos in the building, the 17. He says, good evening, everyone working that nightlife. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. We have Sophisticated Jerk in the building. $5 says, women account for 70 to 74% of human resources jobs. If the wage gap was true, that would mean women are knowingly screwing each other over. Thank you very much. And then we have Tony Golden, gifted 1 membership for the Untouchable Empire, baby.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
And he gifted the 2nd membership for the Untouchable Empire, baby.
So, you think you're untouchable?
Friends, Ilkan Ali got to the 5K subscribers mark. Please send the Omi a cash app. I would appreciate it. And tomorrow I'm going to do kind of debut my studio. This is kind of a test. Tomorrow we're going to do a monetization party. So pull up, even if you don't have money, let's have fun and let's talk about it. Sunday, the ladies' first show. Okay. I have a last question so we can go back to the show.
Brother.
And since Tom is shooting from 3 every time he can, let me go. Hey, Tom, we are even, okay? Remember that they didn't let you talk? We are even. Tom, if no, we are definitely even. If a person, I'm going to make a statement. You guys tell me what you guys think about it, okay? If you love somebody that doesn't love you back, you are a idiot.
Stupid.
If you love someone that doesn't love you back, you are a idiot.
Stupid.
What are your thoughts on that, Tom? Remember, there's people with mortgages, cats, dogs, kids together, all of these that for some reason stay together and all that. But do you agree with the overall statement? People that love people that don't love them back are idiots. What do you think?
I mean, yeah, I would say that they're running like a fool's errand for sure. They like somebody who's always chasing somebody else, somebody who's always hoping that they can convince the other person to love them, somebody who's not getting what they put in and it's not being reciprocated, at least not in the right way. That these are, and it's fairly common that, people are even after somebody breaks up with them and they're moving on and they're with somebody else, they'll have a crazy ex-girlfriend who wants to come and break the fucking windows on their car with a baseball bat, hoping that this will make them love them or something. I don't know. Or they'll have a guy standing outside their window playing the guitar, hoping that that'll get them back. Like, there's always people who are trying to chase after somebody that they know does not like them and isn't going to reciprocate. And yes, I would say that this is definitely a fool's errand, and they need to move on and find somebody else.
CEO, you need a break.
I said, repeat the question. I stepped away.
People that love people that don't love them back are idiots. Agree, disagree, why?
People that love people that don't love them back are idiots.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree because it's like walking on a hamster wheel. Like, what are you doing? What are you getting out of it? You feel me? Like, why would you continue to love someone who don't love you, except for not even except for your children? But
can you stop there for a second?
Yeah. What's up?
You love your children. They don't
Yes.
love him. They don't love you back. Or you love your daddy, your mama. They don't love you back. Are you stupid for still loving those people, even though they don't show the same level of?
Now we
love?
back to that. Now we back to that spectrum, right? The action of love, right? Not the emotion, right?
Yes.
With your children and your mom, your children are your responsibility up until a certain age, and your mom and your parents, you gotta love them because they brought you here. They're the reason that you are here. So now we're back in the action of love. You don't have to be emotionally attached to continue to love someone. Like, you can love someone from a distance. So it's like, with your mom, if your mom was to die or your child was to die, you still going to do the burial and all of that, correct? Wouldn't you agree? So that's, now we back to the action. So the action of loving someone like your parent or child, that's the action part. But emotion, giving someone the full spectrum that doesn't love you, that's just ridiculous. That's retarded. They are idiots.
Damn. Angry Man?
No, you're not stupid for loving somebody that doesn't love you back.
Oh shit.
You can hear me?
Yes, absolutely. I was just not expecting that. Why do you mean? Why do you mean?
You're not stupid for loving somebody that doesn't love you back, because you can't really. Love is not something like you really control like that. So I can't call somebody stupid for that. I can say that they're stupid if they expect love back just because they love them. So like if you're in love with somebody and you think that they're supposed to love you back just because you love them, then you're being stupid. But like my man just said, just because you love somebody doesn't mean you have to allow that person to spitefully use you or mistreat you simply because they don't love you back. Because you definitely can love somebody from a distance. You can love somebody and be like, okay, you know what? You obviously are not reciprocating. You obviously are not putting in the same amount of work in the relationship that we have. When I say relationship, I don't mean intimate, because it can be any relationship. It could be the relationship between you and your mother, you and your father, you and a friend. If they're not putting in the same amount of work and not showing that they also love you, you don't have to deal with that. But it doesn't make you stupid for loving them.
I personally don't think you are stupid per se. I think that you are stupid if you have expectations that you think that if you keep going, something in them is going to change and they're going to finally love you the way that you want to be loved.
True.
Because there's nobody that has symmetrical relationships that is 50-50. I get exactly what you get. Like, if me and Ali are friends, right? He knows where I don't perform well, and I know where he doesn't perform well.
Pause.
Right? No pause.
That's a pause. That's a big pause.
Oh Lord.
Okay. So after the pause. Like I think what the problematic part is when you want people to love you the way they love you back, or when you start, like when you're expecting your friend that is not good with money to send you as much money as you send to him, when you're expecting your friend that is not a good driver, a good drinker, not good with woman, to be on the same type as you are. Like I think that the relationship usually fail when you're expecting exactly the symmetrical. If I do A for you, you do something for me. I think expectations is what makes you an idiot. Because at some point of time, you know that your man is not good with woman. You know that your man is not good with money. You know that even though you go on your man panel and you chilling, he's not chilling when it comes to yours because that's not who he is. Right? So expectations to me, even on relationships, like on friendships, business, work, and love, I think you are an idiot when you are literally expecting like symmetry. Reciprocity is okay. Symmetry is unrealistic. But hey man, there's some cases where the person, for whatever reason, snaps out of it and starts loving you the way that you want to love them, even after you lost the hope. So I don't know. Like Michelle Obama said that she was miserable for 10 years. Sounds like you work for her. See what I'm saying? So I don't know. Love is a little bit confusing or a little bit harsh to understand. I just think that on principle, you will only become an idiot when you are simping for somebody, knowing exactly that you are not going to get nothing similar in return, and you're still expecting that shit to actually come your way. So it is what it is. Ali, go ahead and take us home. We're going to go to Nino Nation. And once again,
you won't do
for
do
love. I know that song.
You tried everything, but you don't give up.
I know that song.
Perfectly composed. Perfectly composed song.
Who sings that song?
It's a white guy. I know that. And
there's no way. There's no way. There's a white man.
That's a white guy. That's a white man with soul.
There's
man.
no way. Hey, you know what's funny?
Not his name. It was Tomfoolery. Actually, he sung the song, but it was a white dude that sung the song.
Hey, Ali, before you go, who sings these? I see.
That's the black guy.
Louis Armstrong.
What is the white? Is that jazz, right? That's jazz. Blues? What is that? What is that genre?
I think that's blues.
It's
like
blues.
there's a song about a guy that is saying, like, he's like one of these songs that everybody knows like this, that I really thought he was a black man, and they said nope. Is Frank Sinatra black or white? White, right?
White.
He's white.
And
yeah,
that
Frank
thing,
Sinatra sounds like a black person.
and that song,
And by the way, no, I knew it. What a Wonderful World is jazz. It's not blues.
Jazz.
yeah, and that
jazz.
song has been stuck in my head for 20 years.
I
What you
seen
want
that.
to do for love?
That's my song, man. That's us, man. That like men don't give up. Like men don't get it. What? Hey, man, this was be a plain world without men. Love. We the romancers. We love, and what we won't do for love is how this world keeps revolving. Men do everything for love.
Bobby
man.
Caldwell,
Bobby
Isn't
Caldwell.
No, isn't Do for Love to Pack
and
Shakur?
he just
That- no,
recently
the
died.
sample.
He remixed
sampled
it.
it.
Sampled
He
it,
remixed
yeah.
the sample.
I don't care. That's Tupac Shakur. Thank you.
That you know what else is a cruising on a Sunday afternoon. That's a white dude.
No, there's not. There's not.
And,
what
and,
a Wonderful World.
so this is the thing. I don't think people are stupid for loving, and I think all of y'all put it together pretty good with how you worded it. I think it's when you're putting the actions behind it and expecting something that you're never going to get. But I think most of the time when people fall in love with somebody, it's typically they were getting love from them, and then they stopped and they trying to get that old thing back. You know what I'm saying? But it's typically you trying to get the love back. But
there's actually a good point. Is the sex, is the food, is the intimacy, is the
that.
touch.
It's the
Once
touch.
you feel it, you think, oh,
Yeah.
we're together.
It's what we live for. It's what we live for.
That's actually
And what we die for. That most men do everything they doing for because they think right at the end of that tunnel there's light that goes love. She loves me. You know, she's gonna give you everything
loves
you was
me.
looking for.
She loves
She
me
loves
not.
me not. But I don't think someone's stupid for loving somebody. I think it's stupid when you get to the place where you completely compromise yourself as a person, like CEO was saying, and you still are giving the action of love and expecting something in return when the person has completely cut that out your life. So I think it's okay, like Angry Man said, to love people from afar. And the whole, and if there's people they're no longer capable of loving, or something's happened where they stop loving or can't love, then you understand from love that they're at a certain place where they probably can't function at that capacity anymore. So you can continue to love them just as you can continue to love human beings, just as God loved the people and Jesus loved the church. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother story. But yeah,
I also think you got to be capable of receiving love.
But that's why I said you got to know what love is.
Right.
A CEO is not even the receiving love. You need to be careful with the love vampires, bro. I think love vampires are the ones that fuck it for every motherfucking body. Like people that are literally going from victim to victim, trying to suck the most amount of love, attention they can get and move to the next people. I think those people are the people that actually fuck it up for everybody that's looking for love. Because like, remember the girl that was here on the beginning of the show that she left? I think she's afraid of that shit. She's afraid of opening the door.
That's why I asked if she was jaded.
And it's like sinners, right? She's afraid of opening the door, and somebody's like, "Hey, can you let me in real quick?"
You know who you can go to see who love, and that's how you know who implements order and righteousness is men. And that's another pause that Angry Man gonna say. But men love each other. Like
pause.
True brotherhood is scratching. Is the person you scratch the person back, they scratch your back. You got
you have to let me play. There's 3 times. There's 3 in a row.
I know, but it's the truth.
Scratches everybody back, and like you have to play that.
At some point, huh?
Are you homosexual?
A what?
A homosexual.
What's that?
Don't get clip, Ali. You're doing great.
That's all right if they clip me, man. Like we love each other to the point where we want the best for each other. You give advice to your brother so he does better with his life, where women will endorse each other to destroy their lives, make horrible decisions, give up their kids, keep the kid away from the man, get rid of a good man, engage in the sisterhood and just destroy everything they have. And they help each other, support each other, destroying their lives, where most men try to help men and women better themselves. So men are more receptive to tough love and the constructive criticism, where women are push back and a despise you for giving them love. So if it's hard to love somebody, it's going to be completely hard to receive love. So I agree with you, CO. But majority of times, if you want to see who loves, it's brothers. Brothers love women, brothers love men, and brothers love children. Like they demonstrate love every single day by continuing to do the things they do, even if they don't get something back for it.
Let me get a question for Tom real quick, Asha, before we go. Tom, do men love harder than women?
Love harder?
Yes.
Damn.
No, I don't even know what that means.
Would a woman die for you?
Maybe.
Would most women die for a man?
They love on the scenario. I probably not. Like most of the time, it probably
would most men die. Would most men die for a woman they love?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. You got
most men die for a woman they don't even.
I would think if I would give my life up for you, I would think a man loves harder than a woman if a woman wouldn't give her life up. If I would give my life, so I don't know if you're Christian or you're righteous, or most people that worship people who give up their lives and sacrifice. Women always talk about, you know, it's funny how women talk about sacrifices, Tom, but it seems like men make those sacrifices. But if a man would give up his life for his women and children, I would think he loves them harder than the women that may not. Women, I think, may give their life for children, but I don't know if they're not going to give their life for a man. I would possibly.
To me, it doesn't have anything to do with love. It has to do with like utility. Like if I'm bigger, stronger, more capable in the scenario, then it is just kind of better.
You see how you changed my argument
to be the one. No, I'm not changing your argument. I literally said I don't agree with the premise. I'm explaining that I don't think it has anything to do with utility or love, and I think it has to do with utility. So I'm not changing your argument. I'm telling you I don't agree with the premise within your argument.
Do you think men love men more or women more? Do men love men more than women? Do men love men more than they love women?
Like straight men?
Do straight men love women more than they love men?
in like a romantic way or like in a
yes. In any kind of way.
yes, obviously if they're
Yes.
straight, they're going
Do
to love
women love women more or do women love men more?
women love men more in a
No.
romantic way.
That's
No,
not.
No, women love women more than they love men. Men love
In a
women more
romantic way, then why aren't they
in
lesbians?
any kind of way capacity. You even said utility. Women will use men. Women don't use each other. They just enable each other and gossip with each other and be toxic with each other. Women go to men when they need somebody to fix something. Women need someone when they need somebody taken off the earth or beat up. Women go to men when they need attention. Women don't go to men when they need money. Women only go to each other to talk about other people. They don't go to each other to help each other. They go to each other to talk about other people.
It's harder for women to love the way you're talking about because they attach transactionalism to it, right? So the only time you really see a woman display love, in my personal opinion, is with her children.
And today is
that's why I tell dudes, like, if you look, you better off trying to get respect out of a woman. Because if you're looking for love, the only person that you can expect, the only woman you can expect to love you is your mama. And sometimes she ain't gonna do it.
That's what I'm saying, Angry Man. This is different
That's a
days,
fact.
family. Do a lot of women love their sons and daughters today? Like most of people, and I'm gonna keep saying it over and over on each show that I can.
Even
Women's
that's become transactional.
Women's typical biggest hater is their mother. It's
Mhm.
their mama.
But see, here's the thing. That's why I said sometimes the only way you see them display love is with their child. But even in this day and age, that's become transactional. Because when they have a kid, they expect to be compensated for that kid. They expect to get certain benefits for that kid. You feel what I'm saying? And you start to notice, like, sometimes in a particular group of women, when their child gets to a certain age, they're ready to put them out because they can no longer benefit from them.
If most of these women look like, and I'm saying a shout out to the mothers who love their kids and their men, to the good women. I love y'all. I don't want y'all don't even gonna keep going. I'll be talking about all women. But if the woman doesn't make sure that there's a father in her kid's life, does she love her kids?
Good question.
I think women love people on a very specific way. They love their kids because of how the kids make them feel. I don't think they love, like, it's still like kind of a utilitarian type of way.
So it's still transactional. They're getting something from it.
Yes, they're getting something in return. Yes.
You know what I think is mostly, Angry Man? Control. It's just people that can control, just like
It's
they cat
definitely
dog.
control.
It's somebody they can control and control their narrative to say they're a good mom just because they taking care of the person and they living with them. Oh, that's my dog.
Watch this. Watch this, Ali. How many times have you heard guys say this? I just wanted to be happy, man, even if it ain't with me.
Mace.
That's love.
Yeah, that is.
But that's
Yo,
the
that's
thing.
how we are.
You don't
Man.
hear the reverse. And actually, if she knows that man is happy without her, or
coming back.
or the kid is happier with the stepmom and the new brothers and sisters and all that shit. Oh, you are in a world of trouble. There's no, hey, Tom, because we are kind of like on the other side, right? Even though I'm a lefty politically, but when it comes to like like relationships and shit, it's very rare to see a woman being happy about other people without her, regardless. It be the friends, either be the husband, either be the kids. I think it's very, very, very rare. And like, this is actually the show of love. If I love my son and my son is very happy with his mom, and there's like hey bro, there's a stepdad over there, dude's getting good grades, he's making sure he's taking care of business, all that. Hey bro, good luck. Appreciate you. That's a good job.
I don't know. Just to me, I think a lot of this is like very. I think you guys ask questions that are like leading down a line in a very like narrow frame. Like I was talking about at the beginning of the stream or of the show that
you got data that
women overall are very bad at accepting the way that men love and accepting like the way that they want to show appreciation, the way that they want to do these things. Whereas like generally when people look at like the way that relationships are supposed to work or the way that people are supposed to show love, they do it through a very feminine lens where it's supposed to be the way that women want it to be, and that like it's very hard for people to accept the way that like men love and look at these things differently. We're different biologically. We have different brains. We have different wants and needs. But I like the way that you guys talk about it. It just sounds like you guys have trouble accepting the fact that women love differently. And that they have
Who
a
said
different
that?
way of thinking.
You did it again. Who
I
said
said
that?
that. I said that.
Hey, one
I
second.
said-
There's no need to be.
No,
agitated.
you said
No.
you said we
One
had.
second.
You said that.
No, it's
Yes, I said
it's
that's what it
actually the
sounds like,
opposite,
yes.
Tom. It's actually the opposite. We understand it, and we're not fighting it at all. We're just because I'm explaining something doesn't mean that I agree with something. If I say that a woman will love a child, or love a man, or love a dog, like actually, let me say, women love animals. Like they really love dogs. Ooh, we like the most genuine thing that I see women loving is motherfucking animals. They will
don't
cry
love
if
'em.
they go to the supermarket and see a baby. Oh, this baby puppy. Right? I actually think that's the most crystal clean way of woman loving things is dogs or cats, whatever the animal is. When it comes to kids, when it comes to friends, when it comes to men, I believe that woman don't love on an altruistic way. It's always channeled to my belly button. It's always channeled to the solipsism. I am this main actor on this movie, and these things around me make me happy, make me feel love. I love them back and all that. And it is what it is. I don't think it's us fighting woman's nature or saying that they are evil for it. I think we can kind of agree if we are at war and Russia invades Ukraine, most of these women are not going to die for Ukrainian soldiers. They are going to procreate with the Russian winners. And I think it's what it is.
Here's the thing. Here's the thing, because you're kind of going to a place, Tom. It seems like you're going to a place where you're trying to say that we're not understanding women. The reason why I say women have difficulty with love outside of it being transactional is because that's the nature of the way man has been. When I say man, I mean women too. Mankind has been. All throughout history, women have needed men to do certain things. So love is always, when women are dealing with men in a romantic sense, love has always been attached to some sort of transactional situation. So this is why women will view men that don't do certain things, and it's like, oh, he doesn't love me, because he didn't do this, or he didn't buy this, or he didn't do XYZ. They've always viewed it from a transactional situation.
And the movie
I don't know. When I watch people like whatever podcast, when I watch Fresh and Fit, when I watch like a lot of these shows, the majority of the time they spend talking about the fact that they want women who are willing to cook, who are willing to clean, who are willing to rub their feet when they get home, who are willing to do like everything that they say is literally transactional. They literally talk about, if you're with me,
that's
you
conditional.
can't do this anymore. You can't. Well, that's not
transaction. That's not based on money.
If you're
that's
saying, oh, hold on, just to be clear, if you're saying I am willing to give you my love and give you my relationship based on these conditions, that is what a transaction is.
Okay,
That
but
is
here's
the
the problem
definition
with what
of
you're saying.
transaction.
Here's the problem with what you're saying, because you're leaving something out. If you're going to bring up Fresh and Fit, if you're going to bring up any of the red pill guys, the reason why they are saying this now is in response to the fact that men have been loving women for an extended period of time without requiring anything. This is why they're saying this. They're saying this because it has gotten to the point where men feel that women are not reciprocating certain things. We're talking about the social contract. There has been a long time where men get with women, they don't expect anything out of them. So in this day and age, when you're looking at red pill guys are saying, okay, well, you know what? We need to actually start having a standard the same way women have a standard. So that's a response to women's transactional nature. That's the reason why they're saying that. But typically, if you go back before red pill, if you go back before feminism, men got with women without any expectation of what the women were going to do. There are guys right now that have plenty of money. They'll if they see a woman in the drive-thru that they think is beautiful, that woman is working in the drive-thru at McDonald's. If he wants to talk to her, he's going to talk to her. He's not going to expect her to do anything. He's not going to expect her to cook and clean. He's not going to expect her to do anything except be there.
But throughout the course of time, though, men were taught to protect and provide for women, and women were taught to cook and take care of a home. Like it was her job to take care of the home.
But there's the point, they don't have to. They didn't do it because they really wanted to. They did it because it was the best part of the deal. I don't want to go outside at 6 p.m.
Agriculture.
Like, I rather go to the river. I'd rather go to the river and watch these men clothe than go to the river and have to catch a motherfucking fish. I'm not going to do. I'm going to the river.
In my experience and the people that I'm around, that's just not the case. Like the women that I'm around,
how is that not the case?
Of them are cooking and cleaning. By far, the majority of them.
You're gonna do what Angry Man just said. You're using feminist talking points. Who are these women you're around, Tom? Then you should be in relationships. If all these women you're around are cooking and cleaning, and you saying all your relationships are failing, and you're around these women, why you ain't marrying none of these women or being with these women that cook and clean and do all these things?
Do you think that my only requirement is that they cook?
No, you keep changing the argument. No,
that's not what he's asking you.
Keep changing the argument. You're making a tomfoolery. You are doing straw mans and red herrings this entire debate.
Okay, let me repeat back to your argument. Let me repeat it back so you can tell me if this is correct.
Stop doing that to me. I didn't
you
say
won't allow like good faith conversation. You won't allow
I do allow it, Tom. You're being disingenuous.
Then let me repeat your argument. I don't have to repeat.
No, I don't have to repeat it. You said something about.
No, I want to repeat.
You said you're around.
Argument,
you said you're around all these women.
Wrong.
You said you're around all these women that's cooking and cleaning. That's what you said, didn't you? And I said, why aren't you in relationships with all these women that you're around that's cooking and cleaning? What is the problem?
I am in relationships with women who cook and clean.
You said all your relationships failed, Tom.
He said he couldn't make them happy.
And yes, okay. So hold on, stay there. So you said when I said, do you think my only requirement is cooking and cleaning? You said no, that's a straw man. But now you're saying, why would all your relationships fail if they cook and clean? You are saying that my only requirement is cooking and cleaning. You are saying that. Don't say you're not saying it. You are saying
it. Hey, Tom, you do all this, the pay gap, the leisure, all this. You make a statement and then you backtrack it and repackage it to make it something we're not saying.
Deductively, that is literally your argument. Deductively, if you are saying
no, Tom, that's your argument, Tom. That's your argument.
Okay, so just let me. If deductively, if yours, okay, that's fine. You can correct me when I'm done. I am going to say it anyway.
You already made a statement.
I'm going to say it. No, I didn't.
Making statements that
didn't even come anywhere close.
Stop making statements that we're not making, and then get upset when someone's reacting to it. Stop saying what we didn't say. Say what I said.
I'm not getting mad. I'm trying to tell you what you said, and then I want to hear you respond.
I didn't say that.
You said.
No, I didn't say it.
I haven't even said it yet. I haven't even said it yet.
No, you're just making it. You're going to repeat it. Just like Angry Man said earlier, you keep repeating what you're
going
to repeat what you said.
I haven't said anything yet.
Okay, repeat what you said, and it better be what I said. Go ahead.
Yep. So you said, why, if they are cooking and cleaning, are you not in those relationships? I said, so do you think the only requirement is that?
Did I say that's their only requirement? They have to cook and clean. Did I say that?
I'm in the middle of explaining.
Did I say that?
I know.
That's how women debate.
I already said.
Did I say that? You changed the argument.
I'm in the middle of explaining it.
That's not
if
the
you're
argument.
Too emotional to like, I can't argue with you. If
all these
you're
women have to do is cook and clean for you to be in relationships.
You got to wait a second for me to repeat back to you what happened because you're not.
Because
you're not willing to listen.
No, you're having a bad.
I'm not. You haven't even let me. I haven't said this once. I have not said this once.
Go ahead.
I know you. I have not. I have not gotten through a full fucking thing. Okay, so just nod your head if this is correct. You said, Tom, all these women are cooking and cleaning, and I said yes, and you said if that's the case, then why aren't you in relationships with them? And correct, and I said that is not my only requirement, and you said I never said that. And then later you said again, if they are cooking and cleaning, then you should still be in relationships with them. Deductively, you are saying cooking and cleaning is the requirement to continue being in a relationship with them. So you can correct me on where this is miscommunicating, please.
I didn't say none of what you said.
That cooking and cleaning stuff is a response to women saying they want a traditional man. So if you want a traditional man, we expect these women to do traditional roles, right?
And in addition to that, when you talk about transaction, right? So back in the day, the entire reason that women were doing the things like that when they got in a relationship with a man is them being transactional. So it's like, okay, well, he goes out and works and he does this and he does that. So I need to do these things. But in a lot of cases, that was something that was expected of women, that was taught to them by other women. Men didn't necessarily have an expectation of this. There are plenty of men that were in love with women, and it wasn't like they said, well, if you don't do XYZ, I'm not going to love you. That's not the way that worked. However, on the flip side, you have women that won't, they won't be in love with a guy if he doesn't have a job, if he doesn't do this, if he doesn't do that. So the entire point that I was trying to make is that the reason why they have difficulty with love is because they attach it to transactional situations. Men don't typically do that. If a guy falls in love with a chick, he's in love with the chick. It doesn't matter. There's plenty of guys right now that's in love with women that don't cook, that don't clean, that don't do any of that shit. You feel me? But it's rare when you find a woman that's in love with a guy and she's not getting anything out of the situation.
Yep. And they're not having sex with them. They're not cooperating with them. They're not catering to them. They're not supporting them. They just have this situationship. And like Eggman said, it has to be the case that it's always been like this, because the men don't typically leave as long as you don't cheat. But even when they cheat, the men are still staying even when the woman cheats. But women are telling you, die hard, I'm not going to be traditional. I'm not your mama. I'm not going 50%. I'm not a maid. I'm not oppressed. This ain't the patriarchy. And you keep fighting back the rhetoric by going, is that the only thing? Like, we're telling you, men still love women based on their preferences that they don't get. They still don't get the preferences. They'll still love women. But when women expectations are met and standards are met, they still don't love the man back.
Yeah, because they're attaching their love to transactional situations. If they feel like the transaction isn't sufficient. So if it's okay, you took her on a trip, you took her to Turks and Caicos, but she wanted to go to Paris. You feel me? And women will literally say, oh, well, he doesn't love me, because if he loved me, he would go above and beyond.
What is if a man without a job is not a man, what makes a woman not how is a woman not a woman? Because everybody keeps talking about a real man. What is a real woman? What makes a woman unqualified? If a man has to have a job to be a man, what does a woman have to have? And if someone's asked, nothing. There's no responsibility.
And that's the point. Like, culturally, it's always been like that. And that's the reason why women will say things like that. The reason why women say things like that is because to be a man, there are requirements. You have to be, look, a woman is a human being. A man is a human doing. If you want to be a man, you have to do shit. You can't just
exist. Hey, I'm copying that. I'm making a video. I'm making a quick video tomorrow, so I'm gonna post that.
That is like one of the biggest differences.
A woman is a human being. I like that, Eggman. You came up with that.
No, I didn't.
That is one of the biggest differences that like feminism made within society. Is that feminism made it to where like women taking on more masculine roles and doing more masculine things became a lot more normal. Whereas like men doing very feminine things, that is not normal. That will never be normal. And so women can both play the feminine role and the masculine role and kind of switch back and forth and do whatever it is they want. And they can just live in whatever role they feel like playing. And they could go work a job and they can go, be their own person and be very independent. Whereas like, yeah, men will always kind of generally have these like very narrow masculine roles that they are expected to
what are all these single men? Hold on, Eggman, hold on, please, hold on. Hey, Tom Foley, what are all these single men doing? Just sitting around not eating? Just sitting around sitting in slob? They're not cooking, they're not cleaning at home? What are you talking about, Tom? Like those are feminist agenda top points you're making. So you're saying that's feminine. How is it feminine if men are already cooking and cleaning for themselves? How does it become feminine? How's that a feminine?
I didn't say
you
that.
did. You said that's feminine trait when a man's cooking and cleaning. Why are you looking crazy? Y'all didn't hear that too? Do I need to?
I didn't hear it all.
I said the words cooking and cleaning.
I heard him say that. This is what I heard you say, Tom.
Lord have mercy.
Hold on. I'm gonna try to put it in a nutshell. You tell me if I'm wrong, Tom. You were basically saying that men have a very narrow scope of what they can do that is considered masculine. They can't really go outside of that, and it will be considered feminine if they do, right?
And that's bad. Yes. It will be considered bad if they do. Yeah.
Okay, so what Ali is saying, what Ali is extrapolating from that is that men who do the things that have been traditionally women things, cooking and cleaning and stuff like that, by your logic, they want to stay away from that because that's feminine. And what Ali is saying is that men are already doing that. So men are not really in the narrow scope that you're saying. That's just the way everybody, that's the talking points that everybody uses.
I wouldn't consider those things feminine things. So I like within a within a relationship, those are probably more common for the roles, but I'm talking more like, you know, if women want to wear jeans and a t-shirt now, that is very socially accepted. Whereas before they were expected to wear like way more feminine clothes, so, you know, a dress or skirt, something like that. The fact that like, yeah, staying at home was a lot more common for a feminine role, whereas now they can go have the job and try to be the breadwinner, and they can say, oh no, I wear the pants in this household, right? And they can like do all of these things. Whereas like a guy, he goes outside in the fucking dress, like he's fucked for life. Like no woman, if that's on social media, no woman's going to want to be with the guy who was in the fucking dress, right? And so, but no guy is going to be like, I'm not going to be with the girl who was in a football jersey. Like that's just not going to happen. So there's a lot, they have a lot more room to be themselves and express themselves however they want, and men are expected with it.
Well, show's over. Hope y'all enjoyed it. But nah, don't dip yet. We still got them final thoughts coming in.
Y'all really tore it up tonight, huh? But don't dip just yet. Let's hear them final words.
Hey, that's it. Show's done. Now shut the fuck up and let the panelists speak. It's time for final thoughts.
I'm just gonna ask one question and we're going final thoughts. Hey, tomfoolery, what is it for?
Well, Ali, do statements, not questions, please, Ali.
No, but I don't know. Hey, Fatty, he said men doing feminine things now. That's all I'm asking. And I'm leaving it alone. What is it for men? What is it men doing that's feminine?
Leaving it alone. He said it.
And I'm going, what is it that men do that's feminine, Tom?
They don't. That's what I'm saying. Men don't really. They don't do feminine things. I'm saying.
Yeah. What is it? No. Stop right there. Stop. No. Stop right there. You said men don't want to do or don't do feminine things, right? What are feminine things?
Like wearing a dress is one example I gave.
Wearing a dress
is another example.
You see what he's doing?
That's a bit extreme.
That is extreme. He know he won't say cooking and cleaning. He know that's what women's supposed to be. He's not gonna say cooking and cleaning. He's gonna say that's what men are talking about not doing.
Okay, no. Okay, no. I'll give that.
We're talking about men don't want to do feminine things like being a dress. That's horrible, bad faith argument.
First off, it's not. Okay, Ali, first off, that is the example that I gave the first time. It's not bad faith. It's what you're arguing against. You just refuse to listen. You are no. Hold on. No. I'm still in the middle of my fucking statement.
I'm going to say,
I'm going to leave if he's just going to fucking spurg out every time I start talking. You won't allow me to fucking talk. You will.
I'm talking to Fatty now. I can't keep. Hey, Tom, I love you. I can't you doing. Hey, Tom. Hey, Fatty. Tomfoolery literally said that men don't want to do feminine things, and when I asked them what the feminine things are, putting on a dress and skirt, that's so extreme. You know you're not talking about that, but to keep from being wrong and knowing that I got you in the fact that you were saying cooking and cleaning, you're going to say put on a dress. Why would we talk about men putting on a dress? Obviously, they wouldn't want to put on a dress. Why are you bringing up dress?
What is the example? What is
the
example I gave up the first time when I brought it up?
One second. Everyone that is going to touch on the mic is going to make a statement and it's going to be quiet. There's no more questions. There's no more back and forth. Go ahead, Tom.
The very first statement that I made was women have had more a wider expectation of gender roles that they are able to fill within society. The examples that I gave is they can go, they don't have to wear dresses, they don't have to wear skirts, they can now go and wear jeans and t-shirts and football jerseys and shit. That was the example that I gave. Instead of him arguing against that, he made up a new argument for me to argue against instead of actually arguing against the one that
you were talking about working. You were talking about going to the work field being masculine.
I didn't say anything about work. I didn't say anything about work. I didn't say shit about work. You're just lying now. You're just lying. I didn't say shit about work. I didn't say fucking shit about work. You're just lying. We can roll back the tape. How about you and I stay and we'll you and I stay here and we will watch the tape back and see if I said shit about work. We'll watch it. You stay here.
Pants makes a woman.
Yeah, you're not going to stay. You don't want to stay because you make up fucking arguments to argue against. You're not going to argue against what I said.
Okay, so So I'm gonna make the statement and I'm gonna dip out, right?
Thank you very much, sir.
Okay.
Oh, and by the way, Angry Man, let me actually complain about this shit. This shit doesn't work. What? Isn't this supposed to be like a retainer of like either Otter Coal or something like that?
What
Yeah.
brand is it?
You got it off Temu.
Is that a Stanley?
Like $12.
That's not a Stanley Cup. You got to get a Stanley.
That's crazy.
Stanleys are really good.
That's crazy. I was very happy about it.
You got to get a Stanley, bro.
$30 and up.
There's one other that's really good. What's the other one? I forget. It's like a camping mug. That
I got mine from Amazon for $15, bro.
Yeti.
Yeti.
and
Ooh, that's the
Yeti
goat.
and Stanley.
Yeti
is the goat. Stanley is second.
That's crazy. I put this shit on. I put the liquid on it. Oh, it's going to be cold when I get it. Like, what the fuck?
So
go ahead, man.
So my statement before I go is this. It's not that women have more freedom in gender roles. It's that women have rebelled from adhering to their part of the social contract. The only reason they're able to do that is because the effects of them walking away are not immediate the way it would be for a guy. For us, if we walk away from our typical gender roles, it causes a more catastrophic situation immediately. One thing I will say, Tom, you were kind of disingenuous because none of the things that are considered typically male roles, women don't have to dress like men in order to do those roles. They don't have to dress like men to go to work. They don't have to dress like men to be protectors. They don't have to dress like men to do any of that stuff, right? So what Ali was trying to say is that for men to do things that are considered typically women jobs, such as child rearing, cooking, cleaning, keeping a home, you feel me? That's what he was talking about. And to go to wearing a dress, that's a bit extreme because women don't have to wear overalls to go to work. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's what he was trying to say, just to provide some clarity or whatever. But
I know what he was trying to say.
Other than that, you feel what I'm saying? It's kind of ridiculous, and you're right about the fact that men do have a more narrow scope of what we can and can't do without, there's no such thing as a house husband, and any guy that's a house husband is going to get clowned. So
That's where I was going. Yeah.
Yeah, I get that. I get that part of it. You feel me?
And once again, thank you.
Other
Oh,
than
you
that,
want to say anything more?
having me, you know what I'm saying?
And friends, if you guys want to know about studio equipment and all that, Angry Man has a Patreon level for content creators, $50. Go ahead and go and check it out. Okay. Once again, OG, I appreciate you, sir. Try to make y'all proud. And hey, you have to work. You know what's fucked up, Angry Man? Tomorrow we're going to debut the studio. And I was going to play that Drake song that you played yesterday. I was like, motherfucker.
I beat you to it.
I was like, what the fuck is it?
Oh, and I noticed too. I know, like, I can help you with the sneaker thing. The sneaker thing, you're gonna have to hold it at a certain point, kind of like with the light bulb back there. I started to get that light bulb, and I know you got that light bulb because of my moon, didn't you?
I got no. You know what I got? That I got the Majin Buu, the flying Majin Buu. That's going to be on the light bulb. Yeah. I just put it on the back because it's yellow. I wanted the Majin Buu, but the thing is, the light bulb is just a flick and it goes to the same place. The Majin Buu and the shoe, every time I disconnect that shit is a war to put them back on place. So I'm like, nah, I'm not even going to try.
Yeah.
So
but you know what? You got to get you a if you ever, because like when you start doing a studio, I'm gonna tell you right now, you might have an issue where your breaker box trips.
Yes.
Get you the backup thing, the little backup battery thing that you plug in and plug everything into that way, especially those things, because I used to catch hell with that moon. Every time the breaker jumped, the moon would fall.
The moon would fall. Yeah. To me, it was the shoe. The shoe just leave the poop, poop, poop.
Yeah.
Can I make my last petty statement with the video where he said that they're going?
Oh no, Ali!
No. I gotta do it.
Let me go first.
He went from feminine to the masculine too. They
Yeah.
putting the pants on. So I just got to do it. I'm sorry.
Damn, CEO, you see what this man there? Hey, go ahead, Ali. You got
y'all. Can you put the screen up real quick? That's my statement.
absolutely. We're going to Nino Nation afterwards, friends.
You can see it.
Yes.
The fact that like, yeah, staying at home was a lot more common for a feminine role, whereas now they can go have the job and try to be the breadwinner, and for a feminine role, whereas now they can go have the job and try to be the breadwinner, and they can say, oh no, I wear the pants in this household, have the job and try to be the breadwinner, and they can say, oh no, I wear the pants in this household, the job and try to be the breadwinner. And
did you say anything about a job? Did you say it?
I didn't say that.
And you literally said they put the pants. You literally said they put the pants on. You literally said now I can put the pants on in the house. You literally said, Tom, don't say that. It's right there. You said they're going to work. That's the.
Do you think wearing the pants means actually wearing pants?
Oh my!
I'm sorry.
You see what he does?
Okay,
CEO?
okay, no,
That's okay.
No, that's my fault. Okay, so that's my fault. That's my fault.
We're not doing that no more.
That's my fault. That's my fault. To me,
you know what
wearing the pants means that you're in charge in the house.
Watch what else he says. Watch. See, he keeps conceding to it. Watch what else he says. Hold on. Is it still
I think this is a cultural difference in my culture.
oh, no,
saying
I
you wear the pants in this house, you're in charge in the house. So if you're wearing the pants, it means you're in charge in the house, and that it doesn't mean that you literally wear pants. So I wasn't saying you're literally wearing pants.
You see, he just said he was talking about pants, but he meant the gender role.
Rewind. I literally said right before that they stopped wearing dresses and skirts and they started wearing pants. Rewind. I literally did. That is the argument that I said.
Women started wearing pants to be taken more seriously in the workplace.
Gender role as in wearing now they get to wear the pants in the house. You're saying they literally wearing pants?
Yes, literally wearing pants. And no. There's two different arguments. At one point, I said they started wearing jeans and they instead of wearing skirts and dresses. And then at another point, I said then they start working more jobs instead of staying home. And they say they wear the pants.
When you say wearing the pants in the house, do you mean that's a masculine trait, or do you mean literally they're putting pants on themselves?
I mean, when I say wear the pants, I'm saying they are in charge in the household. To wear the
is that
pants
a masculine
role? You're in charge.
Is that typically a masculine role? Okay, exactly.
Yes.
So that's what I said. Exactly. Okay.
Wait, no, you did not say that. You said washing dishes. I didn't say shit about washing dishes.
Let's get my boy CEO so he can get out of your friends. Go ahead, CEO. You got this. I know you got this, CEO.
I love you, Tom. Hey, Tom, you know I love you, right?
No,
I am going to have a clip of every single thing that you said you never said tonight. I will have a whole compilation of he never said this clip. He never said this clip.
That's going to be epic.
Oh,
it's going to be epic. And make sure you show all your flip-flopping contradictions and where you're actually doing word salads and where Ali not doing word salads. And you said, hey, you can make a person happy. You can't make a person happy. You can make them happy. No, you can't make them happy. Make sure you show that.
Thank you very much, Tom. I appreciate you, brother, for fighting. Thank you for fighting the good fight. Mr. CEO in the building. CEO, bring your friend on Sunday. Pull up
I told her about it. I wasn't even sure if I should send the link without asking you, but I saw you was busy. And I was like, you wouldn't mind another lady.
Tom, new name, Tom Petty. I think you should go from Tom Foolery to Tom Petty. I think that'd be much better.
and
maybe we'll change to Peeping Tom.
And by the way, Tom, on Monday I start the White channel, which is the political channel. Make sure that you get me network with your people, please. Like I'll need to talk with Week and all the I'm really going to go heavy into politics. So
we're still waiting for you to. We're still waiting for you to invite us over to debate with you, man.
Tom is
I'm getting ready to start doing panels on my side. That is something that I talked to Fatty about as well as. That's what I said to Fatty. I said I'm going to start doing panels and I'm going to try to get.
Come over. You know we good. You know we're good sports, man. I'll come over there argue with you too. You just come over. We'll come over there.
And you actually did a great job the day that you put all those panels together. It was actually a great job. So
Tom, that's your Instagram.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm going. And friends, I'm not doing timestamps.
It's Tom Foolery PC, people, I think, or Tom Foolery show.
Not tagging people or nothing like that because, as you guys see, I'm extremely busy. But for Monday and now. All the links, all the timestamps. If you don't find people, everything is going to be in the description. Okay, so go back to CEO. If you don't find it, just go ahead and look on the description. By Monday, we go back to what we was doing before. Any final thought?
Yeah, I'm
Honestly, I don't ever use Instagram. Just FYI. I don't.
Oh,
know.
dang!
Add him on Discord.
Discord.
Yeah,
Okay,
Discord.
okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just do a brief.
Instagram is for black people and IG thoughties.
All right, I'm gonna just do a brief summary of everything. I don't believe men have more leisure, right? Especially for the stay-at-home mom or even the working mom. A working mom or a working woman finds time to do hair, nails, spa, right? Things that take 2 to 3 hours per. Okay, and then I wanted to say, shout out to you, Ali, for the 5,000. Fatty, keep going up. Untouchables. Tom, I think I gotta join your panel and debate you on your platform with some of the things you be saying, man. But
hey, I do
we gonna
open
get 'em
call-in
right.
shows every single night. Anytime anybody ever wants to just hop on and debate me, I'm always open.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to your YouTube. You just don't pop up on the algorithm anymore. I don't know what's going on.
We would go on your live. I don't see you on the algorithm.
You pop up. You
Yeah, I
popped
stream
up
like every day.
Friend, all you have to do is do the bell and you get the notification. It goes live very easily.
Nah, the bells don't be working like that.
Fatty, it don't be work. I'm telling you, Fatty. I have him
It
on
don't
the
work
bed.
like
I like
that.
Tom, I watch this stuff. I like watching you commentating and do all the stuff.
Somebody lying. Now somebody, I don't know who, but I'm telling you, somebody's lying.
The bells,
The bells are pretty bad.
The
They're very
bells not
inconsistent.
working.
Now we're going to
The bells are very inconsistent.
The bells not working. This man
Every
goes
day I
live
go
at
live,
3 a.m. in the morning. It's
immediately-
only
Nah, it
every
don't.
day I go live.
We'll
Every
debate
single
now.
day I go live, there's people in my chat saying I didn't get a notification.
Right.
Every single day.
So you
there's
admit it,
people
right?
Like even
saying
with
I didn't
Ali
get a
channel, I
Tom,
only
you
get to see Ali's community posts.
This man is the only person going live at 3 a.m. in the morning. There's nobody.
They're not showing him. Hey, Fatty, they don't show him.
It
come
doesn't
up.
matter if you do the
You
live.
ever see me when I'm live, CEO? It don't show you. It don't show people when I'm live.
Nah, it
Yes,
don't.
it
The only thing I see from you, Ali, is your community posts. That's
See?
it. That's it. And I have the bell notified.
And
Even
Fatty,
with you,
people
Fatty.
DM me all the time. They're not seeing the live. They're not seeing the videos. They barely see the post. Like it's not going. It's even though we've been going like consistent. I don't know.
Yeah, it's not working like that. But shout out to you guys. And Angry Man, if you're still watching, shout out to you for having that 1989 Batmobile on the shelf. I did notice that. That's like the Batmobile to have. And Fatty, the studio looks dope.
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's fire. The blue light setup that you had probably like an hour and a half ago, that was fire. That's the look right there.
I'm
For
ready.
real.
Hey, friends, I'm telling you, I'm ready to look at this as a job. And Il Canali, I'm sorry, but I'm going to take the helmet off. I'm going to drive this shit with hands in the air like a roller coaster.
And yo, Fatty, tonight you was real patient. You was really quiet tonight. I did not expect that. You were quiet.
No, it was not that. It's because I'm figuring out the studio. And on Friday shows technically is more Ali show. So I you know what I'm saying? Everybody needs on Sunday I go crazy back again. So it is what it is. I appreciate y'all for being here. Shout out to my brother Il Canali once again on a 5K subscribers. The best is yet to come. We are trying to get up there with the legends, and we will be there. Absolutely, mark my motherfucking words. There's no excuses, no nothing. We are going to show you exactly what we're being prepared for. So I appreciate y'all. CEO Tom Foolery, my boy DJ Vapors with the membership.
The Untouchable Empire, baby.
And of course, Nino Nation was in the back. We're going to show every single thing that we are preparing to do, but tomorrow I will show you exactly what's going on. So shout out to the Untouchables. We are signing out and everybody going to Nino Nation. Peace.
Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. I gave my all. They gave me half, but I still rise
from the aftermath. Let's talk about it, let's talk about it. J-Lo in the mirror saying, girl, you changed. Used to chase love that never stayed the same. Diddy was a moment, Ben was a flame. A-Rod played his part, but I took the blame. Fatty said love's not war, it's peace. Silk and Elliott thought of self-release. Now I stand tall, no fear in my eyes. Untouchable empire, we testify for all those nights I cried alone. Turn my pain to solid stone. Now I know what real love means. It's me, it's truth, it's everything. What does love feel like? It's more than diamonds, fame, or lights. I don't need no stage to shine. Love starts in this heart of mine. What does love feel like? Maybe it's peace when I close my eyes. No more tears, no compromise. This time love feels right. Yeah. Used to write songs just to fill the void. Chasing hearts I already destroyed. Now I dance alone and it feels okay. Cause self-love don't fade away, yeah. Diddy had charm and had grace. Alright, that swagger, I kept the faith. But when the music fades and the lights turn low, I'm the only love I need to know. Fatty said, speak truth, don't hide. You can said, pain makes pride. Now the super panel talking live. Redefining love with vibe and vibe. What does love feel like? It's more than diamonds, fame, or lies. I don't need no stage to shine. Love starts in this heart of mine. What does love feel like? Maybe it's peace when I close my eyes. This time love feels right. It's power, peace, and sleepless nights. I lost myself but found my fight. Untouch your empire, hearts ignite.